Chapter 1001 Tentacle Monster 2 Joan was very satisfied with the effect of charming strange monster. While his companions were cleaning the battlefield, he communicated with the tentacle monster who was enchanted by himself through the mind connection. It turned out that the thought of the tentacle monster was very simple. In the perception of tentacles, all living things in the world can be classified into three categories: edible, inedible, and unaffordable. The tentacles attacked those eatable creatures without a trace of pity, but when they encountered natural enemies that they could not afford, they would always hide carefully. Even with such a simple cognitive concept, occasional misjudgments can occur, such as today's encounter. In the concept of tentacles, all creatures that are similar in appearance, except for the difference in physical strength due to different ages, the difference in strength will not be too wide. For example, they have a family of tentacles. After all the individuals have matured, their combat effectiveness is similar. This tentacle monster can't be replaced by another tentacle monster. Any intelligent creature has a way of thinking about itself and others, and tentacles are no exception. The tentacle monster captured by Joan has hunted humanoid creatures more than once. Those gnomes and goblins living in the underground world are classified as edible by it. When hunting such creatures, there is no encountered too many threats. According to its own situation and past hunting experience, the tentacles have reason to sum up such a truth that they think is generally applicable: all humanoids have similar strengths and can be hunted with confidence. However, today's encounter completely overthrows this rule it has summed up from experience. Tentacles haven't figured it out until now. Joan and these explorers from the surface world are obviously looking like those humanoid creatures they have easily hunted before. Why is their combat power so different? These questions circling in the mind of the tentacles made Joan funny. These strange creatures living in occluded underground spaces have limited knowledge. They neither understand what is a superior profession, nor do they understand the highly developed human civilization, which makes the gap between human individuals so immeasurable. The tentacles' way of thinking is wrong in trying to generalize the laws by observing a few samples, which reminds Joan of a rather ironic fable story. The wise men among a group of turkeys, based on long-term observations, summed up a rule: every morning at 8 o'clock, there will be food falling from the sky. The wise man announces his discovery to other turkeys, and believes that behind this rule, it must reflect the eternal truth in the universe. However, at 8 o'clock the next morning, when it discovered the truth, it was no longer food that fell from the sky, but the big hand that the owner of the chicken farm grabbed at the neck of the wise man, and the butcher's knife held tightly in the other hand. After laughing, Joan suddenly shuddered. The tentacle monster only generalizes the conclusion that all humanoids are invulnerable through the experience of hunting underground gnomes and goblins. This is obviously wrong. Then, through a few experimental samples, you have reached a research conclusion. To generalize, this self-proclaimed smart person has not been making the same mistakes as the tentacle blame. At best, is it a chicken wise man? The thing that annoys Joan the most is that he suddenly realizes a terrible fact: in the real world, induction can never lead to absolutely credible truth. This means that his research methods in the past may not be reliable from the foundation. But in addition to induction, what other ways can people seek for truth? Unable to answer this problem, Joan had to give up thinking temporarily and instead perform higher endoscopy to check the physical attributes of the tentacles. Detection target: tentacle monster, supernatural creature, strange monster. Health status: weak. Attributes: strength 15, agility 14, constitution 13, intelligence 6, wisdom 11, charisma 9. Supernatural ability: electromagnetic affinity. What does electromagnetic affinity mean? Joan secretly wondered. He was about to have an in-depth discussion with the tentacles on this issue, and Hyla's call came from behind him. Joan, there is a dead body of tentacles here. Would you like to bring it back to school as a specimen? Okay, let me deal with the body. Joan turned and walked to his companion's side, cast a 3-ring shrinkage on the body of another tentacle monster, and then stuffed the body into a travel backpack dedicated to collecting ore and biological specimens. There is also a living tentacle monster. What are you going to do with it? Holden came over and asked. My mosquito finger technique is about to reach the time limit. Instead of casting a new blood mosquito, let the tentacles explore the way in front and guide us. Blood mosquitoes are too fragile to be good spies, but they are not very suitable as scouts for exploring in dark areas. Not to mention the powerful monsters encountered, just the bats flying in groups in the dark. For blood mosquitoes, they are terrible natural enemies. They were swallowed by the bats with little attention. Compared to blood mosquitoes, the tentacles' survivability is obviously much stronger, and they also have the ability to fly, making them more suitable for scouts for expedition teams. Introducing his companions to his companions, Joan photographed a synesthesia on the charmed tentacle monster and let it explore the way. The tentacle monster swings 10 tentacles, like a huge scout balloon, slowly floating in the dark dome. 10 minutes later, the tentacle monster has risen to the top of the cliff, hovering slowly in the air. Through the senses of the tentacles, Joan confirmed that there were no other dangerous creatures above, and turned back to nod to his companion, indicating that he could continue his journey. The only exit from the navel is 1,000 yards above the ground. Joan originally wanted to transform into an eagle and flew up, then thought about it, thinking that there was no need to waste spell slots. He used the supernatural ability of worm blood to become a giant bee. Hyla and Zion's brother and sister have heard that he was infected with insecticide, but this is the first time he saw him become a giant bee. Very curious, fighting to stroke his wings and tentacles. It made him feel itchy. Hyla and Holden both have the ability to fly, but Audrey is a bit difficult. The Pegasus Lafayette is an arrogant girl who does not like to fly in a dark and closed environment. Seeing Audrey's concerns, Joan flicked her wings at her, and signaled that Her Royal Highness was riding on her back, and she was carrying the leap over the cliff. My armor is not light. Can you carry it? Audrey asked with some worry. Joan couldn't speak when he turned into a giant bee form. He shook his tentacles, and a pair of huge ebony complex eyes exuded a confident look, ensuring that he would Her Royal Highness Princess to 1,000-yard cliff. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 1002 Manned Flight. Although still a little uneasy, Audrey still obediently climbed to Joan's back, a pair of slender and powerful legs, clamping the waist that was slightly slender compared to the shape of the giant bee, grasping his tentacles with both hands, as if clenching reins, softly admonish, if you fly too hard, you will land. You don't have to force it. Joan turned into a giant bee form, with an additional 4 points of strength and physique attributes. Agility attributes also increased by 2 points, plus the gorgeous belt enhancement. The strength attribute reached 18. The agility attribute is also 18, and the physique attribute is as high as 20. Based on comprehensive calculations, his physical attributes have reached the level of the young dragon clan, and the high-flying princess is flying for a short time, which should be no pressure. Seeing this scenario, Hyla was too lazy to cast a spell and flew over and said happily, Joan, you send Audrey up first, then come down to pick me up, okay? Joan couldn't answer her request in human language, and wanted to express her willingness to serve with her tentacles, but the tentacles were held in her hands by Audrey, making him unable to shake flexibly, and she was a little confused. Audrey, straddling his back, turned to Hyla and said, it's the right decision to save a 3-ring spell slot, but it doesn't have to be exhausting. Joan travels back and forth. Holden, you fly up Hyla, no problem, right? Mr. Poet unfolded a pair of majestic bronze dragon wings, and said with a smile, it's okay to fly up with the sister Kiki, of course, but I think I should charge some hard work. Audrey glared, and was about to reprimand him. Hyla shook his head first, and his ponytails flicked fiercely. You don't want a rogue. People want to ride a plush giant bee. Hyla shouted eagerly. Seeing this, Joan felt that it was no problem to carry two girls at the same time, and he planned to let Hayla ride on. However, before he could find a way to express his opinion, Audrey rushed and said, "Well, Joan will send me up first, and then come down to pick you up." "Okay, hurry up. Don't let me wait too long." Hayla waved happily, urging them to leave. Joan fluttered into the air, bypassing the stalactite slanting out of the top of his head, successfully sent Audrey to the top of the cliff, over the stone beam, and landed on a flat area near the exit of the ground navel. Joan had stopped, but Her Royal Highness still couldn't rest on his back. Fingers gently combed the fluff behind his neck. Joan felt a little itchy and shook her wings, urging her to go on. Audrey sighed softly and suddenly leaned over, his upper body lying on his back, his cheek pressed against his neck, rubbing the soft fluff of the giant bee's surface. These fluffs are like giant tentacles, but they are actually tiny and sensitive tactile organs. Through the fluff behind her neck, Joan really felt the soft and smooth face of Her Royal Highness and could not help shaking. By the time he recovered, Audrey had slipped dexterously off his back. Joan calmed his strange mood, nodded to Audrey, fluttered back into the air again, and flew down the cliff. Hayla had already waited impatiently, and saw the giant bee landing, cheering up, crawling on Joan's back, like a passionate spider, with his hands and feet tightly wrapped around him. Joan fluttered her wings and carried Hayla flying, feeling that she was significantly lighter than Audrey, but as a passenger, Hayla was also more unreliable and kept moving on his back, yelling repeatedly "call," like a kid who discovered a new toy. 5 minutes later, Joan landed on the top of the cliff, but Hayla still refused to come down on his back, trying to flirt with him for a while with sweet words. Audrey came over with a pretty face and whispered something in Hayla's ear, but Joan didn't hear it. Hayla yelled, and reluctantly jumped from his back, disappointed. Joan overlooked the dark and empty abyss at his feet, and soon saw Holden's swinging dragon wings flying up. Not far behind Holden, 4 lizards climbed fast against the cliff, lest he should be left behind. Holden's half-dragon blood has an invisible deterrent to these lower reptiles, and even the most grumpy ground lizards bow down to Mr. Poet and obey. After the lizard climbed up the cliff, Joan had returned to human form, took back his lizard, and rolled over. A group of 4 people riding a lizard continued to move forward, and it took another half an hour to pass through the ground naval exit. What appeared to everyone was a wide underground river channel, and the sound of gurgling water echoed in the empty underground world. Both sides of the underground river channel are endless vast fields, full of lush moss and lichen. Mushroom fungi are also everywhere. Thanks to the abundant water resources in the local area, they grow extremely tall and look far like a colorful bush. The 4 travelers from the surface world were deeply shocked by the magnificent scene in front of them, and could not help but look dazed. After a long time, Joan took the lead in recovering, opened the navigation compass, and revised the position of the expedition team. From here, they will enter the second zone of the underground world marked on the map, also known as the underground jungle. Before arriving here, Joan was also puzzled by the partition map of the underground world. How can there be a so-called jungle in a dark area that lacks light? He originally thought that it is likely that the plants growing in the zone 2 inches are photophobic plants, such as saprophytic plants such as king's kingflower and crystal orchid, which lack chlorophyll and cannot need attain nutrients through photosynthesis, perhaps suitable for survival in the underground world. And when he was really there, he found that he was only half right. In this vast field called underground jungle, there are indeed a variety of saprophytic plants, as well as large areas of grey color, alternative mosses and lichens that do not require photosynthesis, but constitute the local lush vegetation. The main species is a large number of huge fungi that are not visible in the surface world. The most of these are Basidia mycetes, large mushrooms resembling parasols, and streptococci, parasitic in the cracks of weathered rock formations, also known as fungus, are also everywhere. All these fungi have a common feature, which is that they are particularly fat and sturdy, and look like enlarged versions of their distant relatives in the surface world. After the initial shock, Joan couldn't help but have a question. These fungi are as big as a slap in the surface world at best. Why can they grow so strong in dark areas? And the individual strains are even comparable to towering trees. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect. www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 1003 Underground Jungle. The damp and dark environment is only a secondary factor for mushrooms to grow into big trees. Joan speculates that the unique soil environment in the mushroom area is more likely to be the main factor leading to this result. Either the local soil is rich in nutrients needed for fungal growth, or the legendary vein radiation is exerting an invisible and huge influence. Wisdom creatures living in a dark area have been infiltrated by the magic of the earth veins for generations, and almost all have evolved supernatural abilities and even spellcasting abilities. Then it is inferred that the fungus has been infested by the magic of the earth's veins, and there are no natural enemies. It is reasonable to evolve into such an extremely large form today. As we all know, the so-called magic power of the earth veins is actually the supernatural energy radiated by the magic crystal deposits buried deep underground. Like the growth of all things in the surface world, it is inseparable from the sun. If the dark area suddenly loses the radiant energy from the veins, the entire underground biosphere will quickly collapse. From this perspective, human exploitation of the underground mineral veins from the surface world is equivalent to destroying the ecological environment of the dark area, and there is nothing to complain about being violently resisted by local intelligent species. As a human from the surface world, Joan will inevitably consider ecological issues from the standpoint of human beings. So when he sees this lush mushroom jungle, he naturally thinks that it may be hidden deep underground in this jungle with rich magic crystal veins. The closer to the magic crystal vein, the stronger the radiant energy. Experienced prospecting experts can reverse the distribution of magic crystal or veins based on the unusually dense and vigorous vegetation in a place. Joan brought a perspective hand mirror with him, and his companions also rented a prospecting ring from Mr. Locke. Along the way, every time they reached a new area, they probed the ground under their hands with a hand mirror and a ring, trying to find traces of mineral veins. But unfortunately there has been little gain. Seeing the dense mushroom forest in the wilderness at the moment, Joan spoke out his speculation about the relevance of vegetation to the magic crystal veins, reminding his companions to pay attention to exploring the underground veins during the journey. Hayla and Zion's sisters were excited when they heard the words. While riding the ground lizard along the underground river channel, they frequently excited the prospecting ring, and covered the thick moss on the ground, shooting a very penetrating beam. Both the prospecting ring and the perspective hand mirror are attached with 4 rings of perspective technique, which can detect the distribution of the ore layer 100 feet deep underground. Joan and they walked out of the river for an hour. As a result, nothing was detected, and their fevered minds gradually cooled down. Disappointed. It's hard to say right now. It's because of Joan's misjudgment that there are no magic crystal veins in the area, or that their equipment is not sophisticated enough to detect the depth of the veins. All in all, everyone has no idea of making a fortune at the moment. The vast field seems to extend to the end of darkness. The map displayed by the navigation compass has a maximum radius of only 30 miles. And the margin of the field cannot be seen. If the information provided by the dwarves is credible, I am afraid that Joan's current maps may not account for 1% of the whole mushroom area. After a long day of running down, everyone was very tired, and they set up a camp on the riverside, raised a campfire, rested overnight, and continued to hurry tomorrow. The 4 went down to walk the lizard. Joan went to the river to fetch water. Holden accompanied him. He led the 4-headed lizard to drink by the river, and then sent the lizards to hunt small hamsters and other small animals in the mushroom forest. Animals are hungry. Joan first hit a bucket of water and carefully observed the water quality. The water of the river looks clear, and there is no smell. but he still released a 0-point trick called Detect Toxicity in the bucket, and he was assured that he could drink it safely. Joan and Holden each carried 2 large buckets of water, and when they returned to the camp, the ladies had set up their tent. The 4 people cooked water around the campfire and drank tea. After eating some dry food, they rested separately. Audrey originally proposed to take turns vigil, but Joan told her that there is no need to let the newly acquired tentacle monster vigil be enough. Anyway, this guy hardly needs sleep. Joan didn't treat the tentacles badly either. The ground lizards ate and satiated in the woods, and each took back a fat guinea pig as a tribute to their big brother, Mr. Poet, who wished to recognize them wishfully. Holden didn't want to eat these raw meat, covering his nose with disgust. Joan asked for the prey and gave it to the tentacles as a reward for hiring it to watch the night. The tentacle monster was very satisfied with the reward. He descended close to the surface, threw out 10 long tentacles, wrapped around a guinea pig, dragged it to the front, and opened the guinea pig's brain with a sharp hooked beak, suddenly sucking the brain. This scene is really disgusting. Both Hayla and Zion don't look too far, and can't bear to read more. Joan looked at it with relish, and sometimes wrote a few lines on his notebook to record the details of the tentacles eating. The amount of tentacles is not too large, and the brain and blood of the 4 guinea pigs will be drained away, and the remaining bones will be discarded. Joan instructed him to patrol around the camp, return to the campfire by himself, take off his backpack, take out the body of another tentacle monster, put it on the ground, lift the reduction technique, and restore the body to its normal size. Joan took the portable toolbox from the storage bag, opened the lid, and a full set of anatomical tools and various glass reagent bottles sparkled under the campfire. Looking at his toolbox, Joan rubbed his hands and couldn't help but feel a little excited. Unfortunately, apart from himself, no one can appreciate the alternative beauty of these precision knives and bottles. Joanne picked up a lancet and tried to cut one of the tentacles of the tentacle corpse, without accidentally being bounced off by the tough outer skin. He replaced it with an electro-optical blade, used this enchanted dagger to dissect the tentacles, and smoothly cut off one of the tentacles. Joan splits the tentacles longitudinally, and observes the cross-sectional view to confirm that the tentacles are hollow and have a multi-layer tubular structure, wrapped with layers of flexible fibrous hard sheaths, and between each sheath, strong growth. The powerful ring muscles together form a strong but flexible limb. Joan also found that the hollow cavity of the tentacles is actually a simple and effective hydraulic device that can squeeze the toxins secreted by the toxic glands in the tentacles to the ends of the tentacles, and then inject them through the needle-shaped bone spurs that grow on the surface of the tentacles. In hunting objects, toxins enter the blood circulation, and within a few seconds, a prey of the size of a tentacle monster can be paralyzed. This biohydraulic injection device reminded Joan of his own hornet shape. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 1004 Electromagnetic Affinity. Joan had done an experiment. When you turn into a giant bee and pierce the body with a tail needle, you will naturally have the urge to inject toxins. The way the bee needle injects toxins is actually the same as the tentacles of the tentacles. They all use simple hydraulic principles to achieve efficient hunting purposes. Generally speaking, the fighting method of the tentacles is very simple. The bird's beak-shaped mouth is just an auxiliary weapon. The only unique weapon for hunting is the tentacles. When the tentacle monster finds its prey, it will quickly drop to the top of the prey, and then throw out the tentacles to wrap the prey, pierce the skin of the prey with the spikes of the tentacles, and inject paralytic toxins, paralyzing and losing their resistance. Next, the tentacle monster can land, unwind the prey brain calmly, drink the nutrient-rich brain plasma, or drag the paralyzed prey back to the nest for later enjoyment. Joan put down the dagger and used a magic trick to clean the blood on the glove, took off the glove, unscrewed the pen, and painted an anatomical drawing of the tentacles on the notebook. He draws and thinks, he becomes the Eye of Insight form, and the generated eye handle, no matter in appearance or movement, is similar to the limbs of the tentacles. Joan thus made a bold speculation that the eye stems of oculoid creatures may have similarities to the tentacles of tentacles. Of course, the eye stems can not only serve as tentacles, but also have an eyeball growing at the end. The physiological structure is definitely more complicated than simple tentacles. Holding a pen, Joan hesitated to become an Eye of Insight, cut off one of his own eye stems, and dissected to verify the above conjecture. The impulse caused by curiosity was quickly suppressed by Joan's reason. Transfiguration can change his body shape, but there is a certain mapping between the old and new body types. If Joan becomes a humanoid, such as a dwarf, this mapping relationship is relatively simple. If the dwarf is cut off, then it will return to human form and will lose its corresponding palm. However, due to the strangeness of transforming into Eye of Insight, the mapping relationship is also more complicated due to the large gap between the body before and after the transformation. If the Eye of Insight loses an eye stem and returns to human form, will it just lose a piece of flesh and blood? Or will it lose an arm or a leg? Joan couldn't be sure and didn't dare to experiment with himself. So let's forget about it. This question will be easy to answer when you learn the fourth ring of transfiguration in the future. Randomly grab a group of goblins as an experimental body, cast a transfiguration technique, and turn it into an Eye of Insight, then cut off an eye stem, and then turn back to the goblin to see which piece of meat is missing on them. It can summarize the limb mapping relationship before and after deformation. After drawing the anatomical drawing of the tentacles, Joan next moved the tentacle's head to cut the flexible membrane, only to find that the brain marrow only occupied a small part of the space in the cranial cavity, and many other large and small. The chamber is used to accommodate the strange breathing, circulation, digestion and reproduction systems of tentacles. For example, if a person's torso is completely inserted into the skull, the highly compressed internal organs can still maintain the most basic physiological functions, probably the tentacles. In other words, the head of the tentacles is not just the head, but also its torso. Joan couldn't figure it out. Why would the tentacle blame evolve into this wonderful work? However, the reason why Strange is called strange is because its physiological structure always exhibits various unreasonable forms. So Joan is too lazy to think about it. After carefully looking at the chambers in the skull cavity of the tentacles, Joan found its poison glands in a chamber near the neck. This is a spindle-shaped organ with a large thumb. The soft organ is hollow inside and can secrete paralytic toxins. Joan cut open the poison gland, took a needle, and took out the transparent venom that exuded a slight bitterness, and introduced it into a reagent bottle. Next, Joan dipped a small amount of venom with a needle and took a skin test on his arm. The tip of the needle pierced the skin, and the slight tingling was quickly obliterated by a trace of numbness, and quickly spread around the test point. Within a few seconds, Joan's entire arm became numb and swollen, like the feeling of poor blood circulation after being pressed for a long time. He tried to move his left arm, and his movements became sluggish, as if swinging a prosthetic limb. The palm of his hand could barely be grasped, but he couldn't pick up heavy objects, and he couldn't make complicated casting gestures. Joan held the pen in his right hand and recorded the toxic reaction of the personal test. After about a minute, the numbness of the left arm reached its peak, and the fingers could no longer bend normally. This state lasted for 2 minutes, and the numbness began to subside, and it returned to normal after 5 minutes. Considering that he has an anti-poison physique, Joan rated the palsy toxin of the tentacle monster quite high, and the toxicity was much stronger than the paralysis toxin he had mixed with bloodroot and snake venom. The latter did not work at all. Joan has an anti-poison physique. He is exposed to traces of tentacle venom and his arm is numb. For an ordinary person, as long as a drop of toxin invades the blood vessel, he may be paralyzed on the spot and unable to move for a long time. Putting down the pen, Joan picked up the vial of paralysis toxin and decided to take the time to make the bottle of venom into a capsule and add it to the candidate list of poison strike. While collecting venom, Joan also collected a large bottle of tentacle plasma. In the following time, he took out some blood samples and cooperated with number 4 Rune Ansius to perform mythical blood interpretation. The blood sample turned into a mass of scarlet mist, suspended in front of Joan, and a set of magic marks could be seen faintly in the mist. Joan carefully observed this set of magic marks, and recalled the information he had obtained when viewing the tentacles with higher endoscopy. Unsurprisingly, the supernatural ability corresponding to this set of magic marks is the so-called electromagnetic affinity. After a long period of comparative analysis, Joan found that this set of magic marks can be divided into 3 independent modules, and each module can find a similar spell configuration. This shows that the supernatural ability of electromagnetic affinity is very complicated and has at least 3 functions. The first module shows that the tentacle monster can radiate a strong biological magnetic field outside the body. What's more amazing is that they can also adjust the direction of the biological magnetic field. If the polarity of the magnetic field is kept opposite to the geomagnetic field, the principle of magnetic field repulsion can be used to obtain an upward repulsion, so that it is always suspended. By adjusting the strength and direction of the biological magnetic field, the tentacles can change the flight direction as they wish, and can also accelerate or decelerate within a certain range. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 1005 Mushroom Wilderness. After all, the strength of the biological magnetic field of the tentacles is limited, so the acceleration of the flight is also limited, and it is almost the same as the speed of Joan's Eye of Insight. Among the flying species in the underground world, the flying speed of the tentacles is at a moderate to low level, and it can't catch up with bats, so they are more willing to use ambush hunting methods. If you take the initiative to attack, once the prey is disturbed, with their slow speed, it is difficult to catch up with the agile prey. The second set of modules for electromagnetic affinity is very similar in configuration to the 3rd level spell Tremor Perception. Tentacles have no eyes, but their skin is very sensitive to changes in the electromagnetic field of the outside world. If there is a creature close to the tentacle monster, as long as it has body temperature, it will radiate infrared rays to the outside world. Infrared rays are actually an electromagnetic wave that can be captured by those complex and tiny biosensors between the skin texture of the tentacle monster. The distribution of radiation is imaged in the brain, seeing the general outline of the creature. Tentacles use this blind vision-like electromagnetic perception ability to observe the outside world. Because thermal imaging is not accurate, the tentacle monster's perception of the outside world is also very vague, and only has a concept of the body's body contour, and the details of the appearance are not known. It is based on this inaccurate way of cognition that the tentacles cannot accurately analyze the difference between different individuals in the same type of organisms. There is only a simple judgment standard: small creatures are easy to hunt, and large ones are best. Don't provoke. This simple criterion can barely be applied in a long-term stable ecological environment such as an underground cave. However, once the environment changes, or an invasive alien species breaks into their habitat, this rigid dogma will make the tentacles deadly. Mistake. Just today, based on this dogma, the 2 tentacle monsters mistakenly regarded Joan as a prey that can be easily hunted by the goblin stream, and they paid a heavy price. The third set of modules of electromagnetic affinity is similar in configuration to the protection energy enchantment of the 3-ring spell that Joan learned not long ago, and is limited to the electricity section. This ability makes the tentacle monster immune to all electric or natural damage caused by magic. Hayla did not know this in advance, and tried to bombard the tentacles with a lightning beam. As a result, a 3-ring spell slot was wasted and he was almost captured by the tentacles. Comprehensive calculation of the 3 characteristics of floating flight, electromagnetic perception and immune electric shock. The supernatural ability of the tentacle monster electromagnetic affinity. The equivalent magic energy level is about 15 degrees, equivalent to a 5-ring spell. Among all the supernatural abilities that Joan has been exposed to, he can be regarded as a top-ranked powerful skill. Joan copied the magic mark of electromagnetic affinity into the spell book, and later made the body of the tentacles into a specimen and put it in his backpack. Putting away the anatomical tools and stationery, Joan took out his pocket watch and glanced at it. It was already 1 in the morning. After a brief wash, Joan got into the tent, meditated for an hour as usual, put on a blanket afterwards, yawned greatly, and soon fell asleep. There are no sunrises and sunsets in dark areas to provide a reference for people's daily lives. Under such an environment for a long time, it is easy to lose the sense of reality, and you cannot detect the passage of time. Fortunately, Joan and his companions still kept the rules of life in the surface world. They got up early the next day, and after washing and eating, put away the camp and continued their journey. The four rode along the nearly straight underground river channel. During the whole day, only the high and low mushroom clusters on both sides of the river bank accompanied them. The calm was a little boring. When camping at night, Joan checked the itinerary map automatically recorded by the navigation compass, which was more than 40 miles away from the dwarf camp at the time of departure. The expedition team walked so far in just 2 days, thanks to the wide and flat terrain on both sides of the underground river, and no monster attacks on the way. If you can maintain such a high speed of rushing, you will be able to reach Evelyn's reclusive blood tundra at most the evening after tomorrow, when Holden will send a letter to let her come to answer. On the 3rd day of the underground expedition, according to the Gregorian calendar common to the surface world, that is, June 13th, Joan and his party left the camp and proceeded into the depths of the wilderness. Near noon, Joan and they finally found a more active living species in the mushroom jungle that was tired of seeing. Although this thing can also be classified as a mushroom category, it will move anyway. That's right, the expedition squad entered the mushroom wilderness on the 3rd day and finally saw the living mushroom. When these supernatural fungal creatures are rooted in the soil, they look like a cluster of real mushrooms, but they grow very tall, generally more than 5 feet high. According to the difference in the shape of the cap, mushrooms can be roughly divided into 2 categories. A type of cap on the head is umbrella-shaped, and the folds under the cap spread radially, similar to the basidiomycetes common in the surface world. There is also a small number of mushrooms. The cap is conical, the surface is covered with irregular membranes, forming many honeycomb grooves, which looks like the morchella of the ascomycetes of the surface world. However, when Joan and their lizard walked past the seemingly calm mushroom forest, the mushrooms mixed in the forest were disturbed. They pulled their legs out of the soil, and the thick hyphae hanging on both sides of the stem raised one after another. It turned out to be an arm-like limb. Joan and his party learned from the dwarf miners that the mushman family is very xenophobic. Travelers are not welcome to set foot in their territory and even initiate attacks. When I first noticed the figure of a mushroom, everyone was a little nervous and prepared for battle. However, they soon discovered that the mouth of the dwarf drunk was unreliable. The shook mushrooms in the woods beside the road did not show hostility to their group of uninvited guests, but instead appeared a little timid, and returned to the depths of the jungle one after another, just looked at them from a distance. Joan was very curious about the physiology of the mushrooms, so he performed a mosquito finger technique to turn his left caudal finger into a blood mosquito and sent them to the forest where the mushrooms hid, to observe these indigenous people who are afraid of life. Joan let the ground lizard follow his companion to gallop forward, switching his perspective to the blood mosquito, focusing on observing the mushrooms. It was soon discovered that not only did they look like humans, but under the cap, corresponding to the position of human heads, they also appeared to resemble the contours of human faces, with noses, eyes, and mouths. However, after careful observation, Joan suddenly realized that the original faces of the mushrooms were nothing more than embossed decorations. The organs on their faces are all shaped like their eyes. In fact, they are just two slits or a pair of grooves. There are no eyeballs in them. Of course, they can't see things. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 1006 Dancing Villain. The real sensory organ of the mushroom is actually the dense folds under the cap, or the diaphragm intersecting the outer surface of the cap, which can sense slight airflow changes, similar to the tremor perception of the three-ring spell. In addition, Joan also noticed that after being disturbed, these mushrooms exuded large pieces of tiny spores. These spores flickered in the air, and at the same time, they also shimmered with faint silver fluorescence, blending with each other, like sparkling waves, beautiful and mysterious. Joan speculates that these silver fluorescent spores may also have the function of transmitting information. Since mushrooms do not rely on visual observation of the outside world, why should they simulate fake organs like eyes? This problem reminds Joan of the mimetic phenomenon that is widespread in nature. For example, the inkwworm looks like a branch, the wings of the dead leaf butterfly are like two yellow leaves, and the aphid fly looks exactly like the wasp. The purpose of biological mimicry is mainly to deceive natural enemies and avoid being attacked. The reason why the mushrooms evolved to resemble human creatures is probably also a mimetic phenomenon. After all, whether in the surface world or the underground world, the niche occupied by humanoids is superior to fungi. The ancestors of the mushrooms may have lived with humanoids for a long time. They have seen the strength and cleverness of their neighbors. They have yearned for it. After thousands of years of evolution, they have finally evolved into the envious look. Just as Joan was looking through the blood mosquito's eyes and watching the mushrooms in the forest, the tentacle monster in front of him suddenly slowed down and hovered over the river bank. Just below the tentacles, a young mushroom man was stumbling and crawling on the edge of the river beach, looking far away, like a human baby wearing a brown straw hat. Yo, look, what a cute little mushroom. Hyla's eyes were shining, and he was pointing at the companions who had not yet learned to walk upright. Joan recovered, turned his head and looked in the direction of Hyla's fingers. His eyes had just fallen on the mushroom villain, and the tentacle monster suddenly swooped down, throwing out several tentacles, entangled the mushroom villain, and seemed to regard it as a prey. The mushroom villain was strangled by tentacles and looked very frightened. The tightly bound white and tender body spouted a large spore of smoke and mist. The spores spread rapidly in the air, flashing a dazzling red fluorescence, and in a blink of an eye spread to the riverside woodland where the mushrooms hide. Joan immediately realized that something was wrong, and quickly connected through the mind to warn the tentacles to let go of the mushroom kid quickly so as not to cause trouble. However, his warning was too late. The forest mushrooms noticed the red fluorescent spores erupted by the mushroom child. They seemed to have received an alarm and rushed out of the forest. They quickly surrounded the tentacles. These adult mushrooms rushed to rescue the young tribes, while shaking the caps from time to time, throwing out large patches of blue fluorescent spores. A large number of spores converged into a blue cloud, which was pushed by the airflow brought by the mushroom people's stride, and instantly spread to the space where the tentacles are located, as if pulling a blue veil, which has not been known yet. The strange monsters of the catastrophe enveloped. After inhaling the blue fluorescent spores, the tentacle monster became very abnormal, ignored Joan's warning, and even refused to communicate with him psychically, hovering at a low altitude, and whirling in situ above the river beach. Joan really couldn't understand what nerve the tentacle blamed, and simply switched the viewing angle to it, and through synesthesia, he directly experienced his feelings at the moment. Sharing the senses of the tentacles, no obstacles were encountered, but the next moment, Joan immediately realized that the situation was wrong. Numerous colorful spots appeared alternately in front of his eyes, and hearing and smell quickly went away, as if he was forcibly dragged out of the real world. thrown into a huge kaleidoscope rotating at high speed. Is this how the tentacles feel at this moment? Why is there such a strange feeling? A series of doubts came to Joan's mind, unanswered, and a more incredible vision appeared before him. A group of blurred silhouettes holding hands came from the desert horizon formed by the colorful spots. The ears that had lost their hearing were faintly singing. The tone was so weird that it couldn't be described, and the lyrics were incomprehensible. The group of hand-in-hand silhouettes, singing weird ballads, quickly rushed towards Joan's location, surrounded him, and danced hand-in-hand. Joan's eyes widened, and carefully observed the little ones. Some of them looked blurry, like the dark silhouettes reflected in the windows, but some of the little ones were surprisingly exquisite. And the mushroom little man who was killed by the tentacles just now. It looks like a child. The profile of the cap on the head approximates a normal distribution curve. It is milky white with brown stripes interspersed. It looks like a cream ice cream sprinkled with chocolate chips. These two villains held hands and sang and danced around Joan. Just like when the gallery exhibited, they deliberately arranged abstract paintings and realistic paintings in a circle, creating a strong contrasting style of painting, which made the visitors feel awkward, raising a sense of absurdity in time and space. Wrong. Joan suddenly recovered. What time is this, and where can I still think of cream chocolate ice cream? Exclamation mark. Joan realized that everything he saw was an illusion, decisively cut off the sensory link with the tentacles, and resumed his sobriety, and cold sweat had oozed from his forehead. The tentacle monster in the distance could not get rid of the illusion caused by poisonous spores in time like him. 10 tentacles were thrown around at the same time, trying to capture the group of mysterious villains singing and dancing around it. However, this is only an illusion of tentacles. In reality, what surrounds him is not a villain who sings and dances, but a group of angry adult mushrooms who raise their thick arms and scramble to grab the tentacle closest to them. Dozens of strong adult mushrooms, like a tug of war, work together to grasp the tentacles and drag the strange monster in the air down into the hallucination. The tentacles sensed that the body was falling uncontrollably, and instinctively twisted the tentacles in an attempt to inject toxins into the palms of the mushrooms to get rid of the shackles. However, the paralyzed toxin of the tentacles can only be effective when it enters the blood circulation system. It does not work for supernatural fungi such as mushrooms whose physiological structure is completely different from the body of flesh and blood. They are constantly dragged down by the mushrooms. The ground is less than 5 feet high. At this time, the tentacle monster finally realized that he was in desperation, barely suppressing the influence of illusion, and vigorously urged the biological magnetic field in the body to make the final struggle. The mushrooms also seem to find that the buoyancy of the tentacles is increasing sharply, and they only grasp the tentacles with their right hands, and free up their left arms, striking the heads of the tentacles with fists. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 1007. Underground light. The fist hit the tentacle's brain shell, making a muffled noise, and at the same time exploded large swaths of golden fluorescent spores. The tentacles are dizzy and swollen by the mushrooms, and the golden spores escaping from the fingers of the mushrooms have a greater impact on it. After inhaling the golden spores, the tentacle monster immediately fell into a sluggish state, and the uncontrolled body fell from midair and fell heavily on the ground. The mushrooms took the opportunity to swarm up, struggling to step on the tentacles' heads, and at the same time their arms pulled the tentacles, and all 10 tentacles were torn off in a blink of an eye. The tentacle blame now has only a bare head, and it is also rarely stomped by angry mushrooms. The area where the tentacles and the mushrooms are in conflict is far away from Joan, and they are too sudden. They have no time to rush to rescue. On the way, they were stopped by a large group of mushrooms rushing out of the forest. This group of angry mushrooms seemed to regard Joan and others as tentacle monsters. After splitting the tentacles, they still couldn't be relieved, and they sprinkled with colorful spores and surrounded them with a group of 4. "Hey, friends, please don't get me wrong. We are just passing passengers, we have no intention to be against you." Holden also tried to explain that the group of angry mushrooms on the opposite side ignored them, grabbed the pebbles on the beach, and threw them at him. The rain-like stones fell down, and Holden quickly hugged his head to dodge, and his back was hit by stones in succession, grinning so painfully that he couldn't help but catch fire. "The last time I warned you, I dare to come again, welcome." The poet waved his pistol, trying to threaten the mushrooms on the opposite side, and as a result, another flying stone attacked. Audrey raised her shield to block the oncoming stones for her brother, and hurriedly turned back to remind Joan and Hailey, who were also hit by the stones, "It doesn't make sense. Let's rush out of the siege and get rid of this group of angry mushroom natives." The crowd urged the lizard to move forward at full speed, braving stones falling like rain. However, not too far away, a bunch of bright red spores swelled in the forest ahead. More mushrooms were disturbed, and through the alarm spores scattered in the air, they learned that foreign enemies had invaded their homes, rushing out of the mushroom forest and blocking Joan from them. Holden was anxious to disperse the blocking mushrooms, raising his hand and releasing a shot. The lead shot hit the mushroom on the opposite side, plunging into the thick and soft stem, splashing milky white slurry, and a large number of blue fluorescent spores burst out. The strong wind from the river enveloped the fluorescent spores and spread towards Holden. He could not breathe in one bite, and he coughed repeatedly. Joan saw the spores flashing strange blue light, and immediately remembered that the tentacles had inhaled the spores before, and soon fell into an illusion. "Spores are poisonous. Put on a mask." The gas masks borrowed by the crowd at the dwarf camp fully reflect the craftsmanship of the dwarf, strong and durable, but quite bulky, very uncomfortable to wear on the face, and the breathing will become extremely difficult. At the beginning of the mushroom forest, for safety reasons, everyone used to wear a gas mask, but it was really uncomfortable. In addition, Joan's test results on air and river water showed no toxicity. Everyone took the mask lightly and took off the mask. At this moment, Joan reminded that Hailey, Audrey and Holden quickly took out their gas masks and put them on in a hurry. Joan himself didn't wear a mask, and he blessed himself with breathing in water, creating a huge air bubble out of thin air, wrapping his head, blocking off the poisonous gas from the outside, while still delivering clean air for him. At this time, there were more and more mushrooms blocking the road ahead, forming layers of airtight walls, completely blocking Joan from their escape route. Since there was no escape, everyone had to hold back the reins, jump off the ground lizard, and defend on the spot. The fluorescent spores flying all over the sky are like fog. As the number of mushrooms added to the surrounding increases, the fog becomes thicker and thicker, obscuring the sight of the 4 people. Protected by a gas mask, you don't have to worry about inhaling toxic spores for a while, but no one dares to say that these spores can only be spread through the respiratory tract. Maybe they will cause poisoning effects if they are on the skin. Audrey's eyes gleamed with silver light, and she used her talented psychic power to control the airflow, creating a wall of wind around everyone, blowing away the spores that diffused, and clearing her vision while also temporarily protecting herself and her companions from poisonous gas threat. Audrey had no time to distract from the battle while maintaining her significant concentration. Realizing the urgency of the situation, Hailey pulled out the giant sword behind his backhand and used the professional ability of the magic warrior to temporarily enchant the blade with the flame special effect. The wave blade spewed out a circle of flames, like a huge torch. At this time, the mushroom man rushing to the front had already approached the airflow barrier created by Audrey. After a short hesitation, he accelerated and ran to the wind wall, trying to force in. Seeing the gradual and clear figure behind the whirlwind, Hailey greeted him, struggling with a sword to the wind wall, chopping the mushrooms heading hard against the wind to the ground, igniting flames all over, and emitting the smell of roasted mushrooms. Around the wind wall, more mushrooms were trying to rush in, and Hayala had to run around, tired of wielding his sword to fight off the mushrooms. With more and more mushrooms joining the battle, Hayala gradually couldn't stop it. At most one more minute, the army of mushrooms would break through the wind and drown the 4 people who were caught in the encirclement. Joan quickly observed the surrounding environment, turned around and explained 2 words to Holden, then opened the casting material package and took out a glass bead. Holden reminded by Joan. He quickly chanted the mantra, and performed the 3-ring daylight surgery that awakened after the injection of the awakening agent provided by Joan not long ago. Anna, Mr. Poet gushed out a startup mantra representing brightness, and his palm immediately burst into a blazing blaze, instantly illuminating the surrounding 60 feet as bright as daylight. The fiery radiance dispelled the darkness, and the portrait of the mushroom standing in the darkness was greatly frightened. The rush to avoid the light was like the ebb tide. In a blink of an eye, it withdrew from the radiation range of daylight until it returned to the embrace of darkness. Calm down, Joan, this trick really works. Holden raised his right arm in excitement, palms as if holding up a shining little sun, driving those unwilling to retreat the mushrooms out of the light range. Supernatural mushrooms living in a dark environment mostly have weaknesses that are light resistant. Direct sunlight will make them painful and weak. If they are exposed to light for a long time, they may even dehydrate and die. We cannot bring real sunlight to the underground world, but you can use 3 rings of daylight to simulate the sterilization effect similar to sunlight, temporarily deter those mushrooms, Joan explained. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 1008 Hallucinogenic Spores. Joan briefly explained to his companions the deterrent effect of daylight on the mushrooms. Afterwards, he walked alone to a relatively flat and open area, chanted the spell in a low voice, and dropped the glass bead in his hand at his feet. Valor. When the glass bead fell to the ground, it made a muffled sound, bursting on its own, and turned into countless fine glass dust, shining brightly under the illuminance of daylight. The glass dust with magic power automatically condenses into a translucent spherical force field shield in the air, covering Joan. Holden saw Joan set up a refuge hut and quickly greeted her sister and Hayala to take refuge. The 3 hurriedly withdrew into the hut and confirmed that the force field shield could block the fluorescent spores spreading outside. Then they took off the gas mask one after another, gasping for breath and showing their fatigue. Large crowds of mushrooms rushed in from all directions, until they were blocked by the force field shield outside, and they tried to wave their fists and beat the shield. The 4 people in the house rely on the refuge cabin to avoid the siege of strong enemies for almost every adventure, and they already know this tactic. I didn't even bother to see the mushroom people trying to destroy the hut. Except for a few magic and force field weapons, other attack methods can't damage the hut, and the thumping of the mushrooms is just in vain. Hayala regained his energy after a short rest, stroking the double ponytails hanging on his shoulders, walking to the translucent shield, grimacing at the mushrooms outside the house who were struggling to bait the shield, and giggled happily. A bunch of stupid mushrooms, let's get us right now. She thought that the mushrooms outside the house, like the variant spiders, frost lizards or plagon encountered in their previous adventures, found that they could not destroy the refuge hut. They would disperse, and the people in the house would also get a chance to get out. However, what happened next was beyond her expectations. The group of mushrooms outside the house found that they were unable to destroy the shield of the force field by brute force, so they no longer were in vain. But they did not retreat as Hayala expected. They clasped their legs together, rooted in place close to the outer wall of the hut, and stretched mycelium from the soles of their feet, digging deep into the soil. In a blink of an eye, from a group of lively mushrooms to a densely grown mushroom cluster around the hut, to stand deadlocked with the 4 people in the house. Now Hayala couldn't laugh, and he asked Joan worriedly, wouldn't these big mushrooms stay outside just like that, no longer move places? Joan glanced outside to tell the truth. Probably. That is to say, The enemy can only compare their patience. Who can't hold it first? Mushrooms can get all the nutrients they need to survive from the soil. For the most part of their lives, this is how they take root in the soil. It is like a real mushroom. You better not try to be patient with the mushrooms. Hearing Joan's words, Hyla couldn't help but look bitter. At this moment, the situation outside the house was getting worse. Clouds flickering in the night sky are also a kind of supernatural fungus. The alarm spores scattered by the mushrooms were sensed, and they flew out from the depths of the mushroom forest. The cluster hovered over the refuge cabin, blinking. It glows like a fluorescent jellyfish in the deep sea. These planktonic fungi suspended in midair, the skin is just a thin film. It will explode when traumatized, spraying a lot of highly toxic spores. We better stay away from them. Joan observed the planktonic colonies collected above his head, and Shensheng reminded his companions to be careful. Hyla and Audrey looked at each other, their eyes hard to hide. What they originally thought was that it didn't matter if the refuge cabin was surrounded by mushrooms. Anyway, everyone had the ability to fly. It's a big deal to sacrifice the four-headed ground lizard as a mount. To escape from the cabin and fly away, the mushrooms can't fly and can only stare on the ground. However, now the refuge cabin is covered with planktonic mushrooms, like a poison gas bomb cruising in the sky. Even if everyone has the ability to fly, it may not be able to get off smoothly. The bad news one after another made the atmosphere in the hut extremely dull. Just as Joan thought about his escape strategy, weird laughter suddenly came from behind him. Joan sighed and quickly looked back at Holden. The young poet, with a weird smile on the corners of his lips, convulsions of facial muscles, pupils spread, as if he had lost focus. Holden, your face is ugly, is it uncomfortable? No, no. Joan, have you seen many villains dancing ha 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 hand in hand? So funny. Holden laughed gigglingly and danced as if to join the group of dancing villains. How can there be a dancing man? What did the little rogue see? Audrey and Hyla are all baffled. The scene described by Holden reminded Joan to recall the scene he had just experienced through the senses of the tentacles, and whispered his own guesses to Audrey and Hyla. The blue fluorescent spores emitted by the mushrooms have a strong hallucinogenic effect. Holden may have inadvertently inhaled this spore and produced hallucinations. Audrey learned of his brother's poisoning and suddenly changed his face. He hurried to Holden and reached out his hand to press on his chest, performing a holy treatment to remove the virus. Holden danced wildly with his hands and feet, looking very excited. Hyla and Joan had to grab each of his arms separately and force him to hold him so that Audrey could concentrate on treating him. The symptoms shown after Holden's poisoning reminded Joan to recall a common poisonous mushroom in the jungle of Alfheim. A similar illusion will appear after ingestion. Patients will also have symptoms such as muscle cramps, foaming in the mouth, and pupil dilation. If they cannot be treated in time, they may even be fatal. Before setting off from the camp this morning, Joanne prepared 2 bottles of medicaments that blended the energy of the tears in advance, and healed both the healing and detoxifying effects. If Audrey's holy treatment can't restore Holden to normal, he will fill Holden with a bottle of medicine, at least to delay the toxin attack. Fortunately, Audrey's holy treatment is very powerful. Under the illumination of the holy light, Holden quickly calmed down, got rid of the illusion, and regained the sense of reality. Audrey handed the kettle to his sweating, pale-looking brother, told him to take a rest, and turned to walk to Joan, giving him a wink. Joan nodded knowingly and followed Her Royal Highness to the secluded corner of the hut. Joan, our current situation is very optimistic. Continue to stand still. The longer the time, the more unfavorable to us. Audrey lowered her voice, her eyes and brows hard to hide her worries. Joan nodded and agreed with her judgment on the current situation. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 1009 Water Attack. Heaven and Earth. There are hostile guys everywhere. The only way to ensure that we can get away safely now is to use the transmission scroll. Audrey whispered her plan. We only brought a teleportation reel. Where are you going to teleport? Joanne asked Audrey. If teleported to the Blood Tundra where Evelyn was hiding, it would be able to get rid of the entanglement of the mushroom family, but Evelyn doesn't know how to teleport. How do we return to school next? From the Blood Tundra to the nearest teleportation site. The Kingbing Mine. It is within 100 miles away, and there is also a colony of mushrooms. Teleporting is now easy, but when you return, you still have to traverse the site of the mushroom family, you still have to face this hostile group of mushroom essences, and sooner or later you have to solve this big trouble. Joan, listen to me. Let's not go to the Blood Tundra first, use this teleportation reel to return to school first, then buy 2 teleportation reels, make full preparations before going on the road. Audrey sighed faintly, intertwined with remorse and introspection. We were too careless this time. Before we set off, we underestimated the risks we might encounter during our journey and were not fully prepared. Now it's time to correct this error. At least 2 conveyor reels are required to ensure that we always have a back road on the journey. Joanne agrees with Audrey, but the routes of the 2 of them are not the same. Audrey, including Holden and Hyla, because their last underground exploration trip was too smooth, this time it was really careless. I thought it was enough to carry a teleport reel on the road, and I did not expect to fall into it at all. Now this embarrassing situation. Joan didn't carelessly. Before he set off, he considered that he might be in trouble, but after hesitation, he did not suggest that his teammates prepare an extra reel, just to save some money. This encounter taught him a profound lesson. We should not save money in the future, and we can never save. Life is gone. No amount of money can make up for it. Joan, when we return to school, we will prepare 2 teleportation reels, one for direct transmission to the Blood Tundra and the other one for use when returning to school, so it will be absolutely safe. Audrey smiled slightly, looked deeply at Joan's eyes, and said softly, I made this suggestion. I bought the teleport reel, and I came out. Joan shook his head gently. The cost of buying the reels is still in accordance with the old rules, and it is better for the 4 of us to share. Your suggestion is indeed very secure. But now it is not time to take that step. Let me try another method first. If it doesn't work, just do what you said. How? This is the best way. If your method works, we can save a telescope. Audrey answered with a smile. The 2 returned to the center of the hut and told Holden and Hyla of the negotiated countermeasures to obtain their support. Joanne set out to prepare for action next. The location of the refuge hut is near the underground river channel, but the surrounding is full of mushrooms. Joan cannot see the exact location of the river channel, so he activates the eagle eye surgery attached to the artificial eye, compared to the navigation compass. The presented hydrological map set up an invisible observation point above the river. Joan switched his perspective to the observation point, overlooking the course of the river below, and silently calculated the vertical distance between the river and the shelter. After some thought, Joan said to Hyla, I can't leave the hut. I need an arcane spellcaster to help execute the strategy of retreating the enemy. Both you and Holden can do it. The hooligan's body has not fully recovered, so let me come. What is the matter? Despite your orders, Hyla replied readily. Joan nodded and took out the water wand from the hand of the elder motorman from the storage bag and taught Hyla the spell to activate the wand. Hyla carefully recorded the start mantra, and took the wand carved out of the bone from Joan's hand, and his face became extremely grim. The refuge cabin is half a mile away from the drainage location selected by Joan, which is far beyond the wand's cast range. Hyla must fly out of the cabin and cast a spell near the river channel. In order to protect Hyla's safety, Joan first blessed her with aquatic breath to avoid inhaling the poisonous spores in the air, and then inspired a mythical power to bless her with mythological reduction a smaller size, which is beneficial to Hyla. Avoid planktons cruising in the air. The wand in Hyla's hand also became as small as a pen as its size shrank. She blessed herself with flying technique, poured a bottle of invisibility potion, raised her wand, flew out of the shelter, and passed quietly over the head of the mushroom. Joan touched the prosthetic eye and opened the see-through invisibility, watching the petite female swordsman's petite back gradually drifting away in the night sky, sometimes evading from the left and right, avoiding the floating mushrooms, the heartstrings trembling with the girl's swaying posture. Nervous, hold your breath. Hayla is a very spiritual girl. The more dangerous she is, the more she shows her boldness and agility. This stealth flight, avoiding the group of fluorescent plankton mushrooms in the air like a poison gas bomb, reached the area designated by Joan smoothly, held up a magic wand and chanted the magic spell of flowing water. Saloom. The subleading bone at the head of the white bone rod glowed with cash-cold magic light, and the surrounding magic net was sharply twisted and deformed. The underground river flowing quietly underneath was pulled by a powerful magic force, and it deviated from the original waterway and turned to the area where a large group of mushrooms gathered on the right side of the river bank. After Hayla activated the magic wand, the invisibility technique automatically failed, narrowing to only a foot tall. The exquisite shadow was exposed in the night sky. However, no matter the mushrooms in the air or on the ground have ignored her at this moment, they are all caught in a state of overwhelmed by the torrent of the dike. Hey, big mushroom, let you taste the power of Ms. Ben. Hayla's triumphant dance, like a little witch in a fairy tale, wielding a magic wand, made 3 trips to the choppy river, spurting 3 controlling water bodies one at a time, continuing to boost the torrent and draw the tide to the zone where the refuge cabin is located. A wave hits, and the mushrooms gathered around the hut are submerged by the flood, which in turn is uprooted by the wave and drifts downstream with the wave. The refuge hut was also affected by the turbulent waves. Fortunately, the shield of the strong field blocked the invasion of the flood, like a huge bubble, which floated when sinking in the waves. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 1010. Spore Behemoth. Joan and Zion's younger brother stayed in the hut and watched the floodwater outside the house through the force field shield. They were all dumbfounded. The flooding continued for half an hour. When the water level dropped, the mushrooms around the shelter were already swept away by the flood. Before being discovered by the group of plankton in the air, Hayla filled another bottle of invisibility potion and flew back to the refuge cabin with his wand. Sister Lucky, good job. Holden rarely praised Hayla in person. Audrey also smiled and hugged the female swordsman who had become very mini by the spell, and kissed her in her arms. Hayla, you look so cute now. Don't change it back. Think beautiful. I don't want to be your doll. Hayla rolled his eyes wide, freed from the too affectionate hug of Her Royal Highness, and flew to Joan, urging him to quickly change himself back to his original shape. Joan caressed the head of mini Hayla and turned the little ally 1 foot high back into a beautiful girl 5 feet high, and withdrew the water wand. The water level outside the refuge hut has dropped to a height where ground lizards can pass safely. 4 people in the house took their suitcases, put on gas masks, took advantage of the flood of the mushrooms and were washed away by the torrent, mounted on the mound, left the hut, and evacuated downstream at full speed. Audrey noticed the planktonic mushrooms that were originally suspended above the hut. At this time, she floated over the head of a group of 4 people, seeming to track. Don't let these dangerous floating objects get too close to us, in case gas spores explode. It's not fun. Audrey turned to give Holden a wink. The sisters and brothers also showed their natural ability to control the airflow, creating a strong wind that continued to blow behind everyone, and all the light planktons in the air were blown away into the distance. Temporarily excluding the threats from the air, Joan and they just breathed a sigh of relief, and a rumbling sound came across the riverbank, as if they were hitting ground piles. Joan looked in the direction of the unusual movement, and saw a vague black shadow from a distance, coming from the forest across the riverbank. The huge dark shadow went straight into the river, paddled its limbs, and crossed the river, just like a speedboat galloping in the wind, crossing the wide river in less than 5 minutes, striding up the river beach, and flying directly towards the location of Joan and others ran over. As the distance between the two sides narrowed, the shadow became more and more magnificent, and every time you took a step forward, the green fluorescence appeared around the body. "What monster is that?" Holden shouted in surprise. "It looks like a giant beast." Joan looked dignified and secretly prepared to cast spells. Just when they were worried, the monster with green light had traversed the river and blocked their way forward. After a closer look, it turned out that it was a giant lizard, the size of which is comparable to the mammoth of the surface world. The surface of the body is parasitized by a layer of spores that emit green fluorescence, and the skin is no longer visible. The weird giant lizard stopped in front of Joan and others, slowly opened his big mouth, and sprayed a large cloud of spores flashing silver fluorescence from the depth of his throat, which instantly dispersed and filled the surrounding space. Joan and his entourage were also shrouded in this silver cloud. Although they all wore gas masks, they instinctively held their breaths, clenched their arms, and were always ready to fight. Just as the atmosphere was struggling, Joan noticed the area where the silver spore cloud was dispersed, and the distribution of the magic net was slightly and regularly turbulent. Soon afterwards, he sensed a mental wave coming into his mind. It seemed that an old man with a hoarse voice was talking to himself. "Don't be nervous, young man. I have no intention of hurting you." Joan was taken aback and turned to look at his companion. Seeing the same surprise in the eyes of sisters Hyla and Zion, it can be seen that everyone has just received the telepathy from the mysterious old man. "Who are you?" Holden dared, shouted at the void opposite the silver spore cloud, and tried to negotiate with the mysterious old man. "I am the lord of this mushroom forest, the king of mushrooms." The mysterious old man responded with telepathy. "Young man, the flood that you triggered not long ago awakened me from a deep sleep, but I have no intention of blaming you, nor do I want to care about the little conflict between you and my children. If you are not hostile, why send a monitor lizard to stop us?" Audrey asked in a deep voice. "This is not a block, but a sincere invitation," the king of bacteria explained calmly. "It can be seen that you all have extraordinary strength. I want to ask you to do a little favor. If you are willing to help, you will get the friendship and generous rewards of my own family and the mushroom people. Welcome to my house as a guest, young human friends. This spore monitor lizard will not hurt you. Just the amount I sent to greet the distinguished guests. No matter whether you are willing to help in the end, I promise that you will not be embarrassed, including all the local mushrooms, and will not trouble you again." "Who is talking to us?" Audrey asked Joan with a puzzled face. "Is this giant lizard in front of us, or the mysterious king of bacteria who do not know where to hide?" With the intelligence level of the monitor lizard, it is impossible to master the language, and the monitor lizard in front of us has long been dead, just a corpse. Joan glanced at the huge monitor lizard across from him, and then revealed the nature of the monster to his companions. The green fluorescent spores parasitic in the monitor lizard's corpse have magical powers, which not only protects the corpse from decay, but also rejuvenates this huge corpse, just like a zombie resurrected by a necromancer. Activities, but without self-consciousness, can only accept the master's assignment. The owner of the spore monitor lizard is probably the mysterious king of bacteria. The silver spore cloud spewed out by the spore monitor lizard is also magical. It is with these spores as the medium that the king of bacteria can convey its ideas to our minds. As for the spore monitor lizard, it's just a puppet and a megaphone manipulated by the king of bacteria. Listening to you, the king of bacteria feels so evil. Audrey was a little worried. If we go to see the king of bacteria, will it fall into its trap? Joan thought about it and said carefully, the way the king of bacteria controls the body of the monitor lizard is not more evil than the necromantic spell. I'm a little curious about what trouble it has encountered, so that we have to ask our explorers from the surface world to help. Holden and Hyla are also curious about the intention of the king of bacteria, and tend to accept its invitation. Anyway, Everyone's situation could not have been worse. In case the king of bacteria was not well-intentioned, it would be a big deal to pull away the reel and escape from this place. There is nothing to worry about. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 1011, Mushroom Building. Hearing everyone's thoughts, Audrey also felt that there was no harm in seeing the king of the bacteria, and she followed Joan to climb onto the back of the spore monitor lizard. The spore monitor's back is wide and flat, and the four people sitting side by side do not feel forced. When Joan, Hayla, and Zion's sisters were all seated, the spore monitor lizard turned around, took a big step, waded to the shore, and walked deep into the mushroom forest. Along the way, I often met the mushrooms living in the forest. Along the way, all saw the spore monitor lizard and gave way, and bowed with respect. Of course, Joan knew that the reason these mushrooms looked so respectful was that the spore monitor lizards represented their lords. In addition, when the mushroom people saw him and their companions sitting on the backs of the spore monitors, they knew that they were all VIPs of the king of bacteria, and they were also extremely respectful to them, as if they had forgotten that a fierce battle had just happened between the two sides not long ago. Conflict. According to the change in the attitude of the mushroom people, Joan can see that the king of mushrooms enjoys the supreme authority among the mushroom people and is more nervous and expectant for the next meeting. In the middle of the woodland stands a ring-shaped building made of milky white columns. From a distance, it looks like the Stonehenge of the surface world. The spore monitor lizard walked straight into Stonehenge and stopped in the middle of the square surrounded by towering white columns. The four Joan jumped down from the back of the monitor lizard one after another, observing the surrounding pillars with the light of the miner's lamp, and found that it was not a stone pillar, but a tall milky white mushroom. From the cap to the surface, the height of each strain exceeded 30 yards. With a radius of not less than 10 feet, it is comparable to the towering ancient trees of the surface world, and together form a mushroom circle like Stonehenge. What made these visitors to the surface amazing is that the giant mushrooms have stipes, and there are many big holes like tree holes. I don't know whether it was artificially cut or naturally formed. Some mushroom holes also emit weak phosphorescence, which looks like the candlelight from the hotel room window. Under the mushroom cover of the giant mushroom, a loop of hyphae hung down, and the end reached the ground directly, like a rope ladder swaying in the wind. The scene in front of him made Joan suspect that these giant mushrooms are actually natural buildings. Each mushroom hole is a room for people to live in. They are arranged in order from the high floor to the ground floor, just like the level of the building. The mycelium that hangs down can be used as a passage for high-rise residents. His guess was quickly verified. It seemed to be disturbed by the heavy foot sound of the spore monitor lizard. Many faces were found in the mushroom hole, some of which were white and fat, wearing straw hat-like caps, and they were young mushrooms. They encountered the river beach before. The little guy attacked by the tentacles looks alike. Just when Joan exclaimed in a low voice, thinking that these huge mushrooms were the kindergarten or nursery of the mushroom family, there were some creatures that were very different from the mushrooms. They came out of the mushroom hole located on the upper floor, curiously looking outside. These small faces are closer to real humans than those of mushrooms. They have beautiful and pleasant eyes, and have a pair of slender tentacles on their foreheads, which tremble slightly. Wow! There are many goblins living in the mushroom cave. Hayla cheered excitedly. The little guys who probed their brains at the entrance of the mushroom hole seemed to be frightened by her, and all of them swung back into the hole. Hey, don't be scared, little guy. We are not bad guys. Hayla waved at the mushroom building across from him, trying to express his goodwill. However, those timid creatures, including the mushroom children and goblins, ignored her greetings and hid in the cave and refused to show up. Hayla sighed in loss and turned to ask his companion, who can find a way to eliminate the hostility of those little guys and greet them to come and play with us. Joan pointed to Holden. No one is better at winning the favor of strange children than Mr. Poet. Then let me try it. Holden's lips hung with a confident smile, opened the storage bag, took out a violin, and stood in the middle of the open space surrounded by the mushroom building and played. The bow slipped across the strings, and the beautiful lyrical melody flowed like a babbling stream from the mountain. Joan doesn't have any artistic talent, and the music appreciation is the level of the general public, but this piece of music played by Holden at the moment. He is no stranger, seems to be a famous serenade. When he was vacationing in Baden Hot Springs, I heard Mrs. Josephine playing the same music at the ball. The same piece of music, played by piano and violin. Of course, the style is different. Joanne also couldn't tell Mrs. Josephine and Holden, who had better playing skills, but just felt equally good. Holden is not just simply playing the violin, but also incorporates the unique supernatural ability of the bard in his performance. The more sensitive the music is, the more you can feel the spirit of sincerity, kindness and beauty from these smart notes. In the mushroom mansion opposite, the goblins who had scared their heads and hid in the cave were first attracted by Holden's performance, and suddenly fluttered out of the cave with their radiating squamous wings. The poet danced as if dancing to his performance. It didn't take long for another group of goblins to appear in the hole. Their heads are only the size of a thumb. Their pointed ears and Wanxi's face are like shrunken elves, their foreheads have tentacles, their delicate and fair upper body is naked, their silver hair covers a slightly raised crisp chest, and their lower bodies resemble brown spiders. Class or magenta coleoptera insects. These half-human and half-worm thumbnails were also deeply attracted by Holden's performance. First the tentacles were shaking with a beat. The little girls whose lower bodies resembled coleoptera insects, the tail flashed. The glow of the rhythm is like a fine firefly. These smart and music-loving goblins are not satisfied only as listeners. When the familiar melody reappears, they have memorized the score of Serom and turned back to take out the instruments from their respective caves. All only the toothpick is so small and exquisite workmanship playing skillfully. The solo became an ensemble, and the melodious music reverberates among the trees, enchanting. These insect-like goblins are so cute. Audrey sighed softly, lest the sound would be too loud to disturb the ensemble in the woods, and stunned the versatile goblins. They are gliding, good little goblins who love music, Joan answered softly. The goblins who focused on playing the violin reminded him of a childhood story. Joan was born in the south of Alfheim, known as the Land of Goblins. However, in the more than 10 years before he became a mage, he actually saw the goblin only once. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 1012 Fairies and Violins. In the summer of the 5th year of the year, in the evening of one day, Joan accompanied his grandfather to walk by the pond, and he occasionally heard the rumbling music. Out of curiosity, he followed the piano sounds into the depths of the grass, and finally on a rush growing on the pool side, he saw a goblin resembling a firefly, playing his violin for fun, and his tail flickered. Fluorescent, like beating the beat for your performance. The young Joan was stunned by the wonder of that scene. After a long time, he recovered and subconsciously called Grandpa to see. As soon as she didn't want to scream, she caused the little goblin to be alert, immediately put away the instrument, fluttered its wings and flew away, just like a firefly away, disappearing in the depths of the reed pond. After my grandfather arrived, he listened to Joan's description and told him that it was a very rare goblin. Joan remembered the name. After a long time, he always ran to the pond on a sunny summer night, and ran excitedly when he saw the glittering things, hoping to see Grizzly again. However, the result always disappointed him. It was just ordinary fireflies. In the next 10 years, he has never seen a goblin again. As the years passed and his memories gradually blurred, he even wondered if he had actually seen Gretchen. The adventure on that summer night may be just a beautiful illusion, and mistakenly regarded ordinary fireflies as great spirits that my grandfather said. Seeing region again 10 years apart, Joanne finally convinced that the adventure of childhood and summer night was not an illusion, but also a small heart. However, thinking of the old man who was walking with him by the pond in his hometown was no longer alive. 10 years of time was like a dream. The melodious piano sound echoed in his ears made him unable to resist the urge to cry. Joan took a deep breath, forcing his inner emotions to calm down. Looking up at the mushroom building, I discovered that the mushroom children were also attracted by the sound of the piano. They crawled out of the mushroom hole one after another, grabbed a mycelium near the hole, and slid down. There were clever ghosts that landed safely, and there were also crackers. The stupid child who fell down on his stomach, the little fat body covered with mud. Fortunately, the soil at the root of the mushroom is very soft, and it is also covered with a layer of cotton-like fluffy moss so as not to break. After the landing, the mushroom child climbed up and down, shaking off the dust on his body, taking a childish footstep, and ran to Holden, looking up at him, holding hands together, forming a circle, dancing with the sound of the piano. The scene in front of him reminded Joan of the hallucinations he had sensed from the tentacles through synesthesia, and the similar hallucinations that occurred when Holden was poisoned. The weird scene in the illusion coincides with the real joyous scene in front of Joan's mind. He couldn't help raising the question, why does the mushroom man's psychedelic spores cause poisoners to have a specific hallucination, mostly a group of mushroom villains holding hands and dancing in circles? If this is not a coincidence, Joan has reason to make a bold guess. Mushrooms' psychogenic spores are not psychedelic drugs in the usual sense like illusion, which encourages users to randomly produce absurd hallucinations, but uses spores as a medium to group a specific group of mushrooms. The childhood impressions that are universally missed are implanted in the minds of the users and replayed repeatedly. This is not so much illusion, it is actually more like forcing the users to share the memory of the childhood. If you look at this problem from the perspective of a mushroom, through the hallucinogenic spores, you can convey the best childhood memory in your heart to strangers. Maybe you are releasing goodwill, hoping that the other party can recover from the situation of singing and dancing of the mushroom children. Pure innocence, aside from hostility and prejudice, live in harmony with the mushroom people. It is a pity that the sorrow and joy between human beings are still incommunicable, and the exchange of cross-species is more difficult to reach in understanding. The beautiful memory fragments conveyed by mushrooms through hallucinogenic spores are too strange and terrifying for species other than mushrooms. They seem to be caught in an inexplicable nightmare and unable to extricate themselves. The final effect is similar to that of poisoning. Of course, these are just Joan's guesses, and it is necessary to conduct in-depth research on the Mushman family to verify whether the guesses are true. At this time, Holden ended the violin performance. In the surrounding mushroom building, the spontaneous Gregorians also pulled out the last note, put down the violin, and applauded the poet's wonderful performance. Holden put away his violin, and found that a group of small mushrooms were trying to climb up along their trousers, so they took off these over-enthusiastic fans and put them back on the ground. Okay, boys, tonight's show is over, it's time to go to bed. Mushroom kids and goblins were crazy, so they ignored his advice and flew cheerfully around, chasing around Joan. They didn't dare to move in their place, lest they accidentally stepped on the mushroom kid, or Grizzly crawling around their feet like a spider, but they were very helpless. At this moment, the silent spore monitor suddenly opened its big mouth and spewed out a large cloud of silver spores. The silver cloud quickly spread out and shrouded Joan and the other naughty ghosts. The old and majestic voice of Bacteria King echoed in everyone's mind at the same time. Trick or treat, guys. Go back to your hole right away and don't allow me to disturb my VIPs. There was a tidal sigh all around. Although the mushroom children and goblins were very reluctant, they obediently obeyed the king's instructions, flew back to the nest, or crawled back to their mushroom hole along the mycelium. The mushroom circle that was still full of joy and laughter became very silent. Joan and his party turned around to face the spore monitor lizard, expecting the king of bacteria to show up. Just under their eyes, the spore monitor lizard slowly opened his big mouth. A small figure, standing in the lower teeth of the monitor lizard, nodded and smiled at them. The four people stepped forward a few steps in order to see what the man looked like. The creature in the mouth of the monitor lizard is only 1 foot tall. It looks like a young child with a mushroom, but it has an old face. The cap on the head resembles a grey hat, and a wooden stick is held in the right hand. The left hand gently strokes the jaw. A wisp of white beard like mycelium is a bit of a fairy-style bone. Joan, Hayla, and Zion's sister were surprised. No one expected that the mysterious king of bacteria had been hiding in the air of the spore monitor lizard. No wonder he could erupt psychic spores at any time and telepathize with them. After marveling at the bacteria king's scheming, everyone could not help laughing in unison. The image of the king of bacteria greatly exceeded their expectations. Instead of the mighty and domineering expectation, the king's style was like a petty and treacherous old man. The contrast between image and identity is so strong that it makes people laugh. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 1013 King of Bacteria. The King of Bacteria can also see why these young visitors from the surface world laugh in unison. The old face twitched uncontrollably, waving the cane anxiously, knocking the lizard's teeth thumping. Quiet, quiet. What's the laugh? What's so funny about this? You all seem to be educated people. How come you don't even understand respecting the elders? Young people nowadays, it's really becoming more and more ridiculous, no matter how big or small it is. The king of bacteria shook his head and sighed, feeling that the world was under the sun, and the people's hearts were unprecedented, and then he raised his chest and proudly declared, "It should be noted that the old man ruled this mushroom forest and won the love of the majority of the people. But not by virtue and brute force, but by virtue and wisdom." Although everyone really can't see any benevolence and wisdom from this mushroom old man, he still puts up his laughter and pretends to be respectful. "Respectable elder, please forgive our rudeness. Your old man invited us to meet here. I don't know what to say." Audrey, on behalf of his teammates, came forward to negotiate with the king of bacteria. Old Man Mushroom was satisfied with her attitude and nodded. "The little girl is nice and very polite. Frankly speaking, I want to use your power to eliminate 2 evil mushrooms that invaded my family's home." Invasion? Audrey's face was amazed. "Challengers will also clash for territory?" "Little girl, you misunderstood my intentions." Mushroom King corrected his face. "We mushrooms are a peace-loving and indisputable race, and they only live in their own homes and never leave this wilderness. Will not seize others' territory. But the supernatural mushrooms in the dark area are not only our family of mushrooms, but also many other mushroom creatures, adhering to a very different concept of survival from us. Among them, there are many natural evil mushrooms, which are happy to invade and kill. The 2 kinds of mushrooms I mentioned just now are the villains and their descendants who have traveled to this area. They are like a band of robbers, trying to occupy our painstakingly managed homes of the mushroom people and occupy our land like parasites. Insects like that seized the nutrients that should belong to us, and even cruelly killed our people." The king of bacteria said, more and more excited, and the ideas conveyed to Joan and others seemed angry. "These 2 invasive species are a serious problem for our family of mushrooms. They have been spreading spores crazy for many years, breeding offspring, squeezing the living space of our family from 2 directions. If they do not try to eliminate them completely, in the long run, our people will not escape from extinction." "Sir, haven't you tried to expel those invasive species?" Holden asked. "Of course I have tried it, and more than once. Unfortunately, my family's spore attack has no effect on the invaders who are also mushrooms. It has suffered heavy casualties and failed to drive those invaders out of our homeland." The king of bacteria sighed. and looked somewhat depressed. The reason why these two gangsters dared to invade our homes bravely is to look at our kind-hearted and hospitable people and always treat outsiders with a welcoming attitude. When they first came, the number was still very small. They only moved around the mushroom forest, and we didn't take it seriously. Wait for them to gain a foothold, spread spores, multiply and begin to expand deep into the mushroom forest. We only found that the number of these two groups of robbers has expanded to the extent that they threaten the survival space of our people. At this time we want to expel these evil and powerful gangsters. We are powerless. The king of bacteria smiled bitterly, then said, "The cruel reality has forced our people to learn from their lessons, make changes, and treat outsiders no longer as warmly and friendly as they used to be, lest the other party will also come to grab territory. If outsiders show hostility, our people will immediately respond and eliminate the intruders at all costs." After listening to his story, Joan suddenly realized, no wonder the mushrooms that I met before on the riverside were very nervous. When they saw them from afar, they hid. It turned out that they had been invaded by alien species before, leaving a psychological shadow. Only one mushroom kid didn't take the initiative to avoid them, and was attacked by predatory tentacle monsters as prey, which angered the already nervous junkies, and regarded them as robbers who invaded their homes and launched a mad siege. Young people, you are just explorers passing by here. The conflict with my people before was purely a misunderstanding. But the powerful strength you showed in the conflict made me marvel. If I get your help, I will have full confidence eliminate the two bandits. The king of bacteria raised his cane excitedly, as if he could not wait to fight back against the intruder. Old man, don't think about beautiful things first. It's not impossible to help you expel robbers, but what does this do for us? Hayla asked coldly. In fact, Joan had the same idea, but he was not embarrassed to speak out in person. Fortunately, there is also a Ki-fan sister around her, which involves the word interest, so she will not pretend to be pretentious. Even if it doesn't take advantage of it, at least it won't let you and your companions suffer. Cough. You little girl, talking about the benefits with one mouth is really vulgar. The king of bacteria leaned on the old and tried to teach Hayla, but was interrupted by her anger. Old mushroom, please don't play tricks on me. Want to ask us for help? You have to show enough sincerity. Old man, do you understand sincerity? It's the kind of virtue that builds mutual trust between people and is priced in small gold coins. As much as you show sincerity, we will provide as many services as possible. This is called fair trading. Hayla Zenzen said with words. The old man of mushroom grunted and said to Hayla, I don't have the kind of virtue you want, but I can use the magic crystal to express my sincerity. Magic crystal? Hayla's eyes lit up. Magic crystal, it is a higher unit of virtue than gold. Of course, no problem. You little girl who fell into the eyes of money is insulting the word virtue at all. The old man of mushroom couldn't help but wanted to do some moral preaching, but when Hayla glared at his hips, he was scared and quickly shook his head to shut up. In the dark area, gold and silver coins only circulate in a few commercially developed dungeons. Indigenous people in the underground world are more willing to use magic crystals as trading currencies. After some intense bargaining, Hayla succeeded in helping him and his companions get a good reward. The king of bacteria promised to give them a hay-pound magic crystal each as a thank you gift after the event. The hay-pound magic crystal, converted into the currency of the surface world, is almost 5,000 gold dugger, which is indeed a huge fortune. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect. www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 1014 Invasive Species 1. Hayla was like a general who returned from triumph, proudly stood up his full breasts, and proudly gave a gesture of victory to his companions. Audrey shook her head bitterly and had to pour cold water on her. Hayla, you are looking at the price increase, but you have overlooked the most important thing. What did I ignore? Hayla touched his head, his face confused. If you are full of brains, you want to make money. Forget it. or let me talk to the old man of the Bacteria King." Her Royal Highness took over the negotiating power again, and said to the King of Bacteria with apology, "Uncle, I'm so sorry. Before we formally conclude the cooperation contract, I still have some details that I need to know." "Well, your little girl looks more stable than the little wealth fan just now. If you have anything to ask, let's just say that my old man knows everything." The King of Bacteria seems to have a good impression of Audrey, who has a stable personality. She did not blame her for returning the cooperation she had just reached to a state of uncertainty. "Old man, I believe you can see that I am a paladin who worships the sun god. Fighting evil is a duty of my generation." Audrey looked solemn and upright. "If alien species that are in conflict with the mushroom family are really evil robbers as you said, I will be happy to help you get rid of them, but on your own terms. I am afraid it is not convincing. In addition, even if those alien species are indeed evil, we don't know if we have the ability to deal with them without knowing the strength of the other party. How dare we accept your employment without risk? Oh little paladin, since fighting evil is your mission, why care whether the enemy is strong or weak?" There was a trace of sarcasm in the laughter of the King of Bacteria. Audrey lowered her face. "I'm a paladin, but I'm not an old-fashioned man. Fighting against evil should also be based on the premise of trial and error, otherwise it is not bravery, but reckless. Even if I don't mind sacrificing my life for my faith, I still have to consider the safety of my companions. I can't take them to accompany me to death. Yes, if the enemy is too strong, he would rather not earn this commission than bet on his own life." Holden supported his sister's position. The King of Bacteria shoved his beard and smiled bitterly. "Since that is the case, I will tell you the truth. You are worried. The two groups of robbers, one type is Phantom Mushroom, wandering northwest of the Mushroom Forest, and the other group is called Eye of the Air Spore, mainly spreading spores in the south of the Mushroom Forest. According to our investigations, the number of adult Phantom Mushrooms has exceeded 100. And the number of adult air spore eyes is also 40 or 50. The larvae of these two major invasive species are even more numerous. Fortunately, the larvae of phantom mushroom and air spore eyes are like ordinary mushrooms. They do not have the ability to move. Only when they take root in the soil, absorb nutrients, and grow over several years, can they evolve into mature bodies and gain the ability to walk freely from the soil. So what we have to deal with is mainly the phantom mushrooms and the eyes of the air spores of mature bodies. Young people, are you confident to fight alongside my old man? In the words of the King of Bacteria, there was an expression of exciting general, but neither Hyla nor Zion's brother ignored him, and all three looked at Joan. Of course Joan knew what his companions were expecting, and Chen Si nodded gently after a few seconds. Brothers Hyla and Zion lacked understanding of the phantom mushroom and eye of the air spore just mentioned by the King of Bacteria. They did not know how powerful these two creatures were, but they believed that the learned mage knew the enemy and would make a reasonable assessment on the comparison of the combat power of the two sides. Since Joan nodded, it means that his own chance of winning is at least 50%. And he can accept the request of the King of Bacteria. Little Master, from now to now, only you have never said a word, but your companions seem to value your opinions. Have you ever been in contact with the two kinds of mushrooms I just mentioned? The King of Bacteria looked at Joan curiously. I haven't seen the living phantom mushroom or the eye of the air spore, but I have seen their illustrations and simple descriptions in the book. It would be better if you could introduce these two creatures in detail. The King of Fungi was very satisfied with Qiao An's humbly asking for advice, stroking the mycelium-like white whiskers and introducing the two evil fungi that invaded the mushroom forest. Let's talk about phantom mushroom first. The larvae of this monster are like a bunch of ugly poisonous mushrooms. The curled brown-green mycelium hangs on both sides of the cap, but it looks a little disgusting, and it doesn't hurt much. However, when the phantom mushroom matures, it will evolve into a completely different appearance from the larvae. It is like a tall and fierce four-legged beast, and even like a real carnivore, it has full mouth and teeth. Since phantom mushroom is a fungus, it is reasonable to only need to extract nutrients and water from the soil. Why should we evolve the feeding organs such as mouth and teeth? Holden asked wonderingly. The phantom mushrooms only need to draw nutrients from the soil, but the adult phantom mushrooms have to swallow flesh and blood to maintain their strong and savage physique. The king of bacteria looked somber, with a grudge in his words. Adult phantom mushrooms have a very terrifying ability and are always invisible, which is why they are called phantoms. The creatures attacked by these invisible assassins didn't understand what monster was attacking themselves until the moment they were killed. I just mentioned the appearance of phantom mushrooms, to be precise, the image of their corpses, because phantom mushrooms automatically entered the invisible state from the day they matured, and they walked in the shadow for the rest of their lives, only exposed after death true colors. Every phantom mushroom is a sinister killer. It is used to sneaking prey from behind. If it can't find other creatures with flesh and meat to eat, phantom mushroom will hunt my clan to serve as food. Joan silently listened to King Mushroom's complaint about the phantom mushroom's hatred, and compared with the description of this creature in the Valles Monster Illustrated Book Fungus Partial Volume, it is basically right. It can be seen from this that this old man of mushrooms is just a little lascivious, and his heart is quite kind, and he sincerely asks them to help eliminate the phantom mushroom. If you don't consider the stealth ability, how powerful is the phantom mushroom? Audrey asked cautiously. The king of bacteria touched his beard for a long time to find an appropriate reference object. Even if you don't consider the invisible ability of phantom mushrooms, you can't underestimate their strong physique and cruel nature, especially the teeth with full fangs. You can bite off the thighs of adult mushrooms in one bite, which is as fierce as a cave wolf. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 1015 Invasive Species. To Audrey turned her head and cast an inquiring look at Joan. The description of phantom mushroom by King of Fungi is similar to the record in the book. The stealth ability of this supernatural fungus is equivalent to a constant 4 rings of higher stealth. The biggest advantage is that it can launch an attack while invisible, without reveal the trail. However, as long as we bless the see-through invisibility in advance, we can penetrate the masquerade disguise, and then it will be easy to solve. Joan's analysis gave Audrey a heart, turned to look at the king of bacteria, and asked him to introduce another type of invasive species that broke into the mushroom forest. The eye of the air spore is a more dangerous enemy than the phantom mushroom. This is a weird fungus floating in the air. The body is like a huge eyeball. There is a large mouth with fangs and teeth under the eyeball. 10 sinuous twisted tentacles extend from the surface of the body. A small eyeball is growing on the top of the tentacles. You wait. Holden couldn't help but interrupt. The story of the king of bacteria. Isn't the monster you just described the legendary eye demon? If the so-called eye of the air spore is actually a subspecies of the eye demons, then you should ask for blessings. Unless we are all tired or crazy, we will never go to the horrifying eye demons for commission. The king of bacteria chuckled, signaling Holden not to be excited. Young man, don't worry, the eye of the air spore is just a fungus, not belonging to the eye demons, nor even possessing the power of eye demons. Really? Holden asked Joan a little nervously. Are mushrooms fooling us? Joan smiled and shook his head. For you is not enough, but really speaking, the eyes of the air spore and the eye demons can have a little relationship. It is said that the world's first air spore eye was a legendary eye magician in ancient times, pouring plankton mushrooms with his own blood, making it look like an eye demon from the original jellyfish shape, so also known as pseudo-eye demons. Little Master is very knowledgeable. The story about the origin of the eye of the air spore is the first time I even heard about it. After the king of bacteria praised Joan, he then reminded the young people not to take the eye of the air spore seriously. Eye of the air spore, although not as powerful as the real eye demons, does not only scare people. Like this little mage said, the eyes of aerospores are derived from planktonic mutants, and they still retain two characteristics of planktonic mushrooms: they can fly and they will explode. Once the eye of the air spore is severely damaged, the magical power accumulated in the body will explode violently. The destructive power and the scope of the explosion caused by the explosion are much larger than the ordinary plankton. The more terrible thing is that when the eyes of the air spore explode, it will also spray the highly toxic spores out of the body. Any organism contaminated with this spore will become the spore host and use its own flesh to develop and grow the spores. Provide nourishment. The organisms parasitized by the spores of the air spores will fail in a day, and the blood and flesh of the body will be squeezed out by the larvae of the air spores, leaving only a soft skin sac that will continue to swell until it can't bear the sharpness of the body. The rising pressure burst into burst. Among the exploded corpses of the host, there will be several air spore eyes, like poisonous insects from cocoons, floating in the air, looking for new prey. From the warning of the king of bacteria, Haile drew a conclusion. That is to say, the most crucial thing to deal with the eyes of the air spores is to avoid melee combat, not to give them the opportunity to explode and hurt people, and at the same time avoid contaminating the terrible parasitic spores. It is true, as for how to blow the eyes of the air spore beyond the dangerous distance, it depends on the skills of you young people. The king of bacteria has introduced two types of enemies that need to be completely eliminated, and looks at the four young people opposite with a smile. I have already introduced the enemy's situation. Now you may wish to carefully consider whether you are willing to help me deal with these two groups of robbers. The two of Joan whispered to discuss and reached a consensus after 2 minutes. Everyone agreed to accept the employment of the king of bacteria, to help him eliminate the phantom mushroom and eye of the air spore that invaded the mushroom home. But before the formal decision, Joan still has some questions that need to be answered by the king of bacteria. Old gentleman, you just talked about the serious damage caused by invasive species to the local ecological environment. So in your eyes, are human explorers like me from the surface world considered as invasive species? You humans, especially explorers, are really weird. Obviously life is so short, it can't even live for a century, but it is still so frustrating. It is whimsical all day, trying to invent some new gadgets, and refuses to stay safe. Homeland, prefer to go to dangerous places to join the fun. I really don't understand, how can a race like you who like death die to this day, instead of extinction? It has become more prosperous and prosperous. It's incredible. The king of bacteria used the words provoked by Joan to spit out the human species. After the toss nature that criticized human beings for being uneasy, he only answered Joan's questions. You explorers from the surface world will indeed cause a lot of trouble to our aborigines. Fortunately, most of you are just passers-by, and you will not take root in this land. No invasive species. Joan nodded and wrote down the reply of the king of bacteria, and then said, Old man, my friend Haile has just negotiated the terms of cooperation with you. In addition to the £1 magic crystal you promised to pay, I have a small request. I hope you can agree. Compared with others asking for help, Joan was more embarrassed to ask others to say these words to the king of bacteria. His cheeks couldn't help being slightly hot. Fortunately it was covered in the night, but it was not too embarrassing. Little master, let me talk about what you want from me. If my old man can do it, I will never be stingy. Bacteria King's cheerful attitude gave Joan some encouragement. Old gentleman, I am very interested in the ecology of your mushroom family. I want to carry out some research on this subject. I need to collect biological specimens. It is best to give me some spore samples. I hope your elderly can provide me with support in this regard. Kiao Anwai feared that the king of bacteria would have misunderstood, and quickly added, you can rest assured that my research is just for academic interest, as long as some hyphae, spores, and body fluids from the mushrooms are collected, it is enough to ensure that they will not be treated harms your health. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect, www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Jones Literature Update is the fastest. Chapter 1016 Mushroom Royal Palace. What a strange interest. The king of bacteria shrugged at Joan, immediately showing a considerate smile. But after all, considering that you are a mage, it is understandable to have such a weird hobby. After all, the mage is originally a group of weird people with excess curiosity. Your old man is so wrong. Doing academics and doing scientific research is a noble cause. How can it be said that it is nervous? Joan was not convinced. You little nerd, really brainy. Forget it. I don't want to argue with you. Isn't it just to engage in scientific research? My old man's full support for you is not enough. Joan was still a little angry. So he was cruel and pointed at the spore monitor and made an additional request. I want to collect all the supernatural spores that the mushroom family can produce, including the green spores that your old man used to manipulate the monitor lizard's body, right? Hey, you little mage, how can you get too far? Even the exclusive secret skills of the old man dare to covet. Is it too much? The king of bacteria glared. Joan was not afraid of him. And he stood up and argued reasonably, you just said that I would give full support to my research. This is the blink of an eye, and I want to regret it. I just found out now that you little nerd is more difficult than the little rich fan just now. The king of fungi sighed, pretending to be annoyed, and finally reluctantly agreed to Joan's request, providing him with a variety of spores for free, including the green fluorescent spores used to control the body of the monitor lizard, or give him some as research material. This is the first time in the face-to-face negotiation of Joan since his lifetime. With his eloquence and perseverance, the negotiating opponent bowed his head and served softly. For a person like him who has always hated bargaining, it is really a historic breakthrough, which can't help but float. Now that all the requirements he has issued have been met, Joan readily agrees to be hired by the king of bacteria, promising to help him eliminate the two major invasive species that threaten the mushroom family. Joan, they have been working hard all day, and they have had a fierce conflict with the mushrooms not long ago. They are already very tired, and they can't afford a spirit to fight the phantom mushroom and the eye of the air spore. The king of bacteria also forgive them for their hard work, and did not urge them to start immediately, and invited them to eat something in their royal palace, rest for one night, and recuperate. After tomorrow, they will join hands to fight Phantom Mushroom and Eye of the Air Spore. Not too late. Joan and his party accepted the kind invitation from the king of fungi, followed him to the most mushroom mansion, and climbed up the mycelium cable hanging down to the surface. The king's palace is located on the top floor of the mushroom building. The ceiling of the palace is the mushroom cover, and a large skylight is also open for ventilation. The skylight is covered with translucent bacterial film to block dust, as a layer of veil. In the underground world, there is no bad weather such as rain and snow, and there is no need to worry about the gauze being blown away by wind and snow. A spacious cave dug directly under the skylight is the banquet hall for guests. In the center of the banquet hall, there is a large round table, polished and smooth, which looks like a wooden product, but it is actually a lignified mushroom. This mushroom round table, as well as the round stool placed around the round table, are actually all fruit bodies dug out when the room was cut in the mushroom building. Mushroom Mansion is a giant fungus with a growth period of more than 100 years. Its tissue fibers have been lignified. The material excavated from its stem can be used as dry wood for processing various furniture and furnishings. Even handicrafts are one of the most important building and craft materials in the mushroom society, and their status is even higher than that of stone and relatively rare ironware. Joan they sat around the table, looking forward to the banquet with curiosity. A bell made of topaz lay on the dining table. The king of bacteria picked up the bell and shook it. The jade bell made a clear ding-dong sound. The servant in the palace came to serve the king of bacteria and distinguished guests, and delivered a plate of food and wine to the table. The nutrients needed for the survival of the mushrooms come mainly from the soil. As long as the soil is rooted, you can continuously draw water and fertilizer from the ground under your feet to obtain the nutrients that meet your daily needs. In addition, the mouth of the mushrooms is just a small decoration, which does not have the function of chewing and eating, and there is no supporting digestive system, so these foods put on the table. The mushrooms themselves have no chance to enjoy, completely used to entertain Sheng food for alien VIPs. The food on the table looked like peanuts as big as a fist, peeled off the shell, and there were 2 to 3 white raw fruits arranged in it, exuding an attractive fragrance. The king of bacteria introduced to Joan that this is a rhizome of saprophytic plant called fragrant fruit, which can be used directly and tastes very good. Joan picked up a fruit and tried to take a bite. The crunchy texture is indeed very similar to fresh peanuts. The juice is plentiful and the sweetness is a bit like an apple. It is really delicious. On the table there is also the wine made by the mushrooms, which is also made of xiangxi as the material and is fermented and purified. It is called xiangjiu. Mushrooms can't eat solid food, but they can absorb the wine slurry through the roots, especially the king of mushrooms, and he is an out-and-out old drunkard who repeatedly persuades young guests to taste his favorite wine for life. But Joan pushed it, but picked up a wine glass made of mushroom seeds and took a sip of light green wine syrup. The mouth was slightly spicy and the aftertaste was sweet. That's refreshing and delicious. After the meal, King Mushroom invited Joan to participate in the meditation assembly of the mushroom people, saying that this is the most important social activity for the mushroom people. The customs, traditions and thinking of the country cannot miss this event. Young explorers all have a curiosity eager to learn more about unknown things. After listening to the introduction of the king of bacteria, Joan and they were all very interested in the meditation assembly of the mushroom people, and decided to go to the meditation activity tonight. The King of Fun is very happy to have a newcomer participating in the meditation rally, and also revealed to them that the newcomer is always very popular at the rally because the newcomer can bring new stories and new ideas to the rally. In a conservative and funky society, few people dare to leave their hometowns and go out to travel. Inviting outside visitors to participate in a meditation rally is the only way for locals to understand the outside world. Joan and they followed King Mushroom to the meditation hall in the middle of the Mushroom Mansion. As soon as they entered the door, they found that the spacious hall was already filled with large and small mushrooms. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 1017 Darkness Rally. The King of Bacteria revealed to Joan that all the mushroom community has at least such a spacious and quiet meditation hall, similar to the church in the human community. Anyone who is interested in participating in the meditation rally can enter this hall. Mushrooms with a conservative personality tend to love the meditation hall near their own community and like to meditate with fellow villagers and neighbors. Those fungi who are more curious, especially young people, sometimes get bored with the meditative companions of their community. So they ran to the meditative hall of the remote community and participated in gatherings with strangers to get more fresh feelings. Every meditation rally has a moderator, like a priest who presides mass in the church. In this meditation hall inside the palace building, the host is the King of Bacteria. Sister Joan, Hayla and Zion, sitting at the corner of the hall next to the King of the Bacteria, all surrounded by mushrooms with mushrooms on their heads. Everyone didn't mean to communicate, so they sat in a daze, completely can't figure out what to do next. The King of Bacteria walked to the open space reserved in the center of the hall, sat on the floor, raised his cane, and announced the official start of the meditative assembly. Joan looked around. The mushrooms all looked serious, without cheers or applause. It was quiet like a bunch of mushrooms. This solemn atmosphere made him feel very stressed, and he dared not talk loudly with his companions, watching the changes with tension and expectation. The King of Bacteria shook his cane, and a shiny cloud of silver spores erupted around him. The other mushrooms in the hole seemed to get some kind of signal, and they all shook their upper bodies gently, spraying large clusters of silver spores from under the cap. Joan, the location of the four of them, was covered with silver spores in a blink of an eye, subconsciously covering his mouth and nose, worried about the adverse effects of inhaling spores. At this moment, Joan and they felt the psychic sentiment from the king of bacteria, and learned that this silver spore is not only non-toxic, but also can make all the intelligent creatures under the spore cloud reflect each other's heart, and can communicate with each other spiritually, as long as a thought. You can communicate your thoughts and thoughts to all meditation partners in the hall. It is through these mysterious mind spores that the mushroom people have acquired the ability to exchange ideas and express emotions, thereby generating common culture and traditions and forming a highly developed social group. In other words, if there is no mind spore, it will not form a mushman nation, let alone the present mushman society. Joan, these outsiders do not have the ability to spread spores of the mind, but they can also get the ability of telepathy when they are in a space filled with spores of the mind. They can communicate with each other or with the mushrooms. Spiritual communication. Joan doesn't like to participate in social activities, but this strange way of socializing makes him curious, but also a good opportunity to study the mushroom society in depth. In this hall, the total number of humans and mushrooms participating in the meditation rally exceeds 100. Human communication requires the use of mouth and ears. In fact, it is only suitable for point-to-point communication. That is, when one person speaks, the other person keeps his ears listening. If there is point-to-face communication, for example, one person is speaking, and others are listening, then the environment and distance are required. There must be no noise on the scene, and the distance between the listener and the speaker cannot be too far, otherwise it will affect reception of information. If you have face-to-face communication, it's like in the vegetable market. Everyone is arguing and trying to make the conversation partner hear their speech, but they interfere with each other, and communication is more difficult. What's more, in the vegetable market model, in fact, people mainly carry out point-to-point exchanges, and no one expects that every sentence they say can be accurately communicated to the market. In one's ears, one does not expect oneself to be able to hear everyone's words at the same time, otherwise one's head will have to be swelled by the sound of mutual interference. It can be seen that the exchange of information through external organs such as mouth and ear is very inefficient. The amount of information or bytes transferred per second is positively related to the speed of speech. However, once the speed of speech is too fast, it is difficult for Fang to analyze the semantics in time, and it is inevitable that misunderstandings will occur. Point-to-point communication is still so inefficient, not to mention point-to-face or fast-to-face multi-thread communication. The frequency of sound that human throats can emit is very narrow, and each channel will interfere with each other. A group of people speak at the same time. If it is not a carefully chorus, it is a terrible communication disaster. In contrast, the communication methods of mushroom people are too advanced. Through the mind spore particles that fill the entire interior space, more than 100 people participating in meditation are connected with each other. The ideas of everyone are merged into a common field, and everyone's ideas can be instantly transmitted to all around. People, if necessary, can also listen to the voice of any companion. Compared with the way humans communicate, the meditation of the mushrooms is like the torrents of water that are dripped intermittently by the faucet. The efficiency of information exchange is not at the same level. Joan, after all, they are the first time to participate in a meditation rally, and they are not used to multi-threaded communication at the same time as the mushrooms. They are under the impact of the torrent of information. Within a few seconds, they feel dizzy, confused, and quickly channel their hearts. Narrow down and maintain spiritual communication only with the few people around you. After a period of adaptation, Joanne gradually adapted to this type of communication and felt much more comfortable. The mushroom people continue to send greetings through telepathy, asking strange questions to these foreign visitors. mainly to inquire about the surface world. In the first half of the meditation rally, Joan, Hayla and Zion brothers kept talking about the fun of the surface world for the mushroom people, and also learned a lot of local customs and fun from the mushroom people. The king of bacteria shook the topaz bell and announced that the meditative rally entered the second half. The mushroom people who participated in the rally shook the cap again when they heard the bell. This time, in addition to the silver mind spores, they also spread a blue hallucinogenic spores that flashed blue light. Silver and blue, two kinds of luminous spores, blend in the hall of meditation and turn into a gorgeous cloud. The mushroom people first connect their thinking through the mind spores, and then use the psychogenic spores to make everyone feel a common dream. These common dreams, although derived from unreal imagination, are not meaningless. In this way, everyone can feel that they are closely connected with other people in spirit, share their happiness and share their pain. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 1018. Old Fox. Pain is alleviated by sharing, and happiness is multiplied by sharing. Mushroom people participating in meditation rally, in this way, reduce the mental pressure brought about by the dull underground life, get happiness and cohesion from their compatriots, really feel that each other belongs to a community of destiny, and the whole mushroom society is also based on this. The premise is to establish a national consensus. The meditation rally lasted for 2 hours. Joan gained a lot of fresh feelings, and also collected a lot of valuable information. After deciding to take the adventure, he went back to school to write an overview of the ecology, psychology and social organization of the mushroom people. Sex papers. In addition to academic inspiration, Joan also received an unexpected surprise from this meditation rally. He inadvertently found that the fusion of mind spores and psychogenic spores into the body can significantly improve the efficiency of mental meditation. Frankly speaking, Joan is not very interested in meditation gatherings with the purpose of social for mushroom people. He pays more attention to personal meditation practice. This mixed spore, verified by him personally, can not only be used to build community consensus, but also strengthen the spiritual practice of the mage. After consuming a small amount of mixed spores, Joan performed her spiritual meditation as usual, and explored the deep magic web with a will probe. The final gain was equivalent to the effect of 2 hours of meditation under normal circumstances. Spiritual meditation is the mainstream method for mages to explore the magic web. But spiritual meditation does not last as long as possible. A truly effective meditation every day, which lasts about an hour, lasts longer, and there is little progress in exploring progress. It is a waste of time and energy. In this case, the accumulation of time alone cannot achieve the goal of stupid bird flying first. The efficiency of meditation depends not only on how hard you are, but on how high you are, and the perception depends on the intellectual attributes of the mage. It is difficult for a person's intelligence level to be greatly improved in a short period of time, and his perception is at a relatively stable level. In this realistic situation, if you want to improve the efficiency of meditation and speed up the progress of spiritual practice, you can only resort to various alchemical drugs and incense. These medicines and spices that can enhance the efficiency of meditation are very expensive. Joan, a poor mage born of such a poor background, certainly does not want to pay for it. Now, he suddenly found a brand new meditation potion formula. The enhancement effect is better than all the similar potions and incense on the market, and it does not cost money. If you can collect enough mind spores and psychedelic spores from the mushrooms to make alchemy potions that aid meditation, it means that he can spend less time and reach deeper magic webs, and thus more quickly upgrade the level of the mage and get a higher level of spell slots. Of course, in order to achieve this goal, he must first fulfill his promise to the king of the bacteria, and help the mushroom family solve the two major troubles: phantom mushroom and eye of the air spore. After the meditation rally, Joan, Hayla, Audrey and Holden said goodnight to the king of the bacteria. Under the guidance of the servant, they returned to their respective rooms and lay on the round mushroom bed. I slept. In the early morning of the next day, everyone got up and enjoyed a xiangxi meal earlier. After that, they followed the king of bacteria and embarked on a journey. In addition to the 4 kings who accompanied Joan and his team to ride the spore monitor, the entourage also included a team of palace guards. These guards are elite warriors of the mushroom family, wearing leather armor sewed on animal skins, diagonally across a leather pocket filled with pebbles, and carrying a sling rope in their hands. Mushrooms are not that kind of brave and combative people. The only commendable traditional martial art is to throw a rock by throwing a peso. These palace guards are naturally first-rate slingers, but the original weapon-throwing stone has limited lethality after all. The king of the bacteria brought this guard, mainly to put the leader's head, and really face the fierce phantom mushroom or eye of the air spore. It still depends on Joan and their mercenaries. On the way, Joan noticed that the spore monitor lizard spewed silver-mined spores frequently under the control of the king of bacteria, and it seemed to be in spiritual contact with the tribes rooted in the nearby area. Bacteria King's answer verified his guess that through the mined spore particles dispersed in the air, the mushrooms along the way can sense this expenditure and actively provide information about the invasive species in order to track them. Phantom mushroom and air spore eye, the 2 major invasive species, are entrenched in the northwest and south of the mushroom forest. Decided to start with phantom mushroom first. Joan has no opinion on the decision of the king of bacteria, but he has a question. Phantom mushroom is inherently invisible, and even if we bless anti-invisible spells, it is difficult to find the enemies hiding deliberately in the vast jungle. How do you plan to track down phantom mushroom? The king of mushrooms caressed the long beard, revealing an old and sly smile. Oh, it's really difficult to hunt down the adult phantom mushroom. We can start with the larvae of phantom mushrooms that have not yet developed invisibility and will not move. The phantom mushrooms, when their lives are threatened, will emit a kind of alarm spores and ask their mother for help. Adult phantom mushrooms are usually not too far away from where their larvae take root. When they receive an alarm from the larvae, they will quickly rush back to rescue. In this way, we don't need to search for the enemy at all, and the enemy will come to the door automatically. After listening to the king of bacteria's battle plan, Holden laughed and ridiculed. "Ha! You bad old man, it's so bad." King June rolled his eyes at him and emphasized proudly, "This is wisdom, you know. Old people's wisdom. The young people learn something, and they have an old family, like a treasure." The spore monitor lizard was striding forward, and according to the clues provided by the local mushroom dwellers, within an hour, he found a large area where the phantom mushroom larvae concentrated on the edge of the puddle in the forest. Before falling asleep last night, Joan converted all the remaining side mana and mythical power into 2 ring spell slots, and arranged for the automatic quill pen to repeatedly copy the 2 ring see-through invisible scrolls and copy them to Dawn. To use up all spell slots and get a total of 10 scrolls. Before the battle began, Joan first took out the scrolls, and in turn supported Holden, Hayla, Audrey, and Mushroom Old Man through invisible, and he also activated the invisible attached to the prosthetic eye to prevent the phantom mushroom from sneaking in. As for the guardian of the king of bacteria, the number of people is really too large, and Joan can't bless the spells for them one by one, and can only rely on themselves to be vigilant. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.untlenovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 1019 Light of Destruction. For security reasons, Joan also photographed mythical mage armor and mythical shield on his body, and then jumped off the monitor lizard after following the king of bacteria. In front is a dark and damp circle of mushrooms, with large and small phantom mushrooms growing in the circle. This evil fungus gave Joan a bad first impression. It was really ugly. How to describe the appearance of this creature? Say so. Take a poodle with a fluffy mane, sprinkle brown and green paint on it, dig a pit, bury the contaminated poodle under the belly into the pit, fill it with soil, and expose the upper body. It looks similar to phantom mushroom larvae. Joanna was really not interested in taking a look at this disgusting poisonous mushroom. He took a glass bead from the spellcasting material package, chanted the mantra and summoned the major salt palm, and the remote control magic hand reached the mushroom circle. Grab a phantom mushroom larvae and uproot it. Juvenile phantom mushrooms do not yet have the ability to move. Once the mycelium breaks away from the soil layer, it will quickly fail and die. These dying poisonous mushrooms had no ability to resist themselves and had to desperately erupt alarm spores containing pheromones to call for help from their mothers. Hayla and Audrey, slashing their swords into the mushroom cluster and ruthlessly killing the phantom mushroom. However, the killing efficiency of the three of them is not comparable to the king of bacteria. The old man drove the huge spore monitor lizard, rushed into the mushroom circle. The phantom mushroom larvae were squashed by the monitor lizard, and the slurry was splashing. Holden did not participate in the massacre, watching the movements around him cautiously, holding in his hand a wooden stick that had been blessed with 3 rings of daylight in advance, but the magic power was suppressed. Just as Joan was about to wipe out the nearby phantom mushroom larvae, Holden suddenly looked at him, held up a wooden stick, and shouted the start spell that awakened daylight. Anna. With a bang, a strong light erupted from the top of the stick, and the jungle was instantly illuminated like a day. Although the king of bacteria had been guarded for a long time, he was still dizzy by the sudden eruption of strong light. He hurriedly urged the spore monitor lizard, brought a group of guards, and hid in a dark area in the distance, exposing this piece to strong light. The battlefield is left to Joan with 4 of them to dominate. The wooden stick in Holden's hands now seemed to turn into a splendid torch of holy light, with the head of the stick pointing to the hidden forest belt of phantom mushroom. The light dispels the shadow, making these evil fungi of natural photophobia feel very painful, but still insisted on moving footsteps, trying to use the invisible ability to go around Holden and initiate a sneak attack. At the moment when the bright sunlight was blooming, Joan, Hayla and Audrey all awoke and quickly returned to Holden. The 4 of them blessed see-through invisibility in advance. Phantom Mushroom thought that his whereabouts were cryptic. In fact, every move was exposed to their vision. Joan took a quick inventory. Within the range of his eyes, there were a total of 9 shadows that were sneaking. Looking closely, this monster showed its original shape, and it looked more ugly than the larval period. If reluctantly described, the adult phantom mushroom looks like a deformed male lion covered with brown-green mold, and the luxuriant mane curled on both sides of the head is actually a curled hyphae. These hyphae, like insect tentacles, are the sensory organs on which phantom mushrooms track their prey. Guys, start work. Hayla held up the wave-edged sword with the special effect in flame and dragged a string of after images to the phantom mushroom near him. The sword light flashed, and the phantom mushroom was split in half by the natural strange female swordsman. The broken corpse slowly showed its true face in the flames. Boom! Audrey waved her shield with her left hand, striking away the phantom mushroom who was trying to sneak up on her brother with a dashing and powerful shield strike. Quickly stepped forward, and put a heavy foot on the fallen monster. Right hand slashed the sword and cut it into 3 pieces. Holden held the sunlight torch high in his left hand and fired continuously with the gun in his right hand. The enchanted lead shot whistled and tore through the night and got into the body of the phantom mushroom. The phantom mushroom is not a flesh and blood body, and its resistance to trauma is much stronger than ordinary creatures. The destructive force of the pistol bullet itself is not enough to cause fatal damage to these monsters, but by accidentally triggering the enchantment special effect, the phantom mushroom can be changed. In the state of stone statue, chicken or spiritual body, the combat power is basically lost. Joan originally wanted to cast flash dust to force the phantom mushroom to appear, but when he opened the storage bag to get the cast material, he suddenly moved his heart and turned out the branch of Ilmansa. Last winter, during his stay in Shizatown, Kiawan had the honor to visit the Grey Master, a tree enshrined by the local as indigenous people, and carried out the branch of Ilmansa by the hand of Grey Master. Strengthen. The enhanced branch of Ilmancer, in addition to the original function of transforming into a tree, also gained a new ability similar to the professional skills of the past to lead positive energy. The positive energy guided by the priests is usually used to kill the undead and heal living beings, and the positive energy released by the branch of Ilmancer can kill the evil activated plants and fungi, and heal the good activated plants and fungi at the same time. As of today, Joan has not used the new ability of the branch of Ilmancer in actual combat. Today, he just had a chance to try it. Joan took the branch of Ilmancer and looked around to observe the enemy and the enemy on the battlefield. The radius of radiation of positive energy is about 120 feet. Within this range, there are large groups of phantom mushrooms who hurried back to protect the larvae, as well as their own family of mushrooms. Most intelligent supernatural fungi are neither evil nor kind. Just like animals and plants in nature, they belong to an absolutely neutral camp. Relatively speaking, the mushroom family is more inclined to the good camp. Not only will not be injured by positive energy, but will also be healed. As for phantom mushroom, it is a standard evil creature in any way. With such a thought, Joan had a bottom in his heart and raised the branch of Ilmancer to try to stimulate the divine energy contained in the ancient branches. Boom! The white brilliance sprang out from the green branches. The radiant energy constitutes a rapidly expanding spherical light curtain, first engulfing Joan holding the branch of Ilmancer, and continuing to spread around, completely covering the woodland of the melee in an instant. The radiance that guides the burst of positive energy is warm and soft, not as glaring as the sunlight simulated by daylight, but it is far more effective for killing evil fungi than daylight. All phantom mushrooms within 120 feet of Joan, whether larvae or mature, are ignited with white energy when they receive positive energy radiation. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 1020 Air Spore I. Every time the branch of Ilmancer releases a round of positive energy shockwaves, the evil plants and fungi in the radiation area will be killed by 10 energy levels. Adult phantom mushroom. Even in the most healthy state, the vitality cannot reach 10 energy levels, not to mention those immature larvae. All of them are burned to ashes by the holy white flame that surrounds them in a blink of an eye. The common fungus around phantom mushroom was also exposed to the white flame but was not burned. The king of mushrooms and their guards who are in the range of positive energy radiation are not injured, but under the envelope of the bright and bright, they appear extra spirited. On the battlefield, the two contrasting situations have verified the powerful power of the branch of Ilmancer. The only thing that surprised Joan a little was that the spore monitor lizard was shrouded in positive energy and did not show any discomfort. The green fluorescent spores parasitic on the monitor lizard's corpse were neither killed nor treated. It can be seen that these parasitic spores, although they look a bit evil, are actually neutral fungi and are completely unaffected by the positive energy shockwave excited by the branch of Ilmancer. For the first time, Joan used the branch of Ilmancer to direct positive energy, and the effect was unexpectedly good. The phantom mushrooms entrenched in this area, whether they are larvae or mature, whether they have already participated in the battle, or hidden in the forest, secretly snooping in the forest, were completely burned by a positive energy shockwave and turned into ashes. With such a strategic weapon to kill evil fungi, the next thing is simple. The king of bacteria controls the spore monitor lizard to lead the way, find a zone where phantom mushrooms are juvenile, and order his men to destroy them. The adult phantom mushrooms that hunted in the surroundings all hurried back after receiving the alarm spores issued when the larva was dying. But waiting for them is a beam of destruction. Joan transformed into a bee-man, holding the branch of Ilmancer, and flew into the area where the phantom mushroom clustered, guiding a positive energy, and the enemies around him instantly disappeared. The undecided massacre lasted for 5 rounds, and the phantom mushroom and its larvae in the forest were almost wiped out. The king of bacteria was awed and curious about the mysterious branch in Joan's hands, trying to inquire about the origin of the branch of Ilmancer, and why he could release the light of destruction that instantly evaporates a large group of phantom mushrooms. Inconvenient to disclose his mythical power, Joan omitted the relevant details and briefly described his association with the two old trees of Ilmancer, Old White and Master Grey. The sisters of Hyla and Zion also witnessed the first time Joan used the branch of Ilmancer to deal with evil fungi. Since Joan can use this secret weapon to kill a large group of phantom mushrooms, it must be used to deal with the Eye of the Air Spore, so the next battle will be much easier. After the group completely wiped out the phantom mushroom group that was entrenched in the northwest of the mushroom forest, they rested for half an hour. Under the guidance of the King of Bacteria, they turned their heads to the south of the mushroom forest, wandering the Eye of the Air Spore. On the way, Joan sat on the back of the spore monitor lizard, silently inspiring the power of myth and injecting Branch of Ilmancer. Branch of Ilmancer can store up to 7 rounds of positive energy. The energy consumed can only be replenished the next day. However, Joan can also directly use his mythical power to recharge the branches. With his current mage level, a mythical power is equivalent to 10 magic levels. Spending a power of myth can just add a positive energy to the Branch of Ilmancer to prepare for the next deal with the Eye of the Air Spore, which is more dangerous than the phantom mushroom. The spore monitor lizard ran in large strides, spewing mind spores along the way, carrying out spiritual exchanges with local rooted mushrooms, and collecting information about the Eye of the Air Spore. 2 hours later, the terrain narrowed ahead and a canyon appeared. The nest of the Eye of the Air Spore is in the canyon ahead. The King of Bacteria raised his cane and pointed it over the canyon, reminding the young people beside him to observe. Joan looked up, and a cloud-like shadow circled over the canyon, like a balloon swaying in the wind. "Old man, are we going to fly to deal with the Eye of the Air Spore?" Hyla asked the King of Bacteria. "It is not necessary for the time being. It is better to be able to attract the Eye of Air Spore to the ground to solve it, which is more beneficial to us," the King of Bacteria replied, stroking his beard. "But, how do you lure them down?" Hyla asked. "Or the old way to deal with phantom mushroom just now?" The King of Bacteria smiled and nodded. "After we enter the canyon, if the Eye of the Air Spore does not take the initiative to come down to find trouble, we will ignore them first and concentrate on destroying the larvae of these monsters, then they will have to stop." At this time, the spore monitor lizard has rushed into the canyon, and the heavy foot sounds echoed between the cliffs, causing the alertness of the spherical shadows in the air, and floating towards the head of the monitor lizard. Joan visually observed that they were flying at the speed of the tentacles. These eyes of air spores, as predicted by the King of Bacteria, did not rush to land and launch an attack. It seems that they are still watching the developments in the air. Joan also noticed an abnormal sign. Although the underground world lacks light, it also has a complete ecosystem. From fungi to plants to animals, there is a complete biological chain. As the spore monitor came along, the sound of heavy footsteps sounded an alarm to the creatures living in the forest. Guinea pigs and snakes darted into the cave of the cave when they heard the movement, while the moths and bats vibrated. The wings are flying like a frightened bird on the surface of the earth. However, after entering the underground canyon where the Eye of the Air Spore was entrenched, Joan realized that the surrounding atmosphere was very strange. Except for the Eye of the Air Spheroid hovering above his head, no other animals or flying insects were alarmed. The canyon, there was a silence in the middle, like a desert shrouded in darkness. "Sir, are there any other animals in the canyon besides the Eye of the Air Spore?" Joan asked King Bacteria with doubt. "It used to be a paradise for gophers. They burrowed all over the ground, digging mushroom roots, and even our family of mushrooms were occasionally besieged by this group of villains. Fortunately, there are killers of the gophers in the canyon. Have you seen the big and small grottos on both sides of the cliff? They were originally bat caves. All these bats work hard to catch rats, so the gophers will not be flooded." Recalling the lively scene of the past in the canyon, King Boom shook his head and sighed. However, since the Eye of the Air Spore invaded the canyon, the local gophers and bats have all suffered. Like Master Mr. Joan, Please collect. www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Jones Literature Update is the fastest. Chapter 1021. Ecological Disaster. Eye of Air Spores is different from our mushrooms. Their spores must be parasitic on the corpses of animals to absorb the flesh and blood of the host to develop into larvae, and then take root in the soil, absorb nutrients, and develop into mature eye of air spores. In just a few years, the hamsters and bats in the canyon were slaughtered by the eye of the air spore, and became the nutrients for the reproduction of these evil spirits. The animals that had escaped the eye of the air spore were also killed. Moving to a place far away from the eye of the air spore, the canyon becomes increasingly deserted and dead, like a cemetery. After listening to the description of the king of bacteria, Joan was deeply touched. The changes in the canyon can be described as a vivid example, showing the huge damage caused by invasive species to the ecological environment, causing the local biological chain to collapse. In the end, even the air spore eye, the culprit that caused this ecological disaster, was inevitably subjected to the natural laws. Now it is no longer possible to find enough animals in the canyon as a spore host, and has to migrate to the periphery of the canyon to reproduce. The heirs finds new habitat. The parasitic propagation method of eye of the air spore continuously squeezes the living spaces of other animals and plants, including mushrooms. Wherever their footsteps expand, ecological disasters spread. This is not entirely because the eye of the air spore is evil in nature and selfish. In fact, their intelligence level is not as good as the phantom mushroom, and they may not have the consciousness of the main action evil, but just follow the survival instinct to proliferate. The root cause of the disaster is not how bad the eye of the air spore is, but that they are too powerful relative to other local creatures. Higher predators such as tigers and lions are either solitary creatures or have low fertility, but the eye of the air spore has no such innate constraints, and has strong strength and strong fertility. There are no natural enemies in the local area restricting the momentum of their crazy expansion. The result is a vicious circle of the stronger is stronger and the weaker is weaker, causing the entire ecological chain to collapse. If you want to prevent the ecological disaster from intensifying, a feasible strategy is to introduce natural enemies that can restrain the eye of the air spore and reform the local biological chain into a closed loop. Joan and their explorers from the surface world are now shouldering the mission of playing the natural enemy of the eye of the air spore. At least the king of bacteria and their people have such expectations for them. When thinking, the spore monitor lizard had entered the hinterland of the canyon and stopped slowly. Joan and others stood up from the back of the monitor lizard one after another, looking out into the distance with the help of miner's lamp lighting. The terrain around is relatively flat, with a large piece of mushroom more than 2 feet tall. The straight mycelium bears a huge spherical cap, and there are thick and short hyphae-like petals around it. Dwarf sunflower in the surface world. Joan slipped from the back of the lizard and walked in to observe the sunflowers swaying in the wind, and found that the organ resembling a sunflower disc was actually an eyeball-shaped fruiting body. Although he has long known that the image of air spore eye imitating eye demon is a very common mimic phenomenon in nature, it is not a real eyeball. But he has witnessed this supernatural fungus larvae with his own eyes and saw eyeball Shangwi Liang, with his fake pupils and iris, still couldn't help a scalp tingling. Little master, don't touch them, watch out for explosions. King Zheng warned. Joan hurriedly returned to the safety zone and performed 2 rings of endoscopy to check the details of the eye of the air spore. Among the 6 attributes of the larvae of air spore, the physique is only 2 points, and the intelligence is less than 1, which is lower than the larvae of mushroom or phantom mushroom. Only 2 physical properties indicate that this fungus is very fragile. The fruit body is like a balloon that has inflated to its limit. It will explode when it is hit by external forces, and it emits highly toxic spores, which is in full compliance with the warning issued by the king of bacteria. What really surprised Joan was that the larvae of the eye of the air spore had low intellectual properties, which was only equivalent to the level of insects. This level of intelligence does not have a complex self-consciousness at all. Generally speaking, It does not have the motivation to do good or evil, and it is not called good or evil. Animals and plants in nature are probably like this, but for supernatural beings, this is a bit different. Joan had to worry that if the mature bodies of the Eye of the Air spores were of this level of intelligence, they would probably not have a tendency to good and evil. The positive energy directed by the branch of Ilminster was neutral creatures of no effect. In order to verify his concerns, Joan took out the branch of Ilminster and planned to release positive energy to irradiate the larvae of the eye spore to see if they could be killed. Little master, don't be busy with it first. Bacteria King's face once again showed an old sly smile. If you use that branch to deal with the larvae of the Eye of the Air spore, all of them can be wiped out in an instant. The Eye of the Air spore in the air sees this scene, knowing that there is no hope to rescue the child heirs, and can only run away. If the maps are self-protected, we will not be able to wipe them out. Joan nodded without dissent. The king of bacteria turned around and waved his men's guard forward, ordering them to use slings to deal with the explosive air spore eye larvae. 20 mushroom guards simultaneously lifted slings of stone, threw out a pebble as big as a fist, and accurately hit the eyeball of the larvae of the Eye of the Air spore. The screaming stones were broken enough to break these fragile fungi, and at the moment when the eyeball was damaged, the high-pressure gas filled in the larvae of the eye of the spore violently erupted as if one by one. The punctured balloons burst into bursts one after another, splashing out a large number of spores. These spores with barbed flagella, once attached to the surface of the animal, will automatically penetrate into the blood vessels, release toxins, cause the host body to die, and absorb the nutrients of the cadaver to develop into a new Eye of the Air spore larval plant. Joan raised his hand to release the wind-making technique, and Audrey and Holden also showed a talent controlling the airflow, and jointly created an atmospheric curtain to blow away the spores that were floating on the face. Those adult eyes of air spores watching in the air, seeing that their heirs were being slaughtered, as expected by the king of bacteria, could not hold back their anger, waving 10 mycelium tentacles resembling eye stems, and they all fell down, trying to stop the mushroom guard from committing an attack. Joan took a deep breath and suddenly held up the branch of Ilminster to inspire a positive energy. The silver radiance radiated out and enveloped several low-flying spore eyes, but failed to cause any harm to them. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 1022 Remote Pistol. The silver light emitted by the branch of Ilminster has no effect on the Eye of the Air spore. Instead, it is the golden torch that Holden holds, the torch of daylight. The Eye of the Air spore caused a significant deterrent. These natural photophobic supernatural fungi not only dare not get close to the light source of daylight, but they are not willing to give up the rescue of the heirs, and they are all wandering around in the sky, showing a wandering mentality. Joan sighed and returned the branch of Ilminster to the storage bag. As he was worried, the Eye of the Air spore just looks evil and evil. In fact, it has the same level of intelligence as mosquitoes. It does not have the will to do evil, even if it is not a real evil creature. The positive energy shockwaves directed by the branch are useless to them. This little accident did not disturb Joan's mentality. In fact, he had already prepared an alternative plan to replace branch of Ilminster against Eye of Air spore. Joan pulled out the revolver, quickly checked the magazine, and confirmed that it was full of bullets. He made a spellcasting gesture and cast 3 rings of arcane-activated weapon. Yalla. When he chanted the Kenyu incantation symbolizing life and soul, the revolver seemed to be infused with energy, surrounded by a golden magical radiance, freed from Joan's palm and suspended in the air. Joan uses a mental power remote control pistol to slowly rise until it reaches the limit of the remote control distance. At this time, the pistol is more than 30 feet away from the surface. Joan maintains his focus on casting, looking up at the Eye of the Air spore floating in the air, selecting one of them as a sniper target, and firing the remote control pistol. Boom! A splendid silver horn burst from the muzzle, and the sound of the gun echoed in the night sky. 100 feet away from the opposite side, an air spore's eye that was swinging its stalks and fluttering in the air, shivered violently, and immediately burst, and brown spores flew all over the sky. Joan raised his lips with a touch of uck, and continued to remotely control the revolver to snipe the next target. At this time, Holden had also illuminated his funny gun, aiming at the air spore eye approaching in the air and firing frequently. Audrey's eyes were shining, and she still maintained the talent of controlling the airflow, raising a circle of cyclone barriers on the ground to protect everyone from the thorny spores scattered after the eye of the air spore exploded. The King's Guard also switched the attack target to the air spore eye in the air, throwing dense stones to the sky with a sling. The physical attributes of the adult eye of the air spore is only 4 points. The huge eyeball-shaped body is just looking scary. In fact, it is fragile, it is like a paper, and it is shot with a shot, or it is hit by 2 or 3 flying stones in a row. In the middle, the inflated and tight skin will rupture and then explode violently. Hayla didn't have any means of long-range attacks, but he was so anxious that he couldn't help, so he jumped. Inadvertently looking back, I saw Joan was attacking the air with a remote control pistol, and immediately thought of it. I remembered that Joan's activated weapon used for the remote control pistol was actually passed from her blood sample, and she herself was the same. Will cast this 3-ring spell. Hayla had an idea and immediately unloaded the wave blade sword behind him and blessed him with activated weapon. The upper limit of the weight of the activated weapon is 50 pounds. Steel-forged melee weapons generally weigh no more than 10 pounds. Hayla's giant sword is indeed heavy, but it does not exceed the upper limit of the activated weapon load, and the remote control giant sword is successfully lifted into the air. The excited face of the female swordsman flushed red, her eyes flashed, and she focused on the remote control giant sword to the extreme height. Ugly big eyeball, try Miss Ben's flying sword. The 6-foot-long, an inch-thick wave-blade giant sword is simply a flying iron plate. The slender eye stem of Eye of the Air Spore couldn't resist at all, and was split in half by the giant sword that was flying on the face, and burst. The first wave of 10 air spore eyes that came to rescue the larvae has been wiped out by Joan and others, but the situation on the battlefield is not clear, but has become more critical. Above the canyon covered by darkness, more eyes of air spores are flying at full speed from all directions, and no more than 30 eyes can be visually observed. Joan soon realized that he could not let those eyes of air spores join the battle, otherwise he would not be able to resist. The combat effectiveness of the Eye of the Air Spore is actually not worth mentioning, but the trick of exploding the body at the moment of death is too annoying. The atmospheric barrier controlled by Audrey with her psychic powers can blow away the spores erupted after the Eye of the Air Spore exploded, but it cannot stop the shockwave released by the explosion. If the Eye of the Air Spore is regarded as an alchemy bomb, the energy released at the moment of self-detonation is as high as 6 energy levels, and the destructive power gradually decreases with increasing distance. At this time, the Eye of the Air Spore was approaching to a height of less than 50 feet from the ground. After being shot by Holton, a deafening roar was emitted and a strong airflow was sprayed around Joan. They can barely hold it, but the body density of the mushrooms is comparable to cork. It is far less stable than the human body shaped by the flesh and bones. It is thrown up by the shock waves hit by the air, and it rolls over. Several mushrooms had bad luck, broke their hands and feet, and had to withdraw from the battle. As a result, Joan's staff on their side became more tense. Obviously, they had no spare power to stop more air spore eyes from swarming into the battlefield. It seems that the countermeasures must be changed. Joan made up his mind, decisively gave up the remote control revolver, and instead took a red linen handkerchief from the storage bag, chanting the spell in a low voice. Yal! The red handkerchief thrown into the air burst suddenly, and countless pieces of rags hovered in the whirlwind formed by magic, and suddenly turned into a large group of mosquitoes. Joan originally wanted to summon the bee colony with the 2-ring spell Flying Beast. However, considering the lack of light in the underground world, the night vision ability of the wasp is not as sharp as the nocturnal insects such as mosquitoes. If you only look at the fighting power of individual insects, the small mosquitoes are at best a scheme bitch, of course, not as good as the top bully in the flying insects, the fierce and powerful bumblebee. But for Joan's next tactics, these small differences do not matter. Mage Joan got spiritual contact with the mosquito swarm, remotely controlled the mosquito swarm around him, and at the same time took out the giant insect wand carved out of the obsidian from the storage bag, inspiring 3 energies in one breath, randomly selecting 3 from the swarm. 13 mosquitoes, all transformed into giant mosquitoes over 10 feet in length. Joan's flying insects and beasts is just to provide sufficient subjects for the subsequent giant insects. No matter whether the hornet or the mosquito is summoned, it can only be regarded as an ultra-miniature. After being magnified by the magic power, the body size is almost the same, and the combat power is like a 5050. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 1023. Aerospore. Joan held up the giant wand and issued an attack command to the giant mosquito with his mind. Giant mosquitoes circling around his cluster, like 33 flying dragons, fluttering their wings and flying in the air, following the will of their masters, and slammed into an air spoon eye. While maintaining the concentration of casting, the 33 giant mosquitoes are like the tentacles extended by Joan's spirit, completely following his will, irrespective of the air spore eye waving his eye obstruction, and resolutely pounced on the enemy, with a narrow, long and sharp mouthpiece like a sword, piercing the thin and fragile shell of the eye of the air spore, and detonating the high-pressure gas filled in the body. They all die. Explosions sounded one after another, and a spore cloud of surging fluorescence appeared in the night sky, as if fireworks were displayed. The suicide attack launched by giant mosquitoes was very effective. Within 10 minutes, even the figure of Eye of the Air Spore could not be seen in the night sky. The battle is over, and the echoes caused by the explosion of the Eye of the Air Spore are still echoing between the canyons, and the ears are buzzing. The king of bacteria jumped from the back of the spore monitor lizard, using the large cap on his head as a parachute, and landed lightly on the ground. He walked to Joan and looked up at him for a long time, with an incredible expression on his face. "Young man, are you really just a level 6 mage?" Joan nodded. "It's so weird. It stands to reason that even a little mage of this level, even if it is bundled up, is not as powerful as you." The king of bacteria shook his head in confusion, expressing his mood at the moment with a slightly rude sigh. "Your kid, it's a monster." Joan hadn't said anything yet. Hayla was upset first, sinking his face, and angrily said to the king of bacteria, "Old man, who do you say is a monster?" "I think you are errand strange. We promised that your business has been done. Shouldn't you agree to pay the bill?" "Relax. You should be paid no less. You go back to the palace and take a break. I will go to the warehouse to get the magic crystal immediately," the king of bacteria answered with a smile. Hayla listened to his heart, and his face immediately turned from cloudy to sunny, and said eagerly, "Old man, you are so small, you don't have much strength, you can't hold the 4-pound magic crystal. Take me to visit your warehouse." Okay. Help you carry the magic crystal by the way." "Excuse me." The king of bacteria shook his head again and again, his face full of vigilance. "You little girl, seeing the money opening, take you to the warehouse. Am worried that I will be hit by a sap behind you, grab my treasure and run away. Well, I'm not that kind of person." Hayla pursed his lips vigorously. However, the king of bacteria was unmoved, leaving Joan and others to stay where they were, and then left alone. When he came back, he was followed by 2 mushroom guards, one carrying a leather pocket with 4 pounds of magic crystals, and the other guard carrying a larger bag filled with bottles and jars. All Joan required research materials. While waiting for the king of bacteria to return, Joan was not idle. He found 2 larvae of the spore of the air and cast the mage's hand, carefully uprooting them, avoiding explosion, and intending to bring them back to school. 1 strain was turned in as a biological specimen, and the remaining strain was reserved for self-research. In addition, he also collected a complete pair of phantom mushroom bodies in the previous battle to kill the phantom mushroom, which was also used as a research sample. After the king of bacteria came back, he first divided the magic crystal equally to Joan, Hayla, Audrey and Holden, each half a pound. Not bad at all. Everyone was very satisfied with this payment, and Joan was especially happy. Compared to money, Joan is more eager for the magic crystal, because this is an indispensable material for making magic guides. If he lacks money in his pocket, he can save money and spend his life, but if he lacks the magic crystal, he can't convert those wonderful ideas in his mind into works. The feeling of holding back is more hungry than hungry, more painful. In addition to the £1 magic crystal, Joan also obtained 5 cans of spore samples from the king of bacteria. The jar is carved out of a large mushroom fruit body similar to cork, which is well sealed. The 5 jars are filled with supernatural spores of 5 kinds of mushrooms, and the lid is unscrewed, showing 5 colors of red, blue, green, gold and silver. Joanne picked up a jar and weighed it, almost a pound. With so many spores, it is more than enough as a research sample, and the king of bacteria is really generous. After a whole day of intense fighting, the 4 of Joan, although not suffering any serious trauma, felt exhausted, and accepted the invitation of the king of bacteria to return to the palace for a full day. And it was not too late to go on the road tomorrow. The 4 returned to the palace, and after washing each, accompanied the king of bacteria to dinner. In order to celebrate the mushroom forest getting rid of the threat of the 2 major invasive species, the king of mushrooms enjoyed a lot of wine tonight and drank a whole bottle of Xianxijiu. The whole figure was like a sponge that was full of water, and was soaked by the shriveled old man. The chubby little fat man looks much more adorable. Joan, they are in a good mood, and they both sipped a few drinks. After eating and drinking, they said goodbye to the drunk king who was drunk and talked back to his room. Joan closed the door and breathed a sigh of relief. The time spent with friends was indeed pleasant, but he still felt more comfortable when he was alone. Joan is still not sleepy, so he put all the trophies harvested today on the table and counted them one by one. Kian first picked up a larvae of ice spore, carefully put it into the empty green ice storage box, closed the lid, and refrigerated for half an hour. While waiting for the eye of the air spore to cool down sufficiently, Joan was not idle, dissecting the body of a phantom mushroom and observing its internal structure. The phantom mushroom is similar to nepenthes to some extent, and can prey on animals to ingest nutrients. Compared with other mushrooms, its physiological structure is more complex, closer to animals, and has even evolved the original digestive system and fluid circulation system. Joan draws a pale yellow body fluid from the phantom mushroom with a needle, which looks like the hemolymph of lower organisms. He used a part of the phantom mushroom's body fluid as a sample and tried to display myth blood interpretation. The result surprised him, and he successfully interpreted a set of magic marks. The cloud generated by the phantom mushroom's body fluid appears pale yellow. Joan carefully observes the looming magic mark in the cloud and finds that its structure is similar to invisibility, but it is more complicated and consumes a higher level of magic energy. Joan speculates that the supernatural ability corresponding to this set of magic marks is the invisible talent of phantom mushroom, which can be used as a reference when learning 4 rings of advanced invisibility in the future. Joan copied this set of magic marks into his spell book, and then suddenly thought of a problem. His mood could not help changing to cloudy. His brows were also frowning. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Jones Literature Update is the fastest. Chapter 1024 Spore Research 1 Phantom mushroom is not a supernatural mushroom in the typical sense. For example, creatures such as the mushroom and the eye of the air spore, as well as most of the activated plants, constructs, and undead creatures, have no blood circulation system in their bodies. And of course there is no blood or similar body fluids. Unable to resolve the magical configuration and supernatural marks in this kind of organism. This is a major flaw. Joan frowned deeply and looked grim. How to make up for this defect? As far as the current spell configuration of mythical blood interpretation is concerned, there is no room for magic power to make up for this loophole. Joan can only accept reality. Admit that with his current ability to cast spells, he cannot fill this loophole for the time being. He can only wait for the improvement of his spellcasting ability in the future, and then carry out a comprehensive upgrade of the mythological blood interpretation to configure a higher magic level. It may be possible to make up for this shortcoming, but to think about it from another angle, if one day in the future, mythical blood interpretation will be perfected, no longer requires blood as a casting material, and using biological materials such as fur can also achieve analytical functions, then this spell can also be called blood interpretation. This is no longer a scientific issue, but a category of philosophical research. Joan sighed softly, temporarily suppressing these no practical puzzling thoughts, made the phantom mushroom body into a specimen, and put it in his backpack. After cleaning up the anatomical tools, Joan took out his pocket watch and confirmed that half an hour had passed, then returned to the mushroom round table and opened the lid of the ice storage box. The larvae of eye of the air spore, which have been fully frozen, have a thick layer of white frost on the surface, which looks like a hard and crisp large icing lollipop. The eyeball-shaped fruiting bodies of eye of the air spore are filled with high-pressure gas. If they are directly pierced, a violent explosion may occur. Joan first frozen the larvae of the eye of the air spore. According to the ideal gas equation, under the condition that the volume of the fruit body is constant, the internal air pressure will drop synchronously with the body temperature, which is often called heat expansion and contraction. If the larvae of eye of the air spore are regarded as a sealed container, the internal air pressure is greatly reduced, and when Joan dissects it, it is less prone to explode. However, for safety reasons, Joan moved the frozen air spore eye larvae to the bedroom window and put the round table down as a bunker. He hid behind his desk, only half of his face was exposed, and he cast the mage's hand, a remote air-controlled scalpel, and floated to the front of the frozen eyeball 20 feet away. He took a deep breath and poked it in. Joan couldn't care about the scalpel anymore, shrank his head behind the table, and raised his ears to listen. He was worried that the explosion wasn't happening, but there was a chirping exhaust near the window. Joan was calm, and quickly put on a gas mask. The sharp exhaust sound lasted for about 2 minutes, and then gradually weakened until it calmed down completely. Joan hid behind the table, waiting until he could hear the slightest movement before standing up. When I walked to the window and looked, the larvae of eye of the air spore had expelled most of the gas from the body and became shriveled. Joan opened the window, let out the dirty air, and used a magic trick to restore the larvae of the eye of the air spore to normal temperature, and then opened it with a knife. The inner surface of the larvae of Aerospora has a layer of soft and moist fluff that looks a bit like an amniotic membrane. At the top of these fluffs, there are tiny thorny particles hanging, which are the spores of eye of the air spore, and those thorny tissues are actually the flagella of the spores. The spores of eye of the air spore not only contain potent toxins, but also can parasitize in the flesh and blood of animals, frantically absorb nutrients, and cause the host to die soon after a short time. The corpse of the host will provide fertilizer for the growth and development of the new generation of eye spore. Joan collected these spores carefully and put them in a reagent bottle. After returning to school, he conducted further research in a laboratory environment. Tried to extract spore eye toxin from it, and further enrich the material of poison strike. Putting this bottle of dangerous fungus in the storage bag, Joan rubbed his hands, and then looked at the 5 bottles of spore samples presented by the king of bacteria. These 5 bottles of spores are all collected from the mushroom family, but not all mushrooms have all 5 kinds of spores, especially the last bottle of green spores, which is unique to the king of bacteria. It is a rare treasure. All 5 spores contain luminescent substances. The bottle of spores that emits red fluorescence carries a certain pheromone, and the mushrooms will often release it when they are in danger, sending out a distress signal to nearby people. In the underground world where the airflow is relatively less intense, the alarm spores emanating from the mushrooms can quickly spread beyond 100 yards in a short time. Mushrooms who have received this spore can all feel the fear and pain of the help-seeking alarm, and most of them will rush to rescue as soon as possible. Joan remembers that when the tentacle monster attacked the mushroom kid near the river beach yesterday, the other party spewed out a lot of these spores that flashed red fluorescence as soon as they realized that their life was threatened. Soon after, many mushrooms received an alarm and came to the rescue. In addition to alarm spores, there are 2 supernatural spores that all mushrooms can generate in their bodies, and are an indispensable prerequisite for meditation meetings, namely mind spores and psychedelic spores. Joan attended the meditative rally of the mushroom people last night and was already familiar with these 2 spores. Mind spores is a communication medium between the mushrooms and outside creatures. It can cross the barriers of race and language, so that the mushrooms can directly communicate with all intelligent creatures in the diffuse space of the mind spores. The blue hallucinogenic psychosperm spores. Joan initially thought it was a hallucinogenic neurotoxin similar to muscarine, but after deep understanding of this substance, he found that the composition ratio of psychospora I expected it to be more complicated. First of all, it is certain that the toxicity of high phosphor is far less intense than that of some infamous poisonous mushrooms. After smoking, it will only cause slight physical discomfort and hallucinations, and will not be life-threatening. The so-called psychogenic may just be a misunderstanding of this spore. Joan suspects that psychogenic spores alone cannot stimulate nerves to produce hallucinations, and it is more likely to work together with mind spores to form a bridge, truly convey the picture in one person's mind to another person. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 1025 Spore Research 2. Joan does not yet understand the specific components of high phosphor. The reason for this speculation is mainly based on the personal experience of participating in a meditation rally. As long as a person is alive, new images are frequently generated in his mind. In a sober and focused state, people can control the brain to generate specific intentions in a short period of time. For example, if you miss someone strongly, the other person's voice and smile will naturally appear in your mind. However, in most cases, it is difficult for people to maintain a high degree of mental concentration for a long time, and they cannot control their brains to think about anything. Especially when enjoying artworks, the images generated by the stress in their minds often tend to deviate from the theme, and there is no clear logic at all. Even when falling asleep, the human brain also produces images, and dreams come from this. People communicate when they are awake, whether they use language or words, or use magic such as spores of the mind or psychic connection to directly communicate at the ideological level, which can accurately convey the information to the other party, and inevitably presuppose that the other party can understanding. On this premise, it is necessary to establish a common grammatical logic, use a common language, and even require the use of languages that can be spoken and written by each other. Then there is no doubt that all these communication methods must be rational. What a person wants to convey to others must be understood by him. If he does not understand what he wants to express, it is even more impossible for others to understand what he thinks. At best, humans can only understand the rational side of each other, and rationality is just a small tip of the iceberg of will. This means that the joys and sorrows of human beings are not connected. No one can really understand another person. Everyone's inner world is an island. If mushrooms only have spiritual spores, they will not be much stronger than humans in understanding each other, but they are more precise and efficient in conveying rational thoughts. But mushroom also possesses a more magical illusion spore. By combining illusion spore and mind spore, they can transform their inexplicable irrational feelings into vivid images and convey them to others, so that the other party can feel his mood. This way of using psychedelic spores is crucial to the social life of the mushroom people. After all, Joan is not a fungus, and he has no interest in social life, but he found that the fusion of psychedelic spores and mind spores can double the efficiency of his spiritual meditation and the time required to prepare spells, from an hour under normal circumstances, shortened to half an hour. Now that there are enough mind spores and psychedelic spores in his hand, Joan naturally thought of using these two materials to process an alchemy potion to increase the efficiency of meditation practice. But before that, he still has to carefully check the safety of this elite spore. Spores that have no toxic effects on mushrooms may not harm human health. Especially the spiritual spores have to be more careful. If it is just toxic, Joan can also use alchemy to remove the toxicity as much as possible without destroying his meditative effects. But if it is addictive, even if it can improve the efficiency of practice, Joan can only give up its use. This bottom line cannot allow compromise. The fourth kind of spore that the king of bacteria gave to Joan is rarer than the first three, and only adult mushrooms can spawn. The spores glowing with golden fluorescence are strongly irritating. No matter direct inhalation or skin contact, they will cause interference to the biological nervous system. Most life activities, especially the normal activity of the nerve conduction system, are always accompanied by frequent changes in the body's biological potential and polarity. Biological inhalation of golden spores scattered by adult mushrooms, if they can't resist the biological electromagnetic interference contained in the spores, the brain nervous system will stop discharging and temporarily fall into a stop state, and the whole person will lose the ability to think, as if shocked, became dumb. As for when to eliminate the negative effects caused by stunned spores and restore normal thinking ability, first of all depends on whether the physique is strong enough. Secondly, strong willpower also helps to get rid of mental interference as soon as possible. If you only look at the symptoms caused by shock spores, you can think of it as a toxin, but it is different from the toxin in the sense of alchemy, more like a physical effect caused by electromagnetic interference. Joan is also not sure whether deterrence spores is a toxin or a special microbomb. Fortunately, such spores can also be used as a casting material for poison strike. The last bottle of green fluorescent spores is a parasitic spore that can only be produced by the king of bacteria. This spore is like its name. Each spore particle is an independent living body. It can't be said that it has any intelligence alone, but if a large number of parasitic spores are gathered together, it will magically obtain the group will, with an intelligence attribute of up to 2 point. If you don't count supernatural animals like magic beasts, the 2-point intelligence attribute is the IQ limit of all domestic animals and beasts, such as killer whales, dolphins, elephants and some domestic dogs that are famous for being smart. Haha, probably not. The intelligence attribute is only 2 points. Unconscious tiny spores gather together and the IQ is online. This operation, Joan feels a little familiar. This is not what Mrs. Josephine called the mother's nest twill. Joan has a strong interest in the topic of mother's nest twill. He has read no less than 100 related documents, and his knowledge accumulation in this field is very rich. Generally speaking, only the swarm and the herd can form the mother nest twill, but Joan has never heard of it. And the spores can also form the mother nest twill. Spores, in the final analysis, are only the germ cells that are separated from the mother. These existences at the lower end of the evolutionary chain can form the mother's nest twill. In Joan's past cognition, The high-end atmospheric functions like mother's nest will must be at least insect-level creatures, but the appearance of parasitic spores has refreshed the old ideas, forced him to admit that he was too small to look at this seemingly inferior life form. Weakness and ignorance are not obstacles to survival. Arrogance is. Recognizing that the parasitic spore cluster is actually an intelligent mother's nest, the puzzle that lingered for a long time in Joan's heart was solved. Why parasitic spores can make the host, such as the body of a monitor lizard, like an undead spell, become an undead creature like a zombie. The mystery lies in the unique mother nest will of the parasitic spore cluster. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 1026 Parasitic Mystery 1. After a creature dies, the soul leaves the body, leaving only a cold and unconscious corpse. At this time, if a large number of parasitic spores take advantage of the situation, replace the missing souls of the corpse with their own mother nest will, activate some organ functions, they can stand up again, and even move freely as they did in their lifetime. Become a flesh coat of mother nest will. Creatures parasitized by spores are replaced by mother's nest will. No matter how high the intelligence level in life was, the current intellectual attributes will become the same as mother's nest will, only 2 points. Creatures like monitor lizards can't reach 2 points of intelligence when they are alive. After death, they are parasitized by spores and transformed into spore monitor lizards. Instead, they become smarter than before, which is a bit embarrassing. If there are only parasitic spores in the host, and the mother nest will formed by all the parasitic spores has free will, then it will do whatever it wants according to its own thinking. However, judging from the behavior patterns manifested by the spore monitor lizard, it is clear that there is no absolute autonomy, and it is controlled by the king of bacteria everywhere. Why can the king of bacteria control the spore monitor lizard? To be precise, how to control the mother nest will of the parasitic spore? In Joan's view, there are 2 possible explanations for this. First of all, parasitic spores are reproductive cells produced in the bacteria king, which is equivalent to the heir of the bacteria king. It is likely that there is some mysterious spiritual connection with the king of bacteria, and he will absolutely obey the will of the king of bacteria. Joan couldn't help recalling the activation experiments he had performed on blood samples. A drop of blood drawn from one's own body activates and confers intelligence, and the activated enlightened bloodworm formed can just be compared to the parasitic spores isolated from the king of bacteria. Since the activated enlightenment bloodworm recognizes him as a mother, obediently obeyed his instructions, and actively helped him crack the encryption spell inside the spell configuration, then as an analogy, the mother's will formed by parasitic spores follows. It is not difficult to understand the will of the king of bacteria. In addition to this, there is also a possibility, which is Joan's conjecture by observing spore monitor lizard. Joan noticed that there are not only parasitic spores that flash green fluorescence in the spore monitor lizard, but also a large number of silver-mined spores. Parasitic spores endow the monitor lizard with spirit and vitality, while mind spores enable this dead monitor lizard to regain its ability to communicate with the outside world. Or more precisely, spiritual spores serve the mother's nest will. The mother's nest will can communicate with the surrounding creatures on a spiritual level by dispersing the mind spores. In this case, mother's nest will can of course communicate spiritually with the king of bacteria. As long as the king of bacteria convinces the mother's will to recognize his old father, then he can order the good son to do things for himself, including driving the spore monitor lizard and serving as a walking tool and fighting machine for the old father. This logical chain cannot be said to be impeccable, but it is basically self-consistent. Both theories make sense, so which one is true? Joan was more and more excited, got up and paced back and forth in the bedroom. Purely theoretical deductions have been unable to help him answer questions, and then only by relying on empirical means can he be able to lift the veil over him. Joan decided to discuss it with his companions early in the morning. Please don't rush out of the mushroom forest and give him some time to study the spore monitor lizard. Only by using a sample of the spore monitor lizard to conduct a series of experiments, Joan can understand the working principle of parasitic spores. Of course, he still has to ask the king of bacteria if this is perhaps the easiest way to answer doubts, and there is no need to spend time and effort on experiments. However, Joanne still insists that if there is a first-line opportunity for empirical evidence, don't just be content with the knowledge taught by others, or obtained from books. It's not that he doesn't trust the king of bacteria. In fact, the experience of the king of bacteria is likely to be completely consistent with the experimental results. However, only after personally verifying. He feels at ease, as if only the knowledge he has learned in this way really belongs to himself. This kind of obsessive-compulsive disorder mentality, Joan himself feels very annoying, but he can't overcome it. He can only laugh at himself with a wry smile. Anyway, I'm already a monster, and I don't care about more quirks. Joan regarded knowledge-seeking as the highest pleasure in his life, but he thought that he had to delay his companion's day trip to satisfy his curiosity. He couldn't help feeling guilty and could only ask his companions for more understanding. Whenever this happens, Joan's heart will be very entangled, and can't help but have an impulsive thought: if I'm exploring alone, I want to stay, I want to stay, I want to go. I don't need to look around. People explain how free it should be. However, he immediately forced himself to dispel this dangerous tendency, and solemnly warned himself to reflect deeply. Because of a little dissatisfaction, it is very shameful to surrender and try to escape from the crowd and be alone. Joan Vader, you cannot allow yourself to escape from those who treat you kindly and become a lone monster in the wilderness. The next day, June 15th, at the surface time, Joanne summoned his courage, and at the breakfast table, he made his request to his companions and King Bacteria. The result was very moving. Hayla, Audrey and Holden did not mind changing the scheduled itinerary for him. They also said that it was too early anyway, and it did not matter if they continued to stay in the mushroom forest for 2 or 3 days. When Joan is doing research, the 3 of them will not waste time. They can map maps, collect animal and plant specimens in the mushroom area. The more complete the data collection, the more internship points they will receive after the expedition in the future. The old man of Bacteria King is also very loyal, not only patiently helping Qiao to answer questions, revealing to him all the mysteries of parasitic spores, but also lending his spore monitor lizard to Qiao for research. After listening to the king of bacteria, Joan found that the 2 speculations he made last night were only partially correct. The parasitic spores produced by the king of bacteria contain something similar to pheromones. When the king of bacteria expels a part of parasitic spores out of the body to form a spore cluster spore cloud, and then obtains the mother's nest twill, the mother's nest twill can identify the identity of the king of bacteria through the pheromone, and naturally produce a family bond. In addition, the king of bacteria can also use the spore of the soul to communicate with the mother's will to convey more complex ideas. In fact, it is these 2 factors that work together to make the mother's nest will obey the king's will. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 1027 Parasitic Mystery 2. The mother nest will of the spore monitor lizard is highly obedient to the king of bacteria. Unless the king of fungi makes apparently unreasonable orders such as letting him commit suicide, mother's nest will always obey. Joan didn't know these things before. From the perspective of an outsider, he couldn't observe the mother nest will formed by the parasitic spore cluster. He could only see the interaction between his host spore monitor lizard and the king of bacteria, so he mistakenly spore monitor lizard as a kind of intelligent higher undead creature. In fact, The biological category of spore monitor lizard should be classified as supernatural fungus. The body of a monitor lizard is nothing but a shell of parasitic spores and their mother's will. This is like a small crab that lives in a jar, dragging its jar wherever it goes. But you can't say it is an activated jar. It is a construct. In fact, whether or not it is, the jar is still a crab. The small crabs live in the jars to obtain an armor that can withstand the attacks of natural enemies. The spore cluster is parasitic in the living body, also to provide a body that can shield the wind and rain from the mother's nest twill. A simple spore cluster is too fragile, and a strong wind can blow it away. When the cluster collapses, the mother's will also disappear. Mother's nest twill has two intelligences anyway, understands the value of life, and of course must do everything possible to survive. To this end, it must find a body that is as strong and tough as possible, like wearing a sturdy armor to provide complete protection for the spore cluster. After clarifying the interdependent relationship among parasitic spores, mother's nest twill and spore host in his mind, Joan recorded his feelings in the notebook and then brought the toolbox to spore monitor, came forward and conducted a comprehensive medical examination of the behemoth. After some busy time, Joan got a medical report with detailed data. The 6 basic attributes of spore monitor are strength 24, dexterity 8, constitution 20, intelligence 2, wisdom 14, charisma 6. From this data, the strength, agility and physique of the spore monitor lizard is basically the average level of the superlarge adult monitor lizard, and it is likely to retain the physical attributes of the previous life. As for the last 3 spiritual attributes, it is obviously higher than the level that ordinary monitor lizards should be. It should be that the spore cluster has replaced the spiritual attributes that the monitor lizard should have with its own mother nest twill spiritual attributes. After Joan wrote down the experiment log, he thought about it, crossed out, and started a new line to correct a cognitive error he had just made. It is inappropriate to say that the mother's nest twill replaces the intelligence, perception, and charm attributes of the monitor lizard. The monitor lizard was actually dead before being parasitized by spores. A corpse that has lost its soul will certainly not have any spiritual attributes. The spore cluster parasitizes on the body of the monitor lizard. It fills the vacancy of the soul with the mother's nest twill and gives not replace the spiritual attributes of the monitor lizard. On the spiritual level, the two concepts of give and replace are completely different. The former can be regarded as taking advantage of the waste, and the waste is used. The latter is possessing and possessing the flesh, which inevitably reminds people of the evil behaviors of the demons and those necromantic spells that are highly controversial on the moral level. After the parasitic spores enter the host's corpse, they will secrete a special substance through the flagella, which can prevent the corpse from rot and deterioration, and maintain vitality for a long time, which is the premise of the host still having the ability to move after death. This secretion is indeed magical, but it can only maintain the muscles and bones of the body, but it cannot restore other more delicate and fragile organs, such as the eyes, to the function of life. A pair of eyeballs of spore monitor lizards have dried up and withered away. The senses of hearing and smell have all disappeared. The reason for keeping in touch with the outside world is completely dependent on the mind spores that coexist with parasitic spores in the body. The mother nest twill of the spore monitor lizard can control the host to spit mind spores to the outside world, and then extend its spiritual tentacles to the diffused space of mind spores. This has 2 advantages. First of all, of course, it is possible to communicate with the intelligent creatures within the diffused area of mind spore. Secondly, through these randomly distributed tiny spore particles, mother's nest twill can also obtain sensory abilities similar to blind vision, and understand the surrounding wind and grass. Joan's test of the spore monitor lizard also showed that this strange creature has a strong immunity. Negative effects such as diseases, toxins, blinding, paralysis, shock, hypnosis, and charm, whether due to drugs, spells, or supernatural abilities, have no effect on it. If you look at the spore monitor lizard as an ordinary beast, it seems incredible. However, after profoundly understanding that this creature is actually a closed ecosystem composed of the body of a monitor lizard, 2 clusters of supernatural fungus spores, and the cluster's mother's will. Joan was surprised. Anything that cannot affect the negative state of fungal spores must be ineffective against spore monitor lizards. Conversely, can the things that the fungal spores fear become spore monitor lizards? In response to this problem, Joan designed a set of experiments. First of all, he can be sure that sunlight ultraviolet rays has the effect of killing fungal spores. Even supernatural fungal creatures such as mushrooms, phantom mushrooms, and eyes of air spores. It is also difficult to overcome the nature of fear of sunlight. The monitor lizards living in the underground world are also not used to sun exposure, but as long as they close their eyes to avoid the stimulation of sensitive eyeballs by strong light, and occasionally sunbathing, it is actually quite comfortable. So what happens if you spore monitor lizard? Joan couldn't let the sunlight illuminate the dark areas, but he could use 3 rings of daylight to simulate real sunlight. The experimental results basically verified Joan's guess. After the spore monitor lizard was irradiated by daylight, the parasitic spores attached to the body surface flashed green fluorescence at an unusually high frequency, and it seemed to be issuing a strong warning to the same kind in the body. After this, the spore monitor lizard was remotely controlled by the mother's nest will in the body, trying to turn away from the illuminated area. When Joan chased him up with a wooden stick blessed with daylight, and continued to apply strong light radiation to it, the spore monitor lizard opened his mouth and sprayed a large group of spores of the mind to Joan, as the media sent a wave of grievances full of grievances, and seemed to be complaining about him. Why should he treat himself so cruelly? Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 1028. Praise the Sun. Joan received a complaint from the spore monitor lizard, to be precise the will of the mother's nest, and suppressed daylight, bringing the experiment site back to darkness. With the help of dark vision, Joan found that the behavior of the spore monitor lizard returned to normal, and the sentiment fluctuated and also expressed gratitude. This made Joan feel a little embarrassed. If the non-bacterial king instructed the spore monitor lizard's mother nest will to cooperate with him in the experiment in advance, he would irradiate the other party with strong light. The mother nest will might have already had a temper tantrum, and the spore monitor lizard was bitten over. Sorry, I didn't mean to hurt you just now, I just want to verify your allergic reaction to sunlight. Joan patted the spore monitor lizard's head, calmed the mother's will to calm down his resentment, and then cooperated with him to conduct another set of controlled experiments. This time, Joan blessed the zero-ring bright technique on his pen. This trick creates cold fluorescence. Even if it directly shines on the face of the spore monitor lizard, it will not have any negative impact on the parasitic spores inside it. Through telepathy, Joan communicated with Mother Nest Will to confirm that it did not hate the fluorescence created by magic. In fact, parasitic spores and psychic spores themselves also radiate fluorescence, which shows that they are not afraid of the light itself, but the ultraviolet energy with higher energy in the spectrum. In nature, the sun is the largest source of ultraviolet light. Creatures living in the underground world for generations are generally allergic to ultraviolet rays, which is the biggest obstacle to prevent them from expanding to the surface world. Realizing this, Joan suddenly felt very happy as a member of the surface. Thanks to the sun shining on the earth, the creatures of the surface world can thrive and be free from the threats of the fierce monsters of the underground world. If the surface world lacks sunshine, let's not talk about the dark elves or anything, just these little parasitic spores. If you walk in a densely populated city, it can lead to a horrible catastrophe. Human beings should really thank the Sun Father. No wonder Audrey worships the sun god that much. Joan put the experimental equipment into the toolbox, sent a mental wave to the spore monitor lizard, and asked him if there were any monsters threatening the safety of the mushrooms nearby. The spore monitor lizard tilted his head for a while, and then transferred a set of images to Joan's mind. First came a group of gnashing goblins, then all kinds of rodents who like to eat mushroom roots, and finally a big red-eyed big bat that looked particularly vicious. Goblin and mouse, whatever, it is too sloppy, not worth adding to the scientific research cause. Joan looked at the fierce violent bat at a glance, looked at his face, and his life should be dedicated to scientific research. Pippi shrimp, let's go. Joan rode on the spore monitor lizard and rushed straight to the panda cave. The spore monitor carried Joan for about half an hour, stopped in front of a steep cliff, and spewed out a cloud of silver spores. Joan immediately received the telepathy from the spore monitor lizard, and looked in the direction it indicated. About 20 yards above the ground, there is a cave on the cliff, and sometimes bats fly in and out. Inside is the grotto where fierce bats live. The so-called violent animals are, to put it bluntly, mutant species in animals, which are often stronger and more fierce than their counterparts, and are considered a transitional species between ordinary animals and magic beasts. In the underground world where the magic energy of the Earth's veins is strongly radiated, animal and plant mutations are more common than the surface world. Among them, the most violent rats and violent bats. The spore monitor lied to Joan that there was a mutant ferocious bat in the bat cave on the cliff. Its mass was 100 times larger than that of ordinary bats. It occasionally attacked the settlements of the mushroom people, which had caused no small casualties. One of the nuisances. It's just that the harm caused by the violent bat is relatively less serious than that of phantom mushroom and eye of the air spore. And this guy is a bird after all, and escapes quickly in a bad situation. The king of bacteria has not yet figured out a safe way to deal with it. Joan was very happy to help the Mongren tribe solve this nuisance, but before he started, he had to investigate the inside of the bat cave. It was too risky to break into the cave directly. Joan touched the prosthetic eye and used eagle eyes to create a magic observation point directly inside the cave. He switched his perspective to the observation point, and looked around the inside of the cave, and found that there were no less than 1,000 bats hanging upside down on the top of the cave. But he didn't see the trace of the fierce bat. He wanted to hide in a more secret place. If you directly enter the bat cave, it will inevitably be besieged by a large group of bats. Secondly, it may startle the violent bats, which is not a wise move. After a little thought, Joan decided to cast a spell to drive the fierce bat out of the grotto, and then it was easy to solve. He opened the casting material pack, first took out a smelly skunk cabbage, and then took out a sealed capsule containing a small amount of deterrent spores just to take this opportunity to check, this spore and poison strike. What effect does the combination of operation stimulate? Joan first used a stinking cabbage grass as a casting material to release 3 rings of smelly cloud technique towards the bat cave. The observation point created by eagle eyes provides Joan with a more open field of vision for smelly cloud, and directly casts the spells inside the grotto. The yellow cloud that emits a strong odor immediately diffused in the cave, and the bats that hung upside down on the top of the cave were smoked down, rolling painfully, and vomiting repeatedly. Among the muddy smelly clouds, a huge figure emerged, struggling through the space enveloped by the smelly clouds and rushing out of the hole. Joan had long noticed the fierce bat that had been smoked and fled the road through the observation point set in the cave. When he saw it flying out of the hole, he raised his hand and poked it with a finger. Loke, accompanied by a startup incantation symbolizing disease and toxin. Joan's fingertips burst out a beam of negative energy rays intertwined with dark golden fluorescence, instantly hitting the huge bat 100 feet away. The violent bat has been dizzy, stupid and nauseated, and it has been attacked by poison strike. The negative energy flow and the deterrent spores invade the body. The brain neural network is suddenly paralyzed, and the runaway body falls down. Come. Joan walked up to the falling ferocious bat and found that his eyes were dull and silent. Although he was still alive, he completely stopped thinking. If this happens to humans, it is called a vegetative poison strike with shock spores. The effect makes Joan very satisfied. However, he also knows that the deterrent effect caused by the spell is temporary, and the ferocious bat will resume soberness soon. Prior to this, Joan had to prepare for the follow-up experiment. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 1029 Spore Giant Bat. After a little thought, Joan took out a large needle tube and deeply penetrated the blood vessels of the neck of the fierce bat, injecting a tube of air. Soon after, the fierce bat died of myocardial infarction easily. This is the standard procedure for laboratory execution of animals. Joan uses this method to kill violent bats, in order to ensure that the corpse does not have obvious organic damage, so as to provide a healthy host for parasitic spores. Joan took out a glass bead, chanted the mantra, and created a shelter as a temporary laboratory, and then dragged the body of the ferocious bat into the hut. Next, Joan took out 2 jars, put on a gas mask, opened the jar containing the parasitic spores, took out a few spores, and threw them into the air to spread them out. The force field shield shields the interference of the intense airflow. In this windless environment, the spore cloud can be fully diffused and is restricted to the cabin. Joan opened the second jar again and took out a few spores of the mind, which were also spread out. Green and silver fluorescent spores complement each other inside the cabin, creating a dreamlike beauty. Unfortunately, Joan has not yet sensed the mother's will until now. This is probably because the concentration of parasitic spores is not enough to form a cluster enough to produce mother's nest twill. Joan continued to sprinkle parasitic spores, consuming nearly 13 ounces in total, and finally felt another life will in the room. Yes, this is the mother's nest will of the newborn. Hello, newborn. Joan greets the newly born mother's nest will through the mind spore. Mother's nest will seemed a little timid, did not respond to his greetings, wrapped in a spore cloud, curled up in the corner of the hut, tumbling and surging, fluorescent flashing, seems to be observing this strange world. Joan secretly smiled bitterly and sent out mental fluctuations again, trying to release the goodwill to mother's nest twill, but the effect was not good. After all, Joan is not the king of bacteria, and there is no kinship bond with the mother nest will formed by the parasitic spore cluster. I want to appease this overly alert little guy. It's useless to talk empty words. I still have to come up with it. Real benefits. Thinking about this, Joan cast the hand of the higher mage, dragged the corpse of the ferocious bat prepared in advance to the cloud of silver-green fluorescent spores, and told the mother's will with his mind. This was specially for it prepared host. As long as it enters this body, there is no need to be afraid of the wind from now on. Instead, the wind will become its friend and help it control the wings of the host. It's better to seduce it than to speak empty words. This time mother's nest will was finally moved by Joan, and after a short hesitation, it turned into a streamer and sneaked into the corpse of a ferocious bat. After the corpse merged with the spore cluster, it didn't take long to slowly climb up, followed the instinct to try to flap its wings, and flew barely. Joan took out his pocket watch and noted this memorable time. 40 minutes after the death of the fierce bat, it became a spore giant bat. A giant bat reborn, a silver mind spore spouted out of his mouth. And for the first time he sent out a psychological response to Joan, conveying gratitude. Joan didn't miss this opportunity and encouraged the spore giant bat to assist himself in a set of experiments. After repeated persuasion, the big bat with serious heart disease was finally forced to agree to cooperate. Joan took the medicine according to the prescription. Just like the spore monitor lizard, he first performed a comprehensive medical examination of the spore giant bat and recorded the data in detail. The spore giant bat does not seem to be used to being manipulated by others, and he tried to resist several times, but fortunately he was persuaded by Joan. However, in the last light test, when Joan put daylight on his face, the spore giant bat finally couldn't bear it anymore, fluttered into the air, and fled quickly from the hut. So he never went back. This ending is certainly not perfect, but fortunately enough to make Joan realize a problem. Degree of dependence of the spore giant bat on him is far less than that of the spore monitor lizard to the king. After all, the parasitic spores that formed the mother's nest were not produced in Joan's own body, and there was no blood relationship, so there was an emotional difference. If you use the spell of the confusion control system, for example, the attitude of the spore giant bat towards Joan is like hitting the enchantment spell. You found a good host for me to help me gain more power. I am grateful to you and really treat you as a friend, but you can't use me as a slave. You have to reason with me and convince me I believe you are really good for me, and I will listen to you. As for the spore monitor lizard, it is the domination effect of unconditional obedience. Don't do anything that is useless. You are my dear father. You old man, speak. Who shall we cut today? Joan didn't chase the spore giant bat. Anyway, the test should be done, and it is not necessary to keep it. Organizing the experiment log, Joan put away the refuge cabin and summoned the spore monitor lizard, who was about to ride the monitor lizard to return to the mushroom palace. Suddenly, a magic wave flew in front of him, and a ball of red light appeared. Joan stretched out his hand to hold a ball of communication light, silently read the information, and his face gradually became dignified. SMS was sent by Angel, and Joan didn't reply immediately. The information disclosed in the letter was too significant. He was inconvenienced and had to discuss it with his companions before making a decision. Hurrying back to the Mushroom Palace, Joan found Hyla, Audrey and Holden to announce the news that she had just received. Angle sent Zams and their team was in trouble. Now they have no choice but to ask us for help. Both Hyla and Zion's sisters changed their faces when they heard the words, and quickly asked what happened to Angel. Angel did not elaborate in the letter, only mentioning that they had a fierce clash with the drow hunting team of O'Neill City. Arnold was wounded and captured in the battle, and Lowry was also comatose. When Angel sent me a letter of help, Ryan was also with him. The two of them carried Lori in a coma. They spent the whole day hiding in Tibet from the Dark Elves. How long will it last? Joan's tone was low and it was hard to hide his concerns. The situation of Angel, Lane and Lowry prevented him from being optimistic. Things have come to an end. We can only rescue Angels as soon as possible, and hope to have time. Holden made his choice without thinking. Audrey raised her hand to tell her brother to be restless, and asked Joan as calmly as possible, "Angel, where are they now? How far is it from us?" Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 1030 Emergency Rescue. Angel, Lane, and Lowry are now hiding in a rock cave on the outskirts of the city of O'Neill. The drows are hunting them in the mountains. Joan took out the navigation compass, brought up a map near the underground city of Zorn, O'Neill City, and found the general location of the cave where Angel and others hid. Existing maps are only a small part of the information that has been proved. The information is very vague, and what is happening outside the city is not obvious from the map. Even this small, vague map was surveyed by the Arnold team during the last expedition, and on the way to the survey, because of a conflict with the Dark Elves for a mine, they had to suspend the expedition and withdraw to the camp. In this case, Arnold dared to go to the vicinity of O'Neill underground again, showing that they were unwilling to be forced to interrupt their exploration last time, and tried to map out a detailed map of the surrounding area of O'Neill. When he set off at the school's teleportation team, Joan had heard Anger mention a detail. Their trip seemed to use transfiguration, disguised as drow, and mixed into the city of O'Neill. In-depth investigation of the city's facilities, to draw a map of the city as perfect as possible. This idea is indeed exciting, but it is too risky. If it is disguised, it may lead to the death of 4 of them. At that time, Joanne wanted to discourage them from going to death, but then thought again. Underground exploration will inevitably have to take some risks. Since Angel has decided to sneak into Drow City, they can only think that they have already faced the potential risks, have been prepared accordingly. As an outsider, it is really not good to splash cold water. After hesitation, in the end he was not embarrassed to speak those annoying obscene words in person, but just wished Anger a safe journey. It now appears that the situation I was most worried about was still happening after all. Sighing secretly, Joan looked up to answer Audrey's question. The rock mountain where they are hiding is no less than 500 miles away from us. If we decide to go to the rescue, we must use the transmission scroll. Audrey nodded, her brow furrowed, and she was pensive. Of course she could hear Joan's implication. The place where Angel and others were trapped is too far away from this place, and only with the help of transmission scroll can they be rushed to rescue as soon as possible. However, this team has only such a transmission scroll. Used here, it is equivalent to self-breaking retreat and put to death. If you can successfully rescue the angels, it is okay to say that everyone can find the nearest transmission station, and after a long journey, they may eventually return to school. But if the enemy's power is too strong, the four of them risked the past and plunged into the encirclement of the Drows. Not only did they not get out of Angel, they couldn't even protect themselves. Wouldn't they seek their own way of death? Audrey struggled more and couldn't help but sigh. My friend is in trouble, so I wrote for help. As a paladin, she is really difficult to refuse at this time. For her, this is not just a matter of not speaking righteousness, but also a test of faith. From another perspective, even if she decided to go to rescue her friends regardless of life and death, she had no right to ask her companions to die together. On the contrary, if she offered to go alone to save people, and let Joan stay in a safe place to wait for the news, it would be hypocritical at first, and secondly she knew that Joan they would never let her take risks alone. After all, to advance and retreat together. Just when she was in a dilemma, Joan stepped closer to her and took her hand. Audrey glanced over her head, her sapphire eyes gleaming with anticipation. Remember the idea you proposed before? Joan whispered softly. We use this scroll at hand to first transfer back to school, buy 3 teleportation scrolls, and then collectively teleport to Angler's trapped underground mountain area. After rescue them, use the reels of the reserve to escape from the Drow. Is it safer? The handsome face shrouded in the princess cloud was finally smiling. It will inevitably delay some time back and forth, but there is really no safer way than this. Joan nodded and was about to announce the plan he had discussed with Audrey. Hayla suddenly opened the door. Joan, did you ask Angel how many telegraph reels were they carrying? This issue has not been considered by Joan. Since his team only prepared 1 teleportation reel, Joan felt that they had carried 2 teleportation reels at most, and this was the privacy of others, so I was embarrassed to ask. However, in the face of Hayla's perseverance, Joanne was also helpless and had to write back to Angel, asking him how many reels he still had in total. After half a minute, a red light appeared out of thin air. Joan held the light ball to read the information, and his face became strange. Angel said that he and Ryan each brought a teleportation scroll, and there was also a coma in Lowry's body, and Arnold's scroll, which was also handed over to Angel for custody before being captured by the Dark Elves. So they now have a total of 4 conveyor reels. Fuck. There are only 4 of them. What are you doing with the hot reel? Hayla couldn't help but swear. Joan felt the same. Poverty limited his imagination. This shows that they are also very aware of the risk of this trip, and bring a few more scrolls. In case of a bad situation, they can pull their legs away in time. However, after thousands of calculations, they still have not been able to get rid of the black skin. Holden smiled bitterly, then said, Anger still has 3 teleportation scrolls in their hands, and they can escape back to the camp or school at any time, but they would rather shrink in the cave and wait for rescue. Do you understand what this means? Joan nodded heavily. This means that Angel, Ryan, and Laurie will not let go of Arnold Level, who will not fall into the hands of the Dark Elves, hoping that the 4 of them will help rescue Arnold, otherwise they will have long slipped the scrolls, and who would have committed the Drow entangled. Since they still have 3 teleportation reels, things are easier to handle. Joan, you told Angel that it was not impossible to rescue them, but there was a condition that they had to give us 2 scrolls, one for the collective evacuation of the Dark Elves after Arnold afterwards, and one for the other as our return ticket to the school in the future. Hayla made the request with an uncompromising tone. If you're embarrassed to talk about conditions with your friends, let me send SMS. The relationship is the relationship. The transaction is the transaction. And Hayla never does the kind of hypocrisy of death to face and suffering. Joan sincerely admired her simple and clean character. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 1031 Dark Elf. The third ring SMS comes with a reply function. Joan holds the light ball and tells Hayla the conditions of Hayla's opening. After just 10 seconds, he received an answer from Angel and felt relieved. Angel said no problem. That's all right. Let's pack up and hurry up, Holden urged impatiently. In fact, there is nothing to pack. Important items are packed in storage bags. Everyone can start at any time. Without further ado, Kian hurriedly used a Ring Zero messaging technique to explain the reason for the sudden resignation to the King of Bacteria, and thank the hospitality these days. After saying goodbye, Joan took out the transmission scroll from the storage bag, unfolded the scroll and chanted the spell, and then a circle of glowing patterns opened at his feet. Hayla, Audrey and Holden rushed into the teleportation array, holding hands and surrounding Joan. The spellcasting ceremony was successfully completed, and the scroll in Joan's hands turned into dust, which fell from his fingers. Joan didn't care about dusting off the ashes in his hands, holding the slender hands handed over by Audrey and Hayla respectively, and forming a closed circle with his companions. The four figures rose with the beam of light, and disappeared in a blink of an eye. On the outskirts of the city of Oxnell, a group of dark elves riding lizards scattered in the high and low mountains, seems to be searching for something. These dark-skinned underground spirits, also known as drow, are as handsome and slender as their distant relatives in the surface world, with a pair of pointed ears, silver grey or pale gold hair color, always appear to be vigorous and elegant. However, the beautiful skin sack is only an illusion. The temperament of most dark elves is diametrically opposed to the surface elves they deeply hate. As the well-known proverb of the underground world, drow's heart is darker than their skin. These cruel and evil spirits have always claimed themselves as the nobles of the underground world, and regard other creatures as servants who can be born and killed at will. The drow's arrogance did not come out of thin air. Even though they were not as bragging as they were always at the top of the food chain in the dark area, at least one of the top forces. At least so far, there are no natural enemies that can cause a devastating threat to the entire dark elf community. Over time, they will inevitably develop an arrogant mindset. But just today, the drow's self-esteem was challenged. A group of human explorers from the surface world first used spells to transform into a dark elf, and they mixed into the O'Connell city for espionage. They actually wandered around the city for so many days without being caught. See-through. It wasn't until early this morning that the chronoculum set in the center of the city square was about to start a new cycle. Those overly arrogant human spies were only exposed in a burglary involving the Spider House. Escape outside the city. At the moment, the drow samurai searching for enemies in the mountains are all affiliated with the Bellamy family, the first ruling family in the city of O'Neill. The theft at the Spider House made Mother Bellamy irritated. Not only did she send an elite hunting team to track down the theft suspects, but she also instructed Claudia Bellamy, her favorite second daughter, to lead the team, at all costs to capture the suspect, be sure to recover the stolen treasure. All the dark elves involved in the tracking operation learned that the person who led them was Princess Claudia, and all took a breath of secretly. The residents of the city of Oxnell, even if they had not witnessed the elder lady, had at least heard of her amazing beauty and equally eccentric temper. Admittedly, most female drow nobles are arrogant and self-willed, guilty of poisoning and killing without blinking, but they are more willing to play tricks and conspiracies and disdain like those lowly male warriors who wield swords at the front of the battle. Compared to rough fighting, they are still conspiracies, and lies are more likely to please the Queen of Spiders worshipped by Drow. Claudia Bellamy is an alternative. As a Drow priestess with quasi-legendary strength, she could have been the Dean of the Spider Academy, but for some reason she gave up this honor and instead held the position of Family Martial Arts Chief of her family. The Dean of the Spider Academy and the Family Martial Skill Chief, the honors of the two positions simply cannot be compared. What's more, the Martial Skill Chief role of the Drow family has always been taken by men. In this society of men and women, a noble priestess who is a part-time martial arts chief is really self-reducing in price, which is shocking. No one knows why Claudia Bellamy made such a ridiculous decision, nor dare to ask the hot-tempered young lady face. She can only think that she truly loves violence, otherwise she cannot explain why every time she heard that there was a new adventurer in the city, and she always offered to compete with the opponent. If someone can defeat Claudia in the fighting arena, they will get a lot of bounty. To date, no one has beaten Claudia Bellamy in a fair duel. And since her eccentricity was spread, all the outsiders who passed by the city of Oxnell have obediently picked up their tails to be humans. Publicly show off the force, lest the violent princess be targeted. In fact, the Queen of Spiders Rose has both sinister and violent aspects. While the vast majority of Rose priests are devoted to pleasing the Queen of the Spiders by tricking their wrists, Claudia Bellamy emulates the moody, combative nature she worships from the other side. Goddess. In the eyes of the warriors of the Bellamy family, the existence of Claudia will undoubtedly make them embarrassed and afraid. The embarrassment is because they have to learn martial arts from a woman. After all, Claudia also works part-time as the martial arts chief of the family and is the person in charge of fighting martial arts towers. The Queen of Spiders rarely grants magic to men. In the Dark Elf Society, the dominant priest class has been firmly controlled by noble women since ancient times. Affected by this tradition, male Drow's status in society is generally lower than that of women. The only thing that can appease their self-esteem is that men are physically stronger than women, so they are more suitable to become warriors or assassins than women. But Claudia's appearance shattered their only self-esteem. This woman not only possesses powerful spellcasting abilities, her fighting skills are equally fascinating. The Drow warriors who were trained in the fighting martial towers were all impressed by Claudia's terrifying 9-headed snake whip. The pain that the leather whip hit on their bodies was enough for them to remember their whole life and have scalp hair every time they think of it. Hemp. The Drow samurai who participated in this tracing operation was very nervous, and could not help catching the human thieves as soon as possible, so as to make a mission to His Royal Highness Claudia. In case something goes wrong, let the thieves slip away, at least they will get a whip, otherwise don't want to go home alive. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 1032 Drow Warrior. Just when the Drow warriors were worried, a beam of teleportation suddenly rose in the distant Col, especially in the dark mountainous area. A Drow warrior closest to the teleportation point looked up at the glowing zone, and an alert look flashed in his eyes. After a little hesitation, the Drow warrior turned and jumped down to walk on the lizard, clenched his sword, and sneaked towards the glowing area. The exact location of the fifth ring teleport depends on how well the caster knows the destination. Joan just found Angel in the mountains where they are located, completely new to the local environment, and unclear about their specific coordinates. In this case, it is almost impossible to send it to Angel by force, but it will land randomly at a nearby location. The four people walked out of the teleportation beam and saw that the darkness covered the completely strange area, and the high and low mountains were vaguely visible in the depths of the darkness, like a group of giant beasts that might swoop over at any time, which made people feel depressed. Hayla looked around and scratched his head bitterly. In this ghost place, I can't tell the difference between east and west. Where should I find Angel? Joan, if you don't send a text message to Angel first, You'll say that we've arrived in the O'Connell Mountains and let Angel shoot a flash in the air so we can know where to find them. Holden proposed a seemingly feasible plan. That's wrong. Audrey shook her head to reject her brother's proposal. In this dark place, there was a sudden flash of light in the air, which was too dazzling. We can see it. The dark elves who followed Angel are also visible. It is possible to rush to find the cave where Angel hides. Then it's dangerous. Besides that, is there any way to find them as soon as possible? Holden spread his hands in frustration. There is a spell that happens to work on this occasion. Let me try it. Joan pulled out the dagger and drew a circle on a spot. Then took a blank piece of paper from the spellcasting material bag, cut out a slap-shaped paper man with the dagger, placed it in the center of the circle, and began to cast 3 rings of arcane track dance. As Joan chanted mantras and gestured, the distribution of the magic net around the circle was slightly disturbed. The paper man, who was originally lying flat on the ground, was pulled up by the magic silk and slowly stood up, like a string puppet, swinging his hands and feet and dancing in circles. Hyla, Audrey, and Holden had never seen such a weird spell, and they all gathered around. 3 pairs of eyes were fixed on the paper people dancing in the circle, and the atmosphere was not afraid to breathe, both curious and horrified. This weird spell ritual lasted for a minute, after which the paper people stopped dancing and lay on the edge of the circle without any movement. Joan took a long breath and drew a mark on top of the paper man's head with a dagger, and then turned the paper man over, which was originally a blank piece of paper on the back, and several lines of crooked small text appeared abruptly, which looked like a child's letter pen graffiti. Joanne picked up the paper man and was fascinated by the strange words that appeared out of thin air. Joan, are you doing divination? Holden could not help asking. That's right, Joan replied absently. Just when he deciphered the meaning of the words behind the paper man, the paper man suddenly burned on his own. Joan quickly threw away the paper man and watched it burn to ashes before slowly speaking. According to the divination results of the dance of the track, Angel is currently relatively safe and in good health. The hiding place is located in the south of the east, less than a mile away from us. Joan pointed to the previous mark. Then we will continue to walk in this direction until we reach the place corresponding to the result of divination, and we should be able to find angels. This is the best. Let's hurry up, Hyla said urgently. Joan nodded, leading the way for his companions, walking quickly in the dim gorge towards the direction indicated by the paper man. In an unfamiliar environment, there were still fierce drows wandering in the darkness, and Joan was afraid to carelessly. The dark vision and tremor perception attached to the prosthetic eye have been opened, and the mosquito finger technique has also been performed to turn the left finger of the left hand into a blood mosquito and fly forward to find the way. Out of a distance, Joan suddenly sensed that there was a volatile wave nearby. Under normal circumstances, Joanne may not care about such a slight tremor, but in this crisis-ridden place, he has to tighten his nerves and be vigilant. Out of prudence, he stopped and turned his head to look in the direction of the unusual shock. With the help of dark vision, Joan's eyes penetrated through the thick night, and he faintly saw a shadowy figure, clinging to the rock wall, standing silently in the dark, his head slightly twisted, and seemed to be spying towards this side. Beware. There seems to be a person hiding over there. Joan whispered to remind his companions to strengthen the alert. As soon as the words were spoken, the man on the opposite side was alert and turned to look at Joan. At the moment when the eyes of both sides touched, Joan vaguely saw a pair of cruel foreign eyes glowing in those dark red eyes, and could not help but sigh. At almost the same time, the man resolutely gave up sneaking, as if a bat suddenly flew over. The sharp blade came out of the sheath quietly. The elegant sword in the hands of the drow warrior was painted black. I don't know if it was to prevent reflections or to be poisonous. Audrey leaned towards him as soon as he received Joan's warning, and lifted his shield in time to kick off the venomous snake-like sword. A fire burst in the darkness, and the golden iron sympathized in the mountains. Agitated, despicable dark skin. Hyla wielded a huge sword, struggling to slash the drow warrior who launched the raid. The dark elf didn't plan to use his own thin sword to block the giant sword with a wide door on the front, and then resolutely retracted the sword, shrunk backwards, folded a series of flips backwards, and flashed off the giant sword that fell down. While backflipping in succession, Samurai drew up his left hand and slapped on his chest, using his own as the origin, and a circle of spherical dark curtain quickly expanded to all sides. In the dark space created by this magic, even Drow's own dark vision cannot see things normally, not to mention the human explorers who come from the surface world and lack the ability of night vision. Based on past experience, the Drow samurai believed that the tabernacle formed by this dark spell could block the enemy's line of sight and make him temporarily safe. The next question is, take the time to slip away now, go to the boss to report the new situation here, or lurking in the darkness of magic for a while, see if there is a chance to succeed. Just before the Drow warrior had made up his mind, in the darkness not far away, there was suddenly an elven spell spelling light. Anna. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 1033 Invisible Sphere. Anna. Hold enchanted spellcasting spells in time, blessing the three in daylight for his sheathed dagger. At the sword's edge, a golden radiance dispelled the darkness, and the Drow warrior had no place to escape. This man who has never seen sunlight in his life is obviously uncomfortable with the blazing glow released by daylight. He covers his eyes with his left hand and wields his sword in his right hand. Both painful and mad. Holden left with the sword lighting, with his right hand pulled out the magic gun, aimed at the dark elf and fired twice. The Drow warrior who had been blinded by his eyes, with the blind fighting skills of listening to the sound, waved his sword to block the first bullet and the second bullet that followed, but it could not be blocked anyway. The Drow warrior was shot in the heart and fell down in the pool of blood. His grey hair was stained with scarlet blood, which was particularly shocking against the dark skin, leather armor and cloak. The four Joan, silently looking at the corpse in the pool of blood, all with heavy hearts, like a stone crushed. Dark elves rent everyone so hard. Holden wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and muttered to himself, this guy does have two brushes, but among the dark elves, he is not really a ruthless character. Audrey froze to tell the truth, dispelling her brother's luck. It is said that women in the dark elf society are more terrible than men. Fortunately, what we just encountered was a male warrior, not a Drow priestess. Seeing that the dagger in Holden's hand was still glowing, Joan asked him to suppress the magic of daylight, so as not to attract more dark elves. Holden chanted the mantra quickly, and his fingertips lightly touched the scabbard, and the light converged, and the surroundings returned to darkness. Vibration sense told Joan that the airflow in the air fluctuated abnormally. At least three fast-moving creatures were moving towards this side. Probably a dark elf. Saving people is the most important thing. Joan doesn't want to get into a struggle at this time, so he takes out a small group of gels that wrap the eyelashes from the cast material bag, and casts the three-ring illusion invisible law ball that he learned shortly before. New Uinana. At the moment of completion of the spell, the magic net distributed within a 10-foot radius around Joan twisted into a circle of spherical enchantment, and the magical power was transformed into shadow energy, so that Joan inside the enchantment was covered with a layer of illusion, and the whole person became colorless and transparent. No sense of existence. Hayla, Audrey and Holden also tried to move closer to Joan's position. When they entered the envelope of the invisible law ball, the part of the body inside the enchantment disappeared out of thin air. The body outside the enchantment was still visible, and the living image was split in half with a knife, which was a bit scary. And when they completely enter the invisible law ball, just like Joanne, they all become colorless and transparent. No trace. What is even more magical is that the invisible effect of the invisible sphere is only effective for the observers outside the sphere. Joanne, Hayla, Audrey and Holden who are inside the sphere can not only see each other, but also normal. Observe the movement outside. Come on, keep up with my steps, Joan whispered to remind the companions beside him, and then proceeded along the direction indicated by the paperman. Hey Isla, Audrey and Holden, pay attention to maintaining the pace, so that they are not more than 10 feet away from Joan, and are always under the cover of invisible sphere. The next less than half a mile, Joan and they walked for nearly 10 minutes. On the way, they saw the drow samurai riding a lizard and looking around. Thanks to the protection of the stealth sphere, Joan and his entourage took their steps lightly and slipped away from under the eyelids of the drows, reaching the area fortune telling from the dance of the track. This area is full of mountains and rivers, and there are cliffs full of caves all over the place. Sometimes bats fly in and out at the entrance of the cave, and night owls crow from far away. Joan looked around and couldn't really see where Angel was hiding, but there was one thing to be sure, that they were not too far from where they were standing at the moment. After a little thought, Joan made a spellcasting gesture and tried to contact Angel with the circulation technique of the zero ring trick. If Angel's position at the moment is within 60 yards of the straight line, he will receive a magic message from him and respond. The result relieved Joan, and Angel responded to his call. Joanne, you are finally here. Angel's reply was conveyed to Joan's ear along the magic channel, and he could feel his emotion a little. Joan put all his companions into a chat group woven by messaging, and then asked Angel, where are you? Send me a signal. Okay. Angel ended the call. Joan looked up at the surrounding cliffs of the cave. His eyes narrowed, and he watched the wind and the grass move. A short time later, he saw a blurry figure appearing in the middle of a cliff, at the entrance of the cave, and then a faint light flashed, like a firefly. Joan immediately recognized that Angel was navigating with dancing light technique, and quickly greeted his teammates towards the flashing cliff. The entrance to the cave that emits shimmering light is 100 feet above the ground. Joan transformed into a bee-man, holding Audrey and Hyla's slender waists with both hands, and taking them into the air. Holden also unfolded the dragon wing and followed up. The beeman's wings oscillate at high frequencies, making a buzzing sound, hovering in front of the hole. Angel stood at the entrance of the cave, his face haggard, and he saw a monster of half man and half bee flying towards him. Angel, don't be nervous, it's us. Holden flew over to appease the nervous young wizard. Angel saw the look of Holden and breathed a sigh of relief. It's you, come in. Holden's wide dragon wing converged and landed on the platform protruding forward at the entrance of the cave before bowing into the cave. Joan led Audrey and Hyla down, shook the membrane wings, and returned to human form. A group of 4 followed Angel, bowed his waist and bowed his head, sideways through the narrow cracks of the rock wall, and entered the cave. The terrain became more open. Everyone can finally straighten the waist bar, and the pace has accelerated a lot. He walked forward for another 2 or 3 minutes. When the crowd was about to reach the end of the grotto, there was a sudden burst of blood on the face, making Joan stunned. Ryan and Lowry. Are they all okay? Joan stopped and asked Angel softly. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 1034 Mysterious Gnomes. Is it Joan? Ryan's weak voice came from the dark corner of the cave. I'm fine, but Lowry's condition is not so good. Let me see. Audrey walked quickly to Ryan and leaned over to observe the unconscious priest held in his arms. Holden stroked the dagger, reactivated daylight, and lowered the brightness of the light to the level of a candle, so that his sister could diagnose Lowry's injury, and at the same time, it would not leak the light outside the cave. Come the dark elves. At the same time Audrey checked Lowry's injury. Hyla asked Angel, what's wrong with you? How could it be so miserable? Angel shook his head, a bitter smile on his handsome face. In fact, even I myself haven't fully figured out why I suffered this flying disaster. This story is a bit long. I have to start from the beginning. Angel took out 2 folding portable benches from the storage bag and handed them to Joan and Hyla, beckoning them to sit down and talk. Since we sent it to the downtown area, It has only been 4 days so far. However, some things that happened during this period have still puzzled me. On the first day of our journey, we were near the transfer station and met a strange little man. That guy is a baby gnome with a baby face. His talk is lively and funny. It is not as serious and dull as other gnomes. If it is not grey, it will give the impression of being more like a surface gnome. The person in charge of the transfer station told us that this little gnome was named Billing, and it came from the underground city Sudri Rock City where the gnomes in the earth lived for generations. Underground gnome, also known as black gnome or sneebring, although not as enthusiastic and humorous as their ground relatives, they are equally good-natured and have a good relationship with our humanity, often coming to the teleportation point. The trading post uses gems, stonework, or other local products to exchange modern industrial products that the dwarves cannot produce. The dwarf mage named Billing is a regular customer at the trading post, and he is familiar with the local staff. In addition to buying and selling goods, he also claims to be a travel-loving explorer, and occasionally borrows the trading post's teleportation ray to the surface. Play around the world. With this relationship, when Billing came to greet us voluntarily, we did not doubt that he had ulterior motives, and Arnold invited him to drink a beer. When we were drinking together, Billing learned that we were going to survey the map near the city of Oxnell, and made a request, hoping that we could take him with him, and it would be better to him into Oxnell. We also had plans to enter the city for investigation, but this trip was too risky. We knew nothing about Billing's details and of course we didn't want to bring him. Billing pleaded again and again, and later offered to pay each of us half a pound of magic crystal as a reward to protect him from sneaking into Orkney City. Pound magic crystals are not a small number for us, plus the strangeness of seeing him. Finally everyone agreed to take him on the road. Speaking of which, Angel sighed, and vaguely expressed regret. The first 2 days of the trip were fairly smooth, and we were quite happy with Billing. After arriving at Honor, we set about preparing to enter the city. Ognil is different from other closed, old-fashioned and infighting Zol cities. The ruling family encourages commercial trade and does not restrict the activities of foreign business travelers entering the city. Of course, the premise is to comply with the legal provisions made by Zol, pay taxes according to regulations. Considering that we had a conflict with the Drow prospecting team before, lest they retaliate and dare not enter the city with their true colors, we decided to disguise as a dark elf. Frankly speaking, during this period, Billing helped a lot. He is an 8th level wizard, specializing in the School of Illusion, and an expert in makeover. Billing's spelling turned us all into real drow daggers, and we also made up a set of detailed backgrounds for each of us to prepare for the inspection of the city's security team. With Billing's assistance, we stumbled into the city and settled in the hotel. After having dinner at the bar together that night, Billing confessed to us and left on our own. Since then, until now, we have never seen the trace of the dwarf mage. But trouble came one after another. In the 2 days after entering the city, we walked through the streets of Oxnell to add details to the map. Now there are only a few forbidden areas that are not allowed to be visited by tourists, such as the residences of major families, fighting towers, warlock schools, and spider academies. These places are too dangerous. Arnold and Lowry do not allow us to venture close. Next, we would also like to visit the famous Singularity Auction House in Ognel. It is said that if you are lucky, you can buy adamantite magisters at a very cheap price. Joan couldn't help but cough twice after hearing Angel said, and immediately attracted the eyes of his companions. The fine gold items sold by Drow. Unless you have absolute confidence in your eyesight, don't be perplexed no matter how cheap. That thing is probably the product of the enchantment of the earth veins. It is used in a dark environment below the ground, which is no different from real gold products, but if it gets in the sun, then wait to cry. The Drows have a traditional enchanting process, which is to extract the radiant energy of the magic crystal or veins, which is used to replace the real magic crystal, as a stabilizer for the magic guide, and to use the magic of the shadow to turn the steel products into fine gold texture. The magic device made in this way is like real gold regardless of color and hardness, and the enchanting special effects can also be played normally in the underground world. However, once such a magic weapon is taken to the surface world and out of the radiation range of the earth veins, the spell effect attached to the embryo material will be useless. If exposed to the sun, even the shadow energy attached to the magic guide will be dissipated. The weapons and equipment that appeared to be fine gold will instantly become a pile of corroded iron filings. In this situation, Joan felt that those unlucky who thought they had bought a bargain would hardly shed tears of distress on the spot. In fact, we didn't even have a chance to go to the auction house. When we walked to the gate, we were stopped by the security captain holding the real gem. Compared to what happened later, I would rather be sold by a profiteer who sells fakes. Angel shrugged his shoulders and smiled bitterly. Under the perspective of gems of true knowledge, our disguise was all in vain, and we were surrounded by drow guards on the street, forcing our true identity and intention to enter the city. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 1035 Flying Disaster. Until we were disguised by the Zol guards, we didn't realize the severity of the situation, thinking it was just a routine inspection, and simply admitted that we are all explorers from the surface world. The reason why we disguised as Zol was mixed in. O'Connell City is based on hearing that human beings will be discriminated against in the city. Angler then told Joan and others about what happened at the time. Their Zol guard ignored our excuse and refused to let us go. One of them also drew the image we disguised and sent it to the gate of the city to find the guard of the gate to verify it. The guards claimed that we lied, because when we entered the city we were obviously 5 people, but now there are only 4 people left, and the whereabouts of one other person are not clearly explained. We have no choice but to reveal that the other companion is a gnome mage who met by chance on the journey. They are not familiar with each other, and after entering the city, they ran apart. We don't mention the gnome mage. Fortunately, when I talked about Bilin, all the drow guards changed their faces, and immediately drew their swords at us, ordering us to tell the whereabouts of the thief and his party. It wasn't until then that we realized the big thing. We don't even know where Bilin is, nor what he has done in these 2 days after he broke up with us. The drow guard bit Billing as a thief, stole important treasures in the city, and regarded us as Billing's party, forcing us to confess. In this case, we have no other choice but to resist the drow's rounding and escape from the city while in chaos. After going out of the city, the 4 of us felt more and more depressed. We all felt that this time it was the pit of the little man of Bilin. I had to pull him out and ask if he really stole the drow's treasures, which caused us to suffer. Ryan sent Bill an SMS and the result was good. The guy pretended to be a dead dog and never wrote back. Just when we were in a hurry, the Drow's hunting team had already rushed out of the city to follow us. This time, we have encountered a tough character that we can't afford. Angler recalled the thrilling scene when he was killed yesterday, and he couldn't help losing blood on his face. The female dark elf who led our team to chase us is said to be the high priest of the Queen of the Spider, or a princess of the ruling family in the city, named Claudia Bellamy. Claudia has a total of more than 20 men, and the 2 most powerful men, one of them is Master Drow, whose face seems to have been sprinkled with concentrated sulfuric acid, and the facial features are blurred. It looks scary and has a better ability to cast spells. All of us are much more powerful, at least 9th level wizards. There is also a guy with dual swords and daggers, fighting like an assassin, insidious and mysterious, but can also cast spells between battles, a bit like a magic warrior. Angler glanced at Hayla. The dark elf you said should not be a magic warrior, because we usually don't fight with 2 weapons. Hayla made a guess based on Angel's story. If the demon warrior's deputy is also occupied by weapons, he can't free his hands to display the signature professional ability of magic fighting. The person you said can cast arcane if he has weapons in both hands is more likely to be a sorcerer. a special genre of the rogue profession. The sorcerer is also known as the assist killer. Like an assassin, he is very light-hearted, good at sneaking, and has a certain spellcasting ability. However, the spell level they can master is relatively low. It's no match for professional arcane casters like warlocks and mages. Angel nodded, agreeing with the analysis made by Hyla and continuing to talk about what happened yesterday. It didn't take long for us to escape outside the city, and there was a drow samurai riding a lizard on the ground. The four of us repelled a wave of chasing and killed 3 drow samurai, but soon more enemies were chasing. Here, fortunately, we managed to get rid of it. At that time, we were still thinking about looking for Billing, and asked the whole story about the whole story. As for our own safety, we are not too worried. After all, we all have a teleportation scroll in our hands. Even if we are surrounded by the Dark Elves, we can still pull off the scroll and escape easily. It is because of this mentality that we would rather risk staying outside the city for a while chasing Bell Lynn, while watching the situation change. Just after we hid in the mountains, the drow hunting team also chased into the mountains and scattered our search for our whereabouts. At that time, I saw the drow's actions through eagle eyes, and I felt a little funny. Just like these 20 people, wanting to find us in the reckless mountains, is that not a needle in a haystack? However, it turned out that we were too optimistic. Just when we cast a spy on the Dark Elves, we didn't know that we were also locked in by the enemy's spell. Soon after that, the drow mage, who was uglier than the ghost, took to the famous man, walked through the any door and appeared directly in front of us. At that time, Arnold and Lowry were not injured. We confirmed that there were only 3 enemies caught up, and we did not put them in our eyes. The 2 drow warriors under the disfigured mage, when they joined forces, barely blocked Arnold, but the disfigured master was very strong. As soon as the battle started, he cast a spell to summon 3 ferocious shell dogs to drive the evil dogs around me and Ryan, forcing us to fly first, intending to cast spells in the air against evil dogs. However, before we can complete the spell, the disfigured mage summoned a large wind element and turned it into a tornado, blowing me and Ryan in the air, unable to concentrate on casting spells. Talking about the difficult situation at the time, Angel could not help showing a fearful look. The disfigured mage sounds like a summoner who specializes in Thespel school, Joan said thoughtfully. He can summon 3 hell dogs at the same time, and then summons large wind element. It can be seen that he can control at least 5 ring summoning spells. Indeed a terrible enemy. The more terrible thing is still to come. Angler grinned bitterly, and then said, Ryan and I are trapped by the whirlwind and can't get away for the time being. We all expect Laurie to deal with the disfigured mage, but at this moment, Laurie suddenly there was a cold light, a deep scar on his back, and then, a figure wearing a cloak emerged out of thin air. That is the mean sorcerer. He had been invisible in the dark, looking for opportunities. Assault on Lowry. Angel said, gritted his teeth. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.untlenovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 1036. Dark Princess. After Lowry's sword, he still supported and did not fall down, turned around and shot the despicable assassin. However, the cunning tricker had already stepped into the darkness, and suddenly came out from behind Arnold silently, waving several poison darts. Arnold couldn't help being stabbed by a poison dart, supporting a sword and chopping down a drow samurai. He turned back and teamed up with Lowry to deal with the tricker. At this time, Ryan and I finally got rid of the whirlwind and teamed up with a lightning wand. Master finally forced him to open any door to evacuate the battlefield, and shortly thereafter, the sorcerer also slipped away. We solved the remaining drow warrior and turned back to meet with our companions, only to find that Arnold and Lowry were both injured. At that time, Arnold's injury looked more serious, especially where he was cut by the darts. Obviously, he saw signs of poisoning. Lowry ignored his own injuries and supported the spell to help Arnold detoxify and heal him. As a result, Arnold was cured. I was injured and fainted. It was not until then that we realized that the sword wound behind Laurie was swollen and purplish, with pungent pus blood, and the original sword of the sorcerer was also quenched with poison. Angler wiped the corners of his eyes, restrained his choking, and continued to talk. Laurie is the only magic spellcaster in our team. He usually relies on him for healing and detoxification. Now that he has fallen, we don't know what to do. Arnold took some healing medicine with us. We gave Laurie the medicine. The wound was hemostatic, but the toxin could not be removed, and I don't know how long Laurie can last. In this situation, we didn't have the mind to continue the exploration. Arnold took out a teleportation scroll and proposed to return to the camp immediately, asking the permanent priest of the trade war to cast a spell to help Laurie detoxify. Ryan and I both agreed with Arnold's initiative. To be honest, we were all panicked at that time and just wanted to get rid of the Drow's pursuit as soon as possible and escape this place. However, our bad luck is far from over. Arnold just unfolded the teleportation scroll, and the magic wave was set off in front of him. A drow girl riding a blue giant spider suddenly appeared through the any door directly opposite us and raised her hand. With one finger, a green beam of light was emitted and nailed to Arnold. The magical brilliance that had just emerged from the scroll in Arnold's hand immediately converged and dimmed, and the teleportation spell was interrupted. The fourth ring dimensional anchor? Joan guessed without thinking. Yes, Arnold hit the dimensional anchor, and he cannot cast any teleportation spells until the duration of the dimensional anchor expires. There was a hint of bitterness in Angel's words. The riding blue giant spider, using the dimensional anchor to lock Arnold's drow girl, is the famous and eccentric Claudia Bellamy, the Dark Princess of O'Neill City. A priesthood favored by the Queen of Spiders, a legendary pastor Rose. This terrible woman looked at us all with the eyes of the livestock, and then in an arrogant tone, asked where the dwarf fellows who entered the city with us hid. We don't want to bear the blame for Billing's misfortune. He has repeatedly stated that Billing is not our party. After escorting him into the city, he separated. He hasn't contacted him since. Claudia listened to our confession, but just smiled coldly. Instead of continuing to question Billing's whereabouts, he offered to make a bet with us. The face of the famous Dark Princess, we have seen it before, is indeed a stunning beauty with white hair and obsidian complexion, which not only does not damage her beauty, but adds to her its a chic charm. By comparison, her weird temper makes us puzzled. Angel shrugged. It seems that until now it is still impossible to understand how Claudia Bellamy thought at the time, and actually proposed such a weird gamble. What did that drow priestess tell you? Hayla asked curiously. She said that we were able to repel 2 successive chases, and even the 2 generals under her, the sorcerer Varys and the faceless Pylos, could not take us down, which is a bit true ability. She also said that she always respects people with strength, whether they are drow or human. If we can prove that our strength is strong enough, we can get a way of life. Claudia Bellamy, who demanded an ear-known duel with the strongest of us, who defeated her in the heads-up, can safely leave Oxnell, and Claudia guarantees her outstanding ill will not obstruct each other. But if no one can defeat her, this vicious woman will ask us to make an oath to be her servant forever. I have to say that this woman is very individual. Hayla exclaimed softly, and then asked Angel, who are you sending to fight her? Of course Arnold. Tears appeared in Angel's eyes. Arnold took the initiative to demand a duel with Claudia, for good reason. First of all, he is the strongest of the 3 of us, with the strongest physique. Although this is far from enough to defeat a legendary Rose priest, at least in Claudia's Hydra support for a few minutes, change to me or Ryan, I am afraid that the woman can't even hold a whip. Secondly, Arnold hit the dimensional anchor, knowing that there was nowhere to escape, and simply sacrificed himself, entangled Claudia, so as to buy us time to the unconscious Lowry from the danger. Of course, Ryan and I didn't want to leave Arnold, but he forced me to force the telescope reel in his hand, insisting on letting us go quickly and taking Laurie away. It was better than everyone died together. Since Arnold mentioned Lowry, Ryan and I couldn't persevere. We could only take advantage of him to hold Claudia, carrying the unconscious Lowry, and hurried into the mountains to hide. Arnold wanted us to take Lowry, use the telescope to leave the on-air area, return to a safe camp, or teleport back to school, but we can't bear to abandon Arnold, even if there is a 1 in 10,000 chance. I also want to try to save him. Only two of me and Ryan, unable to rescue Arnold. Ryan thought that you are also exploring in the dark area, suggested that I try to send you a letter of help. If you do not come, we have no hope. We have to use the telescope scroll, return to school, ask the teacher and family for help, and then try to rescue Arnold. Angel took a deep breath, with tears in his eyes, looking at Joan and Hayla gratefully. Now that you are here, we have hope. Thank you for coming to the rescue. We will repay this kindness. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 1037 Bloody Scroll. Joan waved his hand, beckoning Angel to stop saying these polite words. Let's go to Audrey and Holden first to see if Lowry's injury has improved. Angel didn't say anything. Before visiting Lowry, he took out 2 scrolls and handed them to Joanne. This is a teleportation reel promised to be distributed to you in advance. We have 2 more, which is enough. Joan wasn't polite to him. He took the scroll and looked at it. One of the scrolls was stained with blood, which attracted his attention, and stared at the corner of the bloodstain thoughtfully. This bloodstained teleportation reel was given to me by Arnold before the duel with Claudia Bellamy. He also said that he was hit by the dimensional anchor, and it would be useless to hold the teleportation reel. That drow woman might as well let me take it away in case of unexpected needs. Angel realized that Joan seemed to care about the scroll, and explained the origin of the blood to him. Fortunately, the bloodstains only contaminated the corners of the reel. There is no big problem. It can still be used. After observing the scroll, Hayla reached a conclusion. Joan nodded and asked Angel, Arnold's blood on this scroll? Angel froze for a moment, thinking, and replied, he was injured in the arm before, probably the blood oozing from the wound, accidentally stained on the reel. Or we should go to Ryan and exchange a clean one with him. Reel. It doesn't matter, it's better to get blood, Joan said softly. Angel and Hayla glanced at each other, and they didn't understand what Joan meant, especially his strange eyes when observing the bloodstains, which made them unable to hold their hearts cold and not dare to ask more. Let's go and see how Lowry is. Joan put away the scroll and walked deep into the cave, where there was a faint light. Holden held the dagger lighting and heard the footsteps, then turned back and smiled at Joan and the others. You have just come, let's talk about what to do next. Well, how about Lowry? My sister just cast a spell to help him suppress the toxins in his body, and his condition will not continue to deteriorate. At least, it is estimated that he will wake up after a while, Holden said. At this time, Audrey also turned around, and then followed his brother's words to introduce everyone to Lowry's condition. Lowry is infected with a toxin commonly used by the Dark Elves. This toxin is named Drow. The poisoned person will fall into a coma until the internal organs fail. If it cannot be effectively treated, it will be in 2 to 3 days. Die in a lethargy. I just performed a 2-ring magic technique that can temporarily suppress the Drow toxin in Lowry. At least 8 hours. It can ensure that the toxin will not attack. If you want to completely eliminate the toxin in Lowry, you need at least 3-ring magic. Unfortunately, with my current spellcasting ability I can't do it yet. Audrey shrugged regretfully. That is to say, Lowry can only persist for another 8 hours at most, after which the toxins will be out of control and the condition will deteriorate sharply. Lane asked anxiously. Joan clenched his left hand and considered whether to summon God's tears. Using the magic power of this artifact gem to make a potion, it might be able to neutralize the Drow toxin in Lowry's body. Don't worry, Lowry's situation is not as bad as you think. Audrey's smile brought some comfort to the restless companion. Although I can only temporarily suppress the toxins in Lowry's body, this is enough. After a while, Laurie wakes up and he can perform a higher-level divine spell himself to remove the toxins from his body. Everyone was relieved to hear her say this. Sure enough, as Audrey expected, Laurie woke up soon after receiving her treatment. Although the priest is still very weak, fortunately it can support the neutralizing toxicity of the third ring of magic, completely dissolving the remaining toxins in the body, and the spirit will improve afterwards. Next, the focus of attention shifted to Arnold, whose life and death were uncertain. Joan, they came in a hurry. The main purpose is to help Laurie, Angel, and Lane rescue Arnold, but before embarking on the rescue, they must first determine one thing: is Arnold still alive? If Arnold is still alive, then it is his turn to discuss the feasibility of rescue. In the unlikely event that Arnold has been killed by the Dark Princess Claudia Bellamy, then this question will lose the value of discussion. The only thing that can be done is to use the transmission scroll to escape from this place and try to avenge Arnold in the future. When Hyla raised this question, Audrey, Holden, Angel and Lane all looked at Laurie, with anticipation in their eyes. If you want to know whether a person whose life and death is unclear is still alive, the best way is to use divine magic to do divination. Faced with the expectations of everyone, the pastor shook his head weakly and smiled bitterly. I'm sorry, I didn't prepare 2 rings of divination technique today, which disappointed everyone. It's okay, let's try to explore Arnold's news in other ways first. Anyway, it will be a new day in a few hours, and then you will be able to practice divination. Holden comforted. But we really have other ways to find Arnold's news while ensuring our own safety. Lowry shook his head bitterly. If you want to catch a drow warrior alive, and press the news about Arnold from his mouth, Imho cannot agree. Even if Arnold is here, he will not allow you to take such a risk. Holden and Angel looked at each other, their faces were a little ugly, and Lowry guessed their thoughts. The cave was silent, and the atmosphere was dull and depressing. Joan touched the spell scroll in his hand and broke the silence softly. Actually, we don't have to venture out to inquire about the news, and we don't have to wait for Lowry to perform divination tomorrow. I happen to know that a 3-ring arcane spell can be used to divination Arnold's current situation. Is it the Dance of Track? The one you used to find Angel? Holden asked curiously. The Dance of Tracks can indeed divination a person's life and death, but if the divination object's body is destroyed, or is no longer on the plane, this spell is powerless. By contrast, the blood message is a more secure choice. Not only can clarify Arnold's life and death, but also help us get more information about him. Joan continued to explain his intentions to his companions. If the blood message shows that Arnold is still alive, I can use the Dance of Track to detect the exact location of him, and then we can carry out the rescue operation in a targeted manner. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Jones Literature Update is the fastest. Chapter 1038 Blood Doubt. Jones' proposal was unanimously supported by everyone, urging him to cast a spell as soon as possible to find out whether Arnold is still alive. Joan felt the jacket pocket, pulled out a white linen handkerchief, and gently wiped the blood-stained transmission scroll. To display the blood message, it is necessary to use some blood samples of the surveyed object as the casting material, either fresh blood or dried blood stains. Joan flattened the blood-stained handkerchief on the ground, calmly gestured to cast spells, and chanted mantras. The blood message is similar to the Dance of Track and is also a ritual spell. Such spells do not need to be prepared in advance, but the casting process is more complicated. Joan spent a minute to complete the spell ritual, and finally ended with a spell symbolizing blood veins. Circe. The handkerchief flat on the ground, the blood-stained corner trembling slightly, seems to have some kind of will resisting Joan's inquiry into his master through the blood. When encountering such resistance during the casting process, it often leads to the failure of the spell ritual, but Joan is not nervous. Instead, he secretly relieved his breath, concentrated on suppressing the resistance will, and looked up at his companions with a slight smile. There is good news. Arnold is probably still alive. Only living people will consciously resist the blood message, while the dead will not resist. This sign indicates that the Blood Master is still alive. After listening to Joan's explanation, everyone's nervous nerves were also relaxed, and he was expected to have more good news. In fact, Joan didn't say anything to Death. Out of his consistent rigorous style, he only said that Arnold was probably still alive, because he could not be 100% sure that the blood used for divination originated from Arnold. If the blood on the scroll is not actually left by Arnold, then the result of the blood message divination has nothing to do with Arnold. In order to eliminate this situation, Joan next needs to verify whether the blood on the handkerchief comes from Arnold. After the successful implementation of the blood message, Joan can obtain 4 pieces of information about the blood owner based on the blood sample. Who are you? The best known name or code name. What are you? Race, gender and occupation. Why do you bleed? When did the blood bleed? Joan looked at the handkerchief and silently sent out a wave of thoughts, inquiring the first question. Who is the owner of the blood? The blood stains on the corner of the linen handkerchief, driven by magic power, seemed to come alive, like a red earthworm, creeping slightly, and gradually twisted into a line of letters, including Joan himself. The people in the cave held their breaths and stared at the handkerchief without blinking, trying to connect the graffiti-like letters of the young children into words to spell out the meaning of the words. After half a minute, the blood stains on the handkerchief ceased to move, and the arranged red letter string, against the white linen, appeared extremely dazzling. Arnold Level. That's right, it's Arnold's name. Angel was the first to read the name displayed on the handkerchief, and his face couldn't hide his excitement. Unless there is another Level with the same name and surname, smearing his blood on the scroll, otherwise our unfortunate friend must be alive. Holden made a joke casually. Of course, everyone knows that the extreme special case he proposed is just for an active atmosphere. It is impossible to happen in reality, and his mind is relieved. Now that Arnold is still alive, the next step is to check his situation. Arnold, did you escape Claudia's claws? If unfortunately captured, have you been severely tortured? Was it seriously injured? Was it imprisoned? Where is it held and how many guards are in charge? Before the rescue operation is officially launched, these issues should be best understood in order to formulate a rescue plan accordingly. The companions discussed very warmly, but Joan did not participate, and the follow-up process of the blood message has not been completed. In fact, he also knows that the 2 most important points of the blood message are, one is to test whether there is resistance to the will, and the other is to confirm who the blood comes from. Now that these 2 questions have been answered, on this premise, a conclusion can be synthesized: Arnold is still alive. In this case, Joan's purpose of displaying the blood message has been achieved. As for the following 3 questions, the answers are all obvious, and there is no need to ask. But for the obsessive-compulsive disorder like Joan, the immortization of the spell ceremonies halfway through will make him uncomfortable, and he has to start with the end. Following a routine mentality, Joan established a spiritual link with the blood sample on the handkerchief and casually asked the second question. What are you? The scarlet letters on the handkerchief wriggled again, rearranged and combined into a new string of words. The answer to the second question needs to answer more complex questions from species to gender to professional status, using more letters, so the fonts generated by blood are obviously more than when the name of Arnold was just displayed. The smaller one is more difficult to distinguish in the dark cave. Joan leaned close to the handkerchief and narrowed his eyes to carefully observe the small blood-colored text like grains of wheat. After only seeing the first 2 letters, he guessed that the blood was showing human and was not interested in the subsequent text. He was about to look away, rest his eyes, and unintentionally found that the magical fluctuations around the handkerchief suddenly intensified, and he couldn't help but hurriedly turned his eyes back to the handkerchief again. The text on the handkerchief suddenly came to a halt. It seemed to have been hit by an unexpected accident and was watching. Joan couldn't help holding his breath. The anomalous signs in front of him gave him a bad premonition. As his nerves gradually tightened, the blood on the handkerchief seemed to be awakened again, and began to creep slowly, first cancelling the two letters arranged before, and then recombining into a new word. Joan originally thought that the second question was the most boring. After all, he knew the Arnold long ago. Does he still need spells to verify that Arnold Level is a young human male, studying in the 8th class Orman Knight of the Night School of Mage University? This is a joke. However, the line of scarlet text on the handkerchief showed that he was wrong. Ridiculously wrong. If this is just a joke, undoubtedly the most malicious joke. Joan rubbed his eyes hard to make sure that he was not mistaken. Since this is not an illusion, is it possible that the spell is disturbed by the outside world so that an error occurs? If this is a mistake, the mistake is too dramatic. At first, it makes people feel unexpected. But when you think about it carefully, it makes sense. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.untlenovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 1039. Claudia Kiawan was obsessed with observing the scarlet text on the handkerchief. The stormy waves in his heart gradually calmed down and he had to accept this cruel truth. Joan, your face is so strange. Is there a new situation in divination? Ryan asked softly. Joan hesitated for a moment and finally decided to announce the truth. Everyone, I'm sorry to tell everyone the bad news. Arnold is no longer human. Suddenly, the cave fell into deathly silence. Ryan, Angel, Lowry, Hayla, Audrey, and Holden, all 7 pairs of eyes focused on Joan, alternating confusion, surprise, and horror. Joan, what do you mean? Did Arnold have been killed by Claudia, and the body turned into a zombie, or another undead? The priest, who had always given a solid impression, suddenly stood up, grabbed Joan's arm tightly, and his voice shivered slightly. Joanne could understand the mood of Lowry and other companions, but he had to tell the truth. Arnold's situation today is not as bad as the undead, but his biological type was indeed changed. What exactly has Arnold been turned into? Holden asked curiously. It has become a weird thing, to be precise. Joan looked weird and pointed to the handkerchief with blood-colored text under his feet, and whispered, Spider Elves. Arnold Level, who fell in the pool of blood, with his hands on the ground, gasped hard, tried to stand up again, but was ruthlessly stepped back into the pool of blood by a high-heeled leather boot. The silver rivets inlaid on the outside of the boots help to outline a pair of abstract flying wing patterns, which is slightly magical. The flying technique, which is always on the boot, ensures that the hostess of these high-heeled leather boots can walk in the rocky wilderness at an elegant pace, and if necessary, a sharp heel of more than half a foot can also be used as a torture tool to punish her enemies. The foot that stepped on Arnold's back belonged to a slender and beautiful drow girl. Claudia Bellamy, who was born in the ruling family of O'Connell City, is nearly 6 feet in size, and is a rare tall girl among the dark elf group known for being thin and slender and having an average height of only about 5 feet. The gold chain mail with enchantment level up to level 5 is quite heavy. Ordinary men can't hold it up, but it looks very fit on this tall and full-fledged dark princess, setting off a curvy figure. In the dim underground world, if you do not look closely, it is easy to mistake adamantite as a ferrous metal. In fact, if you look closely, you will find that the texture of fine gold is closer to ice crystals than steel, and the color is dark blue, but the blue is too rich and deep, so that the rough looks almost black. Claudia Bellamy likes fine gold. The hardest metal in the world embodies a spirit of perfection that will last forever, and at the same time does not lack a charming appearance. Just like her black pearls. Skin glows softly. Claudia's hair color contrasted sharply with her skin color. The hair is shiny silver, and the hair bun is shaped like a ball. It is fixed by a fine spider-like blonde hair ornament. The side hair hanging on the sides of the melon seeds is combed neatly and meticulously. A necklace made of fine gold surrounds Claudia's slender neck. The holy emblem underneath the necklace engraves the spooky pattern. A huge black widow spider, with a female drow head growing upside down on the cobweb, seems to be preparing to pounce on its prey. This is the holy symbol of Rose, the queen of spiders, the goddess that Claudia worships. Although his kingdom is set up in the bottomless abyss, it is an idol commonly worshipped by all drow ethnic groups in the dark area. So much so that the shadows of spiders can be seen everywhere in the traditions, culture and art of the drows. At this moment, Claudia Bellamy was crawling behind a giant spider. This monster's dark blue has a slightly lighter complexion than pure gold, and is of a size that is not inferior to the elephant in the surface world. It only uses 6 hind legs to prop up the bloated body, and the 2 forefoots are lifted like human arms, like a pair of sharp ones. Sickle, always ready to harvest life. The dark area is rich in all kinds of supernatural arachnids, but this blue arachnid is not an indigenous people of the underground world. In fact, it was born in the bottomless abyss, resembling a spider, but closer to the devil in nature. Before she was summoned to the dark area by Claudia, her claws had harvested countless demon heads, and her fangs had sucked no less than 10 kinds of demon blood, including her favorite succubus. Since being forcibly called into this world by Claudia Bellamy, the demon spider Lingaling has never had the opportunity to taste the sweet succubus blood. Compared with demons, the creatures in this world are dull and boring to eat, which is really boring and makes people feel uncomfortable. Lingaling glanced down at the fine gold bell hanging on her neck, her eyes becoming a little sad. The breeze blew, ling-a-ding-dong, 2 lines of inscriptions were faintly visible, with the emblem of the Bellamy family and the acronym of her mistress. Lingaling wanted to return to the bottomless abyss of her hometown, but she also knew that it was just a delusion. Her mistress, Claudia Bellamy, knew her real name by some tricks, and then read her real name when she cast the 6th circle divine spell Alien Mo and forced her called from the bottomless abyss to this dark place, forcing her to act as her servant. Lingling is not so annoying. As a grumpy adult female hunter spider, how can you tolerate a black-haired chick riding on herself for prestige? When Claudia asked her to surrender in an arrogant manner, Lingling almost attacked without thinking, wishing to bite off the slender neck of this black-skinned chick, and cut off her headless melon. Unfortunately, her counterattack was completely crushed by the opponent. If Claudia used her real name to threaten her surrender, Lingling could also blame her situation on non-war. Unfortunately, this is not the case. The crazy black-skinned girl voluntarily withdrew the calling circle reinforced with real name, laid the dimension anchor on her, let her out, and proposed a Neonan single-handed. Then she used leather whip and high heels. She ravaged her so hard that she couldn't get up. In order to survive, Lingling had to face reality, obeyed under Claudia Bellamy's high heels, bowed her head to concede defeat, swallowed her breath, and acted as her servant. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 1040. Faceless Lingaling turned, the 8 eyes arranged symmetrically on her face, and her eyes shifted from the fine gold bell to the man who fell in the pool of blood, and suddenly felt a vicious pleasure. If she remembers correctly, this feeling can be described by an idiom commonly used by drows, which seems to be called gloom. Most dark elves, especially female dark elves, are keen on glooming and are always prepared to extract happiness from the suffering of others. Lingling feels that these black-skinned chicks are more vicious than the demons in her hometown. Perhaps it is because living in the drow for a long time, Lingling has also been somewhat influenced by some subtle influence, and gradually accepted the drow's philosophy of life that builds happiness on the pain of others. Looking at the man who fell in the pool of blood, recalling the miserable scene that he was whipped by Claudia just now, Lingling's heart grew a bit of vicious pleasure, and even some of her mistresses came. Lingling raised her sickle-like forelegs and slowly approached the fainting man. Rather than letting him continue to lose blood, suffering endlessly, blame poorly, it is better to eat him. Long pain is worse than short pain, but also save wasted hot blood. Lingling does not like to eat dark elves. In contrast, the humans who are also humanoids are not as delicious as demons, at least more delicious than black skins. Lingling thinks that perhaps these human explorers are from the surface world, and the body contains the ingredients of sunlight, which makes her feel very warm to eat, not as humid and cold as drow. Go away. The Hydra whip whizzed and swept over, sturdily pumped on Ling Ling's back, with strong force, throwing this huge demon spider into the distance. Ling Ling screamed mixed with pain and annoyance, and the hot tingling in the back made her shiver, but when she and the hostess' sullen eyes met, the resentment in her eyes was immediately replaced by fear, and slowly crawling backwards, curled into the darkness, avoiding the hostile stare. Ling Ling was a very clever demon spider. She was beaten with a whip, determined to reflect, and guessed that the mistress kept the prey that had been knocked down by her and would not kill it or let herself eat it. It must be useful. What happened next verified her conjecture. Claudia stared at Arnold Level, who fainted in the pool of blood, thoughtfully. The ebony scepter held tightly in her hand was so black that it seemed to absorb all the light around it. The head of the rod dropped 9 viper-shaped whips in the shape of a snake. Claudia licked her lips, and the sapphire blue lipstick and Xu Liang's neat teeth interspersed with each other. Pylos, what happened to the detection? Dear His Royal Highness Claudia, I'm sorry, it's still unclear where the cunning pygmy thief is. The drow mage in the cloak, holding the detective crystal ball in both hands, bowed and stood behind Claudia. The magical glow from the crystal ball illuminates the face covered by the cloak and hood, like a vague flesh of vomit, dotted with 2 slightly reflective eyes, and the mouth and nostrils are just dark holes. A glance at this face is enough to cause nightmares. The residents of Onel, most of whom have heard of the name Faceless Man Pylos Bellamy, are not because of his high mana, but because this man provides a young man who does not know the heights of the Warlock School, a living paradigm that shows them the sad consequences of calling monsters they can't control. In fact, Pylos himself was not sure what monster he had summoned from the bottomless abyss on the unlucky summer night 15 years ago. He got the monster's real name from the notes of an ancient summoner, thinking that it was wax-melting demon. He prepared a rich offering, intending to entertain Rose's maid. Maybe he might get a benefit. The spellcasting ceremony was very successful. Unfortunately, it wasn't the wax-melting demon he was expecting. The monster looked more like a naked giantess. However, when her figure appeared clearly from the magic circle, she almost didn't take Pylos. Frightened on the spot. The monster has an enchanting figure, and almost every inch of skin from head to toe is covered by countless human tumors. Pylos couldn't be sure whether she was a giant woman with a sickness and sores, or not at all. Those tumors with painful expressions were the body, like bricks piled up into houses. These tumors together form a building resembling the human body, and form the mother's nest twill. Pylos didn't even have a chance to raise his doubts, but he was frightened by the shouting of the monster's body mask, trying to turn around and escape from the calling area. However, as soon as he moved his footsteps, the human facial tumors on the monster all showed their anger, and they collectively opened their mouths and spewed pungent acid on him. When Pylos woke up from a coma, the monster was gone, and the price he paid for this reckless move was that his face was ruined, and his silver hair was corroded by acid to dark brown. The nickname Faceless Man made him ashamed. Why no results? Claudia raised 2 silver eyebrows, her face unpleasant. Pylox, with your ability to cast, you can't even find the clue of the thief. Give me a reasonable explanation. Your Highness, there may be 2 factors. First, the guy who sneaked into the Spider Academy is good at illusion and camouflage. We don't know his origins, or even know whether Billing is his real name or a pseudonym. He will use this detective technique for this serious lack of understanding. The information obtained cannot be very accurate. Second, the thief was unusually cunning and not only figured out the route of sneaking into the burglary in advance. After the burglary succeeded, he also specially blessed a spell specifically used to evade detection unless we could manage to break through his protection measures. Otherwise the exploration technique cannot be locked on him. Before reporting bad news to Claudia, Pylos had prepared the wording to excuse himself in advance. He has been following this high princess for many years, knowing that she is not as irritable and capricious as the legend outside, but actually a very reasonable woman. As long as he can blame his failure on objective factors rather than his own mistakes, Claudia will not be annoyed anymore, and he will not be used as a pump. Sure enough, Claudia listened to his explanation, but sighed in disappointment, without too much blame on him, and instead called for another competent officer under her. Varys, is there anything new on the hunting team? Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 1041 Spiderification. Not far behind Claudia Bellamy, in the dark corner near the rock wall, a human-shaped shadow emerged out of thin air. Varys Bellamy is a typical drow man, reticent, short and thin, agile, armed to the teeth, and all armed with deadly poison. Black leather armor and a stealth cloak make this high-level sorcerer always blend in with the night. Usually only when the sword stabs its prey back, it will show his tracks. Your Highness, I have no good news to report to you here. There are two bad news, and they are probably closely related. Varys, from yesterday to now, too much bad news has numbed my nerves, and two more bad news will not scare me, Claudia said lightly. Okay, sire, the first bad news is that our hunting team has just sacrificed a member. Judging from the wound, it is likely to have been killed by a gunshot. Gunshot? Claudia froze for a moment, making a gesture to pull the trigger. You mean a new weapon invented by humans in the surface world? Similar to the weird automatic crossbow made by dwarves. We killed a dead weapon on the deceased. Your Highness, the bullet looks more like a dart than a crossbow. Residents in the dark area, few people will use this weapon to kill the hunter's murderer, maybe a human explorer from the surface world. Varys expressed his speculation. It's a coincidence. Claudia turned to look at the comatose Arnold. This man is also from the surface world, and his fellow fugitives. Varys, does this have some connection with the murder case just now? I'm afraid the truth is exactly what you expected. Dear His Royal Highness, just before our unfortunate fellow was killed, he just sent me a new piece of information, claiming that he saw a beam of teleportation rising in the mountains with his own eyes. Just a few minutes after deciding to go to investigate, he was killed. Judging from the footprints left on the scene, there were at least 4 murderers. There are indications that not long ago, a group of uninvited guests broke into this mountain area, and it is likely that the former human fugitives came to support them. Hearing Varys' speculation, Claudia nodded thoughtfully, suddenly sneered, and whipped to the man in the pool of blood in front. Since you are awake, stop lying on the ground and pretend to die. The Hydra whip screamed on Arnold's back, trembling with electric shock. He had just regained consciousness and heard Claudia's conversation with the two officers. He didn't get up immediately. He wanted to eavesdrop on their conversation and found an opportunity to notify Lowry and others. Unfortunately, Claudia was too alert and saw through his intentions. Arnold gritted his teeth, tolerating the pain and frustration, and stood up hard. Good. At least you are a tough guy. Claudia nodded, a hint of appreciation on her cold face. The words that I spoke with Varys just now, presumably you have heard them. Let's talk together. And the little gnome who sneaked into the city with you and then sneaked into the Spider Academy, where are they hiding? She didn't mention the gnome. Fortunately, referring to this man, Arnold's heart burst into an unknown fire. The ghost knows where he is hiding. My knowledge of that guy is limited to him claiming to be from Soda Rock City, whose name is Billing. I knew it would cause such a big trouble. We shouldn't have been for those 2 pounds of magic crystals. Accept his employment, Arnold said angrily. The dwarf who can take out 2 pounds of magic crystals and hire bodyguards is not an ordinary character. Your Royal Highness, maybe that Beline is really from Soda Rock City and comes from a wealthy family of the dwarf clan. Varys stroked his chin and said. Claudia nodded gently, turning around and instructing the faceless man. Remembering these details may help increase the success rate of exploration. Then she turned to look at Arnold, What is the relationship between you and the 4 people who came to this mountain with a teleportation spell not long ago? Arnold quickly thought about it, and although he had a clear understanding in his heart, he pretended to be in a daze and shook his head, indicating that he had no knowledge. Claudia sneered and didn't seem to believe his answer. Suddenly, his wrist shook, and the Hydra whip wrapped Arnold from head to toe. The snake's head opened its jaws, and its fangs fell deep into the flesh. When Arnold's heart was cold, his eyes closed and waiting to die, he was suddenly surprised to find that what was injected into his body through the snake teeth was not the expected fatal toxin, but the magical power to heal the wound. The voice of Claudia chanting prayers echoed in her ears. Even if she was praising a goddess known for its viciousness, it sounded quite pleasant. The magic power with divinity was injected into Arnold's body through the teeth of the serpent, and the wound healed quickly. Just when he was confused by Claudia's sudden kindness, he was horrified to find that as the magic continued to inject into his body, his already healthy body began to violently change. It wasn't until now that Arnold suddenly awakened, and the Dark Princess on the opposite side was not at all comfortable. The treatment of his injury just now is just to provide a strong and durable embryo material for the subsequent evil spells. Unfortunately, Arnold's awakening is too late. At the moment when he had just received a line of gratitude for receiving Claudia's spell healing, a vicious curse hidden in healing magic has taken the opportunity to break through his will defense line, not only distorting his body, but also eroding his soul. After just a few seconds, Arnold's physical and mental defense line was completely collapsed, and the upper body remained basically the same, except that the skin color became darker, the ears became sharper, and the body became stronger, and the body variation below his waist was more dramatic. Completely changed. It became a huge black tarantula. At the same time, his facial expression changed from anger to dullness, and eventually became violent and cruel, like a bloodthirsty beast. Claudia withdrew the 9-headed snake whip and looked up and down at Arnold level, which she turned into a spider elf. Her sapphire blue lips evoked an arrogant arc, seeming to her artwork quite satisfied. Using the 6-ring spider field divine spider curse, Claudia not only turned Arnold into a ferocious spider sprite, but also obscured his nature and firmly controlled the man's spirit with spiritual magic. Intention: the other party is forced to become a loyal servant who obeyed her. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 1042 Spider 2. Claudia has mastered a special spellcasting skill, similar to the Magic Warrior professional ability Magic Warrior, which can use her leather whip to conduct spells that originally needed to be touched by the subject. Using this technique, whenever she whips her enemies, she can cause both physical and magical damage. Of course, in addition to lethal spells, this skill can also be used to conduct healing and buff spells. Claudia waved her long whip again, and the 9 pythons rushed towards Arnold, who had become a spider elf. Arnold instinctively wanted to dodge, but Claudia imposed the mental shackles in his mind, forcing him not to violate the will of the mistress, and finally stood the still. Hydra entangled Arnold and blessed him with the care technique. This 2-ring sacred art establishes a new way spiritual link between Claudia and Arnold. Through this invisible bond, Claudia can monitor Arnold's position and physical condition at any time, during the duration of the spell, no matter how far Arnold walks. As long as he is still on the material plane, Claudia can sense his specific location, whether he has been injured, or has been killed. With this mark of surveillance, Claudia was completely relieved to Arnold, the newly servant. Arnold level, the spiderling elf, forget your former identity and swear allegiance to me. As you wish, my master, I will fight for you, at the expense of my life and soul. Spider Arnold's submissive kneeling was at the feet of Dark Princess Claudia Bellamy, kissing her leather boots to show her absolute surrender. Claudia's lips rose slightly, and he was very helpful to his humility. Very good, Arnold. As a reward for your loyalty, I appointed you as the captain of the hunt, leading all the team members to track the human boys you met in the surface world, and find the mouse hole where they are hiding. Give me an unfallen one. Get it out. Understand? Arnold bowed, his head bowed, a painful struggle flashed across his face, and there was a voice in his heart, trying to stop him from betraying his former friend. However, this faint human nature was still no match for the spiritual shackles imposed on him by the spider curse. After a short hesitation, he finally obediently accepted the hostess appointment. Yes, my master, I will be honored to serve you. Claudia nodded in satisfaction, took a large slap-shaped round iron medal from the storage bag and handed it to Arnold. The iron medal was engraved with the coat of arms of the Bellamy family, and the back was her initials. Abbreviation. With this family crest, you will be our Bellamy family from now on. If someone dares to question your command of the hunting team, you will show the family crest to him. Obey, my master. Arnold took the family crest from Claudia with both hands and behaved respectfully. Go, finish this errand as soon as possible, and you will be rewarded when you come back. Claudia waved. Thanks to the grace of the owner, your subordinates will never let you down. Arnold bowed deeply to Claudia, picked up his magic sword Frostming again, took 8 spider legs, and turned and galloped away. Claudia looked at Arnold's back, smiled, and turned back to teach the faceless Pylos and the sorcereries. Look at people. Are they college students from world-class universities on the Earth's surface? With high quality and good speech, both of you will learn a little bit in the future. Faceless, expressionless, Verres hummed with his head down, revealing a sense of jealousy. Claudia always said, men are all cheap, dismissive, claiming that he is not the kind of vulgar woman who is greedy for male sex. In fact, he still likes the feeling of being sought after by men. Pylos and Verres, 2 veterans who had followed her for many years, were obviously jealous of Arnold, a newbie. Claudia clearly taught them to be open-minded and to unite the newcomers, but in the dark, they were quite aloof, wishing the men would be jealous of themselves, and fighting for pets. In this way, she can balance the old and the new forces in the middle, firmly control the dominance, without having to worry about colluding with her under the hands and rebelling against her. Claudia smiled slightly, withdrew her gaze and turned to look at the faceless man. Pylos, your crystal ball, can you still use it today? Your Highness, you can inspire another exploration technique. Well, you tried to track down the pygmy thief, Billing of Sudrock. Maybe you can get some new clues. His Royal Highness, please wait, I will cast the spell. Faceless man lifted up the wide robe sleeves, held a crystal ball on the left palm, chanted the chanting words softly, and prepared for the casting ritual of exploration. In the caves in the mountains, Holden's hand trembling with his sword, and the shimmering glow of the scabbard illuminated the 7 young faces around him. Except Joan, everyone else's face was filled with consternation. The suffocating atmosphere of silence lasted for a long time, and was finally broken by the question issued by Hayala. Turn a good person into a strange ... What kind of evil spell is this? Probably the 4th ring of transfiguration. Angel just made a guess and shook his head again. However, transformation can only function with the consent of the subject. Arnold will not willingly become a spider elf, and the priest usually cannot learn transformation. This is the case. Liuoru the pastor waved his hand and said that he did not want to participate in the discussion of these minutiae. I believe that Joan's divination results, no matter how incredible this sounds, it is no longer meaningful to investigate who was Arnold and what means he used to become a spider elf. The important thing is that after he became a spider elf, will it be the former Arnold? Everyone heard what he meant, and a heavy stone was added to his heart. If Arnold was turned into a spider elf by the drows, he lost his nature at the same time. Even if we rush to save him, he may not be willing to go with us. Maybe he will be turned against him. Lowry calmly analyzes the current dilemma faced by everyone with an almost cold attitude. This risk is too great and has exceeded our tolerance. Arnold was turned into a weird thing, which is a tragedy. but we should also see the good side from it. At least he is still alive, isn't he? We might as well think a little further. Since the Drows have made great efforts to turn him into a spider elf, they will not be willing to kill him easily, so Arnold will be safe for the foreseeable future. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 1043 Hard choice. Anja heard the more and more wrong, couldn't help interrupting the pastor's words. Laurie, I don't understand what you mean more and more. What do you want to say? Can you simply? My meaning is very clear. If you are sensible enough, you should listen to my advice. Don't worry about Arnold first. Everyone quickly pulled the scroll back to the school. Lowry took a deep breath and glanced at his companion, one by one, and Shin said what he thought was the most reasonable approach. After returning to school, we asked the teachers and family members for help as soon as possible. Don't forget that Arnold was born into a noble family. His eldest brother was also the commander of the colonial garrison in Midgard. Baron Benedict Level had more energy than all of us. Sir Level took the lead, together with the teachers of the school, united to pressure the Bellamy family of O'Connell to clarify the misunderstanding and exchange some benefits if necessary. It should not be difficult to redeem Arnold. It's more secure than our current adventure rescue. What do you think? Silence returned to the cave. No one dared to question Mr. Pastor's suggestion that he made this out of selfishness. In fact, everyone knows that he has the deepest relationship with Arnold. If you can exchange Arnold with one life, Laurie Grant will not hesitate. However, Mr. Pastor knew clearly that a life may not be enough. Arnold, who has become a spider-like elf, is currently in an unpredictable state of enemies and friends. From a rational point of view, it is wise to give up the adventure to rescue Arnold and thus preserve the lives of the 7 people present. However, no one can make such a ruthless decision in terms of feelings and face. Since others couldn't say it, Lowry felt that this evil man would only be himself. It is because he and Arnold have been in a lifelong friendship, and numerous deaths have proved their unbreakable friendship. It is the most appropriate for him to abandon the infamy of his friends. Lowry felt that the spirit of loyalty to death for friends was certainly commendable. However, after careful study, many times it was only to satisfy his vanity of stressing chi, but contrary to the original intention of friends. If both of them sacrifice themselves to fulfill each other, they will fall into a reverse prisoner's dilemma. Noble friendship will instead result in a double-lost situation, and neither side's sacrifice will be rewarded. At the end of this tragedy, no one will be successful. No hero. Lowry believes that true friendship should start from the other party's standpoint, and when necessary, give up self-esteem and complete the other party to become a martyr, even if he bears the cowardly reputation for this life. It is only a moment to give up the meaning of life, but it is a lifetime to endure humiliation and survive. It is self-evident. If I were to translocate with Arnold, I believe he would make the same choice as me. Laurie looked at everyone, his expression firm. Audrey shook her head gently. Laurie, we can understand your mood, but just leave. I am unwilling. If you fall into this knot, as a paladin, I fear that my faith will be shaken, and I cannot bear the consequences anyway, so please forgive me for being selfish. It is good to make the most favorable decision from a rational point of view. However, in all things, the gains and losses are calculated. What am I a paladin? In my case, reason sometimes has to give way to intuition. What about what you mean by reason? Sorry. Today I would rather use emotions once. The 2 young priests were diametrically opposed to each other. Like their idols, Lowry embodied the cold reason of the Cause Queen, and Audrey showed the enthusiasm of the Sun God. Young people are always more enthusiastic than rational. Except for Joanne, who refuses to stand outside the team, everyone else stands on the side of Audrey. A few follow the majority. Lowry can only retain his opinions and accept Audrey's initiative. Participate in the rescue of Arnold. Joan, you are now performing the dance of the track. Divination Arnold's whereabouts. Audrey sighed, and then said, no matter what he is like now, at least we have to rescue him first. and then try to change him back to what he was. Joan nodded and was about to cut the paper man. Suddenly his heart moved and his face changed. "Joan, is there anything new?" Ryan, who is careful, noticed the change in his look for the first time. Joan meditated for a few seconds before finally speaking. "When I cast the blood message just now, Arnold was alarmed, and now he is tracing back with the prophetic spell. We may have exposed it. This cave is no longer safe. We better leave as soon as possible." Qiao An's remarks, like a huge stone, set off a turbulent wave in the lake of huts that everyone was not calm at all. Exposing the trail is not the most terrible. What really makes everyone feel cold is that their hiding place was not discovered by Drow, but was revealed by Arnold. Although I don't want to admit it, although it may not be from Arnold's original intention, but a cold fact is before everyone, the man they really wanted to rescue had actually betrayed them and was helping Drow to pursue their friends who were trying to save themselves. Leaving this cave, we may be attacked by the Dark Elves at any time, and in this very unfamiliar environment, there is a risk of separation. Joan remained as calm as possible, and Shensheng reminded his companions to make the worst plan. In order to avoid losing contact in this unfamiliar environment as much as possible, I suggest that everyone practice communication and establish a communication group that includes other companions. The 7 communication groups overlap each other, and together they form a decentralized communication network. As long as all online members in this communication network can ensure that the distance to at least one other member does not exceed 60 yards, they can become relay stations for each other and indirectly get in touch with all other online companions, so as to avoid maximum scuffles. Lost communication is just a simple zero-ring trick. Among the 7 players on the scene, Joan, Hyla, Holden, Angle and Ryan are all arcane spellcasters and can be cast at will. Audrey and Lowry are divine spellcasters. They can't cast this arcane trick. Fortunately, they can also solve problems through scrolls. Everyone has foreseen that a war is imminent at this time. In addition to forming a nested communication network with telecommunication according to Joan's instructions, they also bless shield, mage armor, and anti-vector enchantment spells such as enchantment, protection against evil, pious shield and god's dependence. Try to improve your combat power as much as possible. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 1044 Yukai. In the end, everyone stood in a circle, and the priest stood in the center, holding the holy emblem, and made a short and sincere pre-war prayer, blessing all the companions with blessing technique, to further enhance the combat power and morale, for the coming. Prepared for the fight. Joan performed the mosquito finger technique, sent blood mosquitoes to explore the way, and led everyone along the road when they came, hurriedly leaving the cave. As soon as they walked out, the blood mosquitoes returned an alarm. Qiao sighed, stopped quickly, and looked back at the cliff behind him. On a 100-foot-high cliff, I don't know when a group of ghostly figures appeared, all in black clothes, riding a lizard on the ground, so quietly guarding the cliff head, coldly overlooking the rushing people on the mountain. Joan took a quick glance and visually inspected no fewer than 20 people on the cliff, presumably all elite warriors belonging to the Bellamy family in the city of Oxnhill. He thought that he had been careful enough to arrange for the blood mosquitoes to spy on the investigation. However, he still fell into the Drow's envelopment circle unconsciously. The current predicament forced him to admit that these dark elves are the real masters of the dark area. They are unfamiliar with their own life and want to do things on other people's sites. It is really a bit overwhelming. Now that he couldn't get away, Joan simply bent his mind and reminded everyone to prepare to fight through the magic communication network. Hyla, Audrey, Holden, Angle, Ryan, and Lowry, all aware of the situation at this time, quickly fired their weapons and prepared to cast spells. The hunting team on the cliff saw the actions of Joan and others from the top. The Drow warlock headed sneered and whistled. The hunting team received the signal, raised their left hands uniformly, and pointed to the crowd down the mountain. Almost at the same time, Joan noticed a turbulence in the magic net distributed around him, as if the calm sea suddenly lifted many vortices. Each group of magical vortices spewed a large piece of shiny fire, which will include him. All 7 were enveloped. All adult dark elves have 3 types of natural spells. One is darkness, the other is dancing light, and the third is demon fire they cast collectively at the moment. Joan, they were marked by demon fire, and a circle of violet cold light appeared around their bodies, just like being outlined by a glowing paintbrush. The enigmatic demon fire, although it will not cause harm to them, makes them particularly conspicuous in the dark, making it more difficult to escape the drow's tracking. In addition, illusions such as haze, shift and invisibility will also be disturbed by enchanted fire and will not be effective. A sharp whistling came from the top of the cliff, and the 20 drow warriors urged the lizards one after another, rushing down the cliff almost perpendicular to the surface. With a terrible murderous wind, Lowry sighed and took off the magic crystal shotgun with his backhand. "We have all been marked with the demon fire mark. Escape cannot be escaped. Let's break through." Audrey drew her sword in her hand, and Shen Sheng reminded her companions, "Pay attention to keep the communication smooth and avoid falling apart." In an instant, the ground lizard had climbed down the cliff, carrying the master from the left and right wings. The sharp blades and crossbows in the drow's hands shone coldly under the reflection of the demon fire. Holden had already applied 3 rings of daylight on his dagger in advance, and suppressed the light energy inside the scabbard. It was not revealed until the drow warriors rushed into the range of spell radiation. "Pull the sword out of the sheath, chant out the start spell." Anna. The young poet held up his sword, as if holding a torch, and the fiery radiance spewed out from the blade, spreading rapidly. The few drow warriors rushing to the fore were trying to shoot their prey with the crossbow. They were irradiated by strong light, and their fragile eyes were immediately blinded, and their bodies were burning as if they were on fire. In the light enchantment created by daylight, a beam of light that was hotter and brighter than daylight suddenly flashed, hitting the chest of a drow warrior straight, screaming and falling over the mound. People were engulfed by the raging flame, and they froze a few times after struggling. In the distance, the drow samurai hurriedly strangled the reins to avoid strong light radiation. The glinting glance in the darkness moved between Holden's dagger and Lowry's holy symbol, revealing hatred and fear from the heart. The drows are accustomed to the eyes under the dark environment of the ground. They are very sensitive to the strong sunlight glow simulated by daylight. When exposed to direct light, they are dazzling and blind. However, in contrast, the young Pastor Perot had a greater impact on them. The burning brilliance that Lowry just released can cause additional damage to the natural photophobic creatures such as dark elves. At the level of the priest's spellcasting, all the drow warriors present, including the drow warlock who is behind the stealth commander, should be weighed as long as they are close to his cast range, and he can still go home alive. The dark elf is not an impulsive creature, and immediately withdraws from the threatened areas of daylight and scorching radiance, taking out a bottle of black potion and pouring it into his throat. This magic potion specially prepared for highlight environments is attached with a ring spell called Dark Cloak, which can wear a layer of shadow magic woven shield for the user to deflect the light and protect it from strong light damage. After taking the medicine, the Dark Elves temporarily overcame their natural weaknesses and jumped out of the ground-dwelling lizard, which was also afraid of the sun, and gathered from all around, constantly shooting poisoned arrows with a crossbow. Holden, holding a glowing dagger, is really a conspicuous sniper target, attracting countless arrows. Audrey hurriedly stopped in front of her brother and lifted his shield to block the poison arrow. Sure. Ryan completed preparations for casting spells in time, waved a circle of wind walls, and whizzed around the crowd, like an invisible curtain. Blowing arrows shot around. Joan stood in the area surrounded by the wind wall. Although he had to be safe for the time being, he knew clearly that a wind wall could not protect himself and his companions for a long time. The number of enemies is too much. and each one is a powerful player. There are only 7 people on my own, against the nearly 20 cold-blooded drow warriors. Once they break through the defense line, they will only be killed by slaughter. The urgent sense of crisis prompted Joan to use his brain, and he must try to do something to try to smooth out the disparity between the enemy and us. After a little thought, Joan had an idea, opened the storage bag, took out the blue icebox specially used to keep the eggs of the insects, and opened the lid. At this time, he could not choose anymore. He hurriedly grabbed 2 and threw them on the ground. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect. www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 1045. Breakthrough. Joan lowered his head and glanced at the ground. There were 10 eggs on the ground. Then he took out another one and made up 11. Putting away the green icebox, Joan took out the giant insect wand again, inspiring a giant insect technique. The amber ball embedded in the head of the rod glowed with golden light, illuminating the demon eggs scattered on the ground. 11 insect eggs were urged by magic power, and after a few seconds, huge adult worms hatched one after another. Joan hurriedly looked at it. There were 3 large mutant spiders, big stag beetles and earthworms, in addition to 2 giant beetle bombers. At this time, the drow warriors had already approached the periphery of the wind wall, and Joan had no time to delay, waved the giant wand, ordered the 11 giant insects with his mind, and ordered them to immediately enter the battle to deal with a drow warrior. 11 giant worms, in response to the master's instructions, turned around and rushed out of the wind wall, rushing to the nearest dark elf. Compared to these grisly giant insects, the thin dark elves looked vulnerable, but Joan knew clearly that strength did not depend entirely on size and strength. The 2 sides singled out one by one. Although the giant worms were strong and fierce, they were no match for the martial arts drow samurai, not to mention that the dark elves also possessed innate ability to cast spells. Joan doesn't expect much damage to the enemy from this group of giant worms, as long as he can hold down the drow warrior as much as possible, and win the opportunity for his companions to fight back. Even if all the sacrifices are finally made, the mission will be completed. The giant army of worms that suddenly appeared on the battlefield disturbed the encirclement of the drow hunting team, while also helping young human explorers get rid of the passive situation and cooperate with the giant worm to launch a counterattack. Joan turned into a beeman form, fluttering his wings and flying into the night sky. His huge compound eyes glowed with ebony luster, and the wind and grass on the battlefield below were completely seen. Just under Joan's eyelids, a big stag beetle was approaching the prey just selected, a drow samurai wearing a black velvet cloak and holding a sharp scimitar. Facing the giant worm that was approaching like a hill, the drow samurai sneered at the sword and freed his left hand to hook the index finger of the big antlers, making a provocative gesture full of contempt. The big stag beetle seemed to understand the provocation of the other side, like a furious bull, rushing towards him. The drow warrior flashed past the horns and slammed the cloak to cover the head of the giant insect. A dark enchantment covered the eyes of the giant insect and made it lose its vision. The drow warrior supported the horn of the giant insect with one hand. A flip jumped on the armor of the giant insect. He held the knife in his back. The whole head of the giant insect is cut down. Within a minute, the stag beetle was beheaded. What he saw in front of him made Joan have a deeper understanding of the power of the dark elves. Those giant insects he summoned, facing the drow's blades, would only serve as cannon fodder. Just when he was watching in the air, the drow warrior who had just beheaded the big stag beetle seemed to hear the buzzing of bee wings overhead, and he looked up at the sky. The moment his eyes contacted Joan, the drow warrior's pupil contracted slightly, and it seemed to be taken aback by the half-human half-bee monster. He quickly took off the crossbow hanging from his waist and fired a crossbow at him. The shape of the hand crossbow is exquisite and small, which reflects the superb weapon manufacturing process of the Dark Elf family. The fired crossbow arrows are deadly and poisonous, reflecting the cruel aesthetic of the Dark Elf from the other side. Joan fluttered his wings, selected the casting materials by himself, and turned a blind eye to the crossbow shot from the broken sky. The arrow touched the beeman's hard and smooth exoskeleton armor, and it bounced off with a bite. A magic halo appeared in the center of the arrow, as if a stone was thrown into the water. After the ripples recovered, no scars were left. Joan has already blessed mage armor and shield in advance, while in the bee-man form, his exoskeleton is equivalent to an extra-natural armor. In addition, the bee-man also has a supernatural defense ability called Worm Shield. In addition to silver weapons, weapons of other materials including magic weapons will be automatically deducted when hitting him. 1.5 levels of damage. The dwarf warrior's small hand crossbow fired a very small amount of arrows, and the total lethality was not 1.5 energy levels. It was mainly caused by the poisonous poison smeared by the arrows. Crossbow can't penetrate Joan's armor at all, and the poison is useless. When it comes to playing drugs, Joan is also an expert. At the same time as the drow warrior sniped into the sky, a capsule containing a small amount of tentacle toxin was already held in Joan's hands, and a series of gestures were calmly made, chanting the spell of the third poison strike. Loke. Joan flicked his fingertips, and a cold and dark beam of negative energy shot downward, hitting the chest of the drow warrior, and injecting a powerful paralytic toxin from the poison glands of the tentacle monster. The drow warrior exclaimed in shock, struggling to escape to the distance, but the poison fell after just 2 steps, and he was paralyzed and unable to move. Joan nodded in satisfaction. Judging from the actual combat effect, the tentacle toxin has better paralysis effect than his own toxin, and it is not easy to decompose and is more convenient to store. If enough tentacle toxins can be collected, the bloodroot grass and snake venom can be laid off. As he turned his thoughts, Joan took out a small piece of black agate again and held the palm of his hand to chant. A black giant palm full of negative energy emerged quietly from the night sky. Joan remotely controlled the mage nether palm, grabbed the poison's all warrior from a distance, twisted slightly, and snapped his neck with a click, killing him on the spot. Joan dropped his body and fluttered his wings around the battlefield in search of new prey. At this moment, a figure appeared below the high cliff behind him, blending with the shadow cast by the cliff. Joan turned into a beeman form, and still kept the strange eyeball behind his neck. While flying at a low altitude, both eyes in the front and back remained highly alert. The strange eyeball comes with dark vision, and Joan recognized it at a glance. The sneaky guy under the cliff was the drow warlock who had commanded the hunting team to initiate a siege. At the moment, under the cover of shadows, he quietly made a series of gestures, seemingly using the super magic technique spell silence to cast a certain spell. Through the eyeball behind the neck, Joan recognized that the drow warlock was preparing to send out a magic missile silently, sneered secretly, and reached out to draw a revolver from his waist, and shot a backhand shot at the drow warlock. The sound of gunshots and the sound of magic missiles breaking almost at the same time. The 3 missiles dragged the purple light, whistling and tearing the night sky, and bombarded Joan one after another, but they were all bounced away by a fascinating magic shield. The remaining impact of the missile pushed the hovering bees forward a distance, without causing much harm. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 1046 Reverse 1. The lead shot from Joan's shot hit the drow warlock's shoulder and exploded a large puff of blood. His painful face twitched and the entire right arm could not be lifted. Compared with the visible gunshot wound, the drow warlock was more horrified that the gunshot also contained an invisible cold magic power, which invaded the body, making him lose the ability of hearing, vision and speaking at the same time. The drow warlock sweated in the head and endured the panic that accompanied the loss of his senses. He waved his hands and inspired a large dark enchantment. He dragged his footsteps and stumbled into the darkness. The way the drows use the dark spell is similar to the blood spell of the warlock profession, but there are obvious differences. For them, The dark spell that automatically awakens when they reach a certain age is actually a spell-like spell that is closer to the supernatural ability and can be cast without gestures or spells. The Drow Warlock used darkness as soon as he was shot, hiding in the depths of the magic dark curtain that dark vision could not see through. He thought he was safe, but he did not know that his struggle was a joke in the eyes of Joan. Raising his hand and gently touching the right eye, Joan activates the two-ring prophecy spell Eye of the Devil attached to the prosthetic eye. This spell usually has very few chances to open, but it is very handy at this moment. Unlike dark vision, Devil's Eye can not only see through the darkness produced by nature, but also penetrate the darkness created by magic. Once you see the exact location of the Drow Warlock, the next thing is simple. As soon as Joan thought about it, the Mage Netherpalm fell into the air, slapping the head of Drow Warlock and killing him on the spot. Joan exhaled slowly, recalling that the Drow Warlock had just fired 3 magic missiles at a time. This shows that this person's casting level is similar to his own, and perhaps he is proficient in the spells he has not yet learned. The fierce dogfight continued, and Joan had no time to collect the blood sample of the Drow Warlock, and he made a trick to give the body a slightly luminous secret mark, and returned to collect the body after the battle. As soon as the corpse was processed, Joan heard a familiar exclaim from behind him, and he could not help but fluttered his wings and flew over. From the beginning of the battle, Holden shouldered 3 key missions at the same time. First of all, he held up the short sword of daylight to provide a broader view for his companions in the battle, and also caused an invisible deterrent to the Dark Elves who were naturally afraid of light. Secondly, Holden could not be reconciled to just being a torchbearer on the battlefield, nor did he forget his own job, singing a Canaan army song in a loud voice, and invigorating the morale of his companions. To be honest, apart from Audrey, the dialects of the hometowns used by everyone else who sang to Holden were half understood. But it doesn't matter if you don't understand the lyrics. The emotion and magic contained in the song transcend language and national boundaries, so that all the companions who hear the song feel that kind of passionate fighting spirit, and unconsciously double the courage. The generous Mr. Poet is not satisfied with just playing a backup role on the battlefield. With the radiant sword in his left hand and the magic gun in his right hand, always ready to teach the Dark Elves who dare to break into the range of the pistol. Bards are always positioned as the great oil in the adventure team. Usually this is a slightly derogatory position. You know everything, but you are not proficient. However, a truly excellent poet can completely upgrade his position from million oil to all-rounder, such as Holden at the moment, standing still in the center of the battlefield, but able to serve 3 functions at the same time, contributing to the team, only second to Joan, who summoned a large number of giant servants. After Joan summoned a large army of insects, he also turned into a worm and flew into the sky. The only flying Drow Warlock among the enemies has been slapped to death by Joan. None of the remaining Drow warriors can fly. The poison arrow shot by the crossbow cannot pierce Joan's worm shell. He hated him, but he had no choice but to stare angrily and simply ignore him. Holden on the ground, the situation is very different. The Drows hate Joan the most, followed by the poet who is holding the torch, singing songs, and shooting from time to time, who can bear it if he is forced to toss them. Kill him. It is not rare to see Holden as a dwarf warrior in the eyes. Holden must stay on the ground in order to maximize the range of light on the battlefield, which gives the enemy an opportunity to siege. After taking the Dark Cloak potion, the Drow warriors temporarily overcome their photophobic weaknesses physically, but psychologically, they still cannot completely overcome their inherent photophobia instincts. The closer to the light source, the stronger the radiation intensity of daylight. The Drow warriors did not want to be too close to the light source, so they could not attack Holden with their swords. They had to hide in the dimly lit area, squint their eyes, and frequently fired poison arrows at Holden with crossbows. Holden didn't need to distract from the poison arrows shot in the dark. The first reason was that his sister stood beside him, holding up a nightly shield to block the dark arrows for him. Later, Holden realized that there was no need for her sister to stay by her side because Ryan was still standing beside him. This shy young mage has little to say, but his spellcasting ability and resilience are called genius levels, which is because Joan is so dazzling that he conceals Ryan's talent. Ryan had discovered at this time that, for some reason, Mr. Poet seemed to be filled with hatred from the drow. At least 5 drow samurai tried to kill him with poison arrows. Ryan felt that he had an obligation to protect Holden from the threat of dark arrows, and once again inspired the wind wall technique to blow away the poison arrows shot around. With this wind wall, Holden can shoot back with confidence. The half-dragon bloodline gave him a much sharper vision than humans, and he could aim at the dark elves 100 feet away through the muddy wind wall with dust. The kinetic energy contained in the pistol bullet is much higher than the arrow fired by the hand crossbow, plus the heavy metal material and aerodynamic shape of the lead bullet are better than the wooden arrow. Even if there is a wind wall obstruction, it can still be the enemy-caused fatal injuries. On the contrary, the crossbow arrows shot across from the other side were blown by the wind wall without knowing where they were flying. Holden felt that it was enough for Ryan to maintain the wind wall technique by his side to resist the dark arrows from all around. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 1047 Reverse 2. If someone had to protect himself, Holden would rather fight alongside ordinary friends like Lane rather than his sister Audra. The latter situation would make his self-esteem uncomfortable. The boys around said that his sister was beautiful, elegant, and cute, but in Holden's eyes, Audrey actually looked average. As a woman, she is too tall, petite and delicate, and her temper is overbearing. He looked left and right, but he couldn't see it horizontally. Where is his sister elegant and cute? Sometimes he even felt that even his mother didn't care much about herself, but that it was the elder sister who was nagging himself all day long, and he had to worry about things that weren't about her. It was really annoying. Audrey was still a little relieved, but her brother's repeated perseverance, and the other companions did need their own support more than the younger brother, just shot a pious shield on him, instructing him to be more careful. Carrying a large shield and sword, hurried out of the surrounding area of wind wall technique. However, neither Ryan nor Zion's brother noticed that on the cliff beside them, there was a deformed figure of a half-human and half-spider, which was attracting a steep cliff with 8 long spider feet. Under the shadow of the cover, leaned down and peered at the motion below. Watching the back of Miss Belladin gradually away, the spiderling elf pulled the corner of his mouth, making a silent grin, 8 curved legs, and struggling to step on the cliff, like a dark cloud, volleying at Holden. Holden took care of lighting, singing and shooting, and had no time to distract from the movements above his head. Ryan was more alert, aware of the shadows flashing in the air, looked up, and rushed to Mr. Poet without thinking, struggling to push him away. Holden was shoved by him and nearly fell. He hadn't figured out the situation yet. The spiderling elf had fallen from the sky, exactly where he had just stood. The spiderling elf emptied and snorted angrily. Suddenly, when he saw Ryan was approaching, he was trying to turn around and ran away, so he sneered and swooped up, pushing the small and thin young mage down to the ground, grabbing the collar, mentioned it. The change happened so suddenly that Holden was stunned for a while before he suddenly realized that he had just been sneak attacked. Thanks to Ryan promptly saving himself, and pushing him away at this momentous chance, he was fortunate to be free from the poisonous hands of the spiderling elf, but Ryan himself was captured by the monster. Holden was anxious and angry, holding the sword in his left hand and pointing at the spiderling elf, his right index finger pressed against the pistol trigger, and the muzzle aimed at the monster's chest, screaming loudly, "Release Ryan!" The spiderling elf was dizzy by the brilliance of the dagger, and quickly bowed his head to avoid the light. He grasped Ryan firmly with his right hand, and hurriedly found a bottle of black potion in the waist storage bag, biting the stopper and pulling it out, pouring the potion into his throat in one breath. After taking the Shadow Cloak potion, the spiderling elf feels that his brand new body has been able to withstand the light, and his soul is different from those of the native dark elves. He never feared the sun, so he proudly raised his head and looked coldly. The angry poet opposite. The moment they gazed at each other, Holden couldn't help but widen his eyes and exclaimed, "It's you, Arnold." The half-human half-spider monster on the opposite side was not Arnold Level they were planning to rescue, but the man's skin became dark, and his waist was connected to the back of a huge, sprawling tarantula. Holden had heard from Joan earlier that Arnold had become a spider, and he felt incredible, and even had a hint of fantasy, hoping that Joan's divination results would be accurate. However, the familiar and strange monster that appeared in front of him at this moment completely smashed his fantasy and made him feel overwhelmed. The old man reunited, and Arnold's face became a little bit impulsive. He glanced at Holden, and then looked at the young mage clasped in his hands. His eyes fell on Ryan's suffocated face. The pain on this face made Arnold, a spider, inexplicably tingle in his heart, and could not help relaxing his fingers a little, so that Ryan could take a breath. "Arnold, let go of Ryan. Hurry up and wake up," Holden called eagerly. Arachnid turned his head to look at him, and a slight shake appeared in his heart, and the spiritual shackles imposed on him by the hostess were activated, forcing him to dismiss the old thoughts, grabbing Ryan, and blocking Holden from pointing his gun. At this time, Angel and Lowry also noticed the changes here and hurried over. "Arnold, what's wrong with you?" Although after learning of Joan's prediction, Angel had already made the worst plan, but he could not help but be shocked to see Arnold, who became a spider elf. Lowry patted Angel on the shoulder, beckoning him not to yell, so as not to irritate Arnold, who was clearly unstable. The priest took off the holy emblem hanging around his neck and wrapped the chain around his wrist. After praying in a low voice, he handed over his rifle to Angel for safekeeping, raised his arms high, so bare-handed, facing the spider straight. Arnold walked. Arnold, the spider, looked at Lowry. Pain and struggle alternated in his eyes, and suddenly growled, "Don't come near me." "Arnold, what are you afraid of?" Lowry stopped. "I don't have a weapon in my hand, no hostility in my heart, my friend. What do I have to fear?" "I don't know." Arnold pulled his hair in pain and spit out a hard sentence, "Don't come here. Don't force me to hurt you." "You are not afraid of me, Arnold. You are afraid of the evil will in your heart, afraid that she encourages you to hurt me," the pastor said softly. "Stop talking." Damn it. Two diametrically opposed wills fought fiercely in Arnold's mind, and one will order him to kill the best friend in front of him, but the other will prevent him from committing the crime. Spidering Arnold had a headache. In order to get rid of this tearing soul, he instinctively backed away and tried to escape. "Stop." Lowry took a step forward, holding up the holy symbol and inspiring the first ring of command with majestic words. "Leave Ryan, my friend, come back to me, and I will try to help you lift the curse." The magical energy, like an invisible arrow, pierced the spider Arnold's head, forcing him to obey Lowry's orders. For a moment, the spell seemed to work, and Arnold the spider's arm slowly moved down, as if to release Ryan. But at the last minute, the evil will that Claudia Bellamy imposed on him prevailed, and then lifted Ryan up, holding on tightly. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 1048. Move freely. I will not obey the orders of anyone except my master, Highness Claudia. Arnold's face was twisted, and a hysterical growl was made. "Damn mankind. You don't want to fool me, Arnold. Don't forget that you are human too," Angel shouted with tears in his eyes. That was in the past. Arnold, the spider, interrupted his persuasion rudely. Now I had given up human identity and become a glorious member of the Bellamy family. Lowry sighed and had to give up. Persuading Arnold to return to his natural this is no longer possible. Just when the two sides were deadlocked, Hayla and Audrey hurried back. The last one to return is Joan, and the convergent B-wings landed and changed back to human form. Arnold's image after becoming a spider elf did not exceed his expectations. Arnold's stance against his old friends turned against him, but aroused a trace of pity in his heart. Of course, he could see that the declaration of abandoning human nature that Arnold just published was not from his own heart, but was the result of magical coercion. The problem now is that it is obviously not good for oneself to continue this confrontation. All the combatants in the team were restrained by Arnold. Only the giant worms were still resisting the drow warrior, but after all, they had limited strength and could not last long under the dark elf's butcher's knife. Since it was no longer possible to persuade Arnold to restore his nature through emotions, Joan could only take simpler and more rude methods to solve this difficult problem in front of everyone. Observing the situation of the confrontation between the two sides, Joan walked quickly to Ryan and asked him through the communication network formed by telecommunication, so as not to be heard by Arnold. "Laurie, did you prepare for the fourth ring of divine skills move free today?" As a 7th level priest, Laurie Grant can perform a maximum of 4 rings of magic, and he is indeed ready to move freely this very practical 4 rings of magic, but he does not understand. Joan asked him this: what was the purpose of the matter? He nodded hesitantly. "That's easy to do, Laurie. You will help me bless move freely immediately, rescue Ryan and the rest. Just leave it to me." "Then please, Joan, be careful." The priest clasped the holy symbol in his left hand and chanted a prayer praising the Queen of Cause and Effect in a low voice. His right hand gently rested on Joan's shoulder, injecting a warm golden power into him, blessing him with 4 rings of magical action freely. When Laurie casts a spell, Joan quickly sorts out the equipment, finds the small shield that has not been used for a long time from the storage bag, and binds it to the elbow of his left arm. After getting ready, Joan flicked the cloak lightly and launched a shifting image to exchange position with Ryan directly. Arnold, a spider in a schizophrenic state, did not pay attention to Joan's movements at all, only felt that his wrists sank slightly. Ryan, who was originally grasped by his collar and clenched, has disappeared out of thin air, replacing Ryan, who was caught by him in his hands. "Joan, your kid!" Arnold's exclamation hadn't come out yet, and Joan had raised his left arm, inspiring the flash burst attached to the human face shield, and hit a strong light directly on his face. Although he had taken the dark cloak potion, his fragile eyes were suddenly hit by a magic light, and Arnold could not help but conceal his face in pain. Despite the sudden change, his left hand held Joan tightly. Fortunately, Laurie's free action imposed on Joan in advance played a due role at this critical juncture. Joan grabbed Arnold's left arm with both hands, struggling like a slippery big fish, freed from his control, and ran away. When Arnold, the spider, opened her swollen eyes, he realized that his hands were empty, and Ryan had already been rescued by Joan. As for Joan, he had already hid behind Audrey. "Cunning bastard. Wait for me." The hostage lost, Arnold arrogantly burned in anger. The evil will overwhelms the only line of good thought left in his heart. The magic sword Shuang Ming with his back behind him was pulled out with his backhand. 8 spider legs took a big step, straight run towards Joan. Arnold, who had just revealed her killing intention to Joan, had been waiting for Audrey, and held Joan behind her, raised her large shield, and blocked the frost sword that swept across the opposite side. Boom! Sword and shield collided, Mars burst, and the gold iron roared, causing the eardrums to tingle. Audrey took her hard sword with Arnold's full swing through the momentum of the charge, and the hit company stumbled back with a shield and almost fell. Joan quickly stepped forward to help her, and Her Royal Highness used his arm to stand firm, but Joan herself could not bear the terrifying impact transmitted through Audrey's body, and she took 3 steps back to barely hold her center of gravity. Audrey glanced back at him in a hurry to make sure that he didn't fall before he felt a little relieved. His eyes returned to Arnold, and his beautiful face was slightly pale. Arnold, who has become a spider elf, not only has a much larger size, but also has a sudden increase in power. Audrey reluctantly took his sword, and the right arm holding the shield had been numb, and he had not fully recovered his consciousness until now. Arnold the Spider looked down at the frosting Ming giant sword, confirmed that the blade was intact, and then raised the giant sword over the top, screaming at the opposite paladin who was obviously inferior in strength. Tintler. The sound of the chanting mantra still echoed in the night sky, and Hyla, who was sprinting at high speed, had dragged a series of afterimages from the side to the spidered Arnold, and the wave-bladed giant sword with magic energy in his hand rose in flames. Hyla's move of remnant image slicing came too quickly, and Arnold's face was slightly changed, so he couldn't chase Audrey hurriedly, and the sword blocked. The two giant swords, which are exaggerated in size and weight, are attached to the magic of frost and flame respectively, and the ice and fire are stirred at the moment of collision, and the steam rises. In battle, Hyla always wielded the giant sword with one hand, but when the afterimage was blocked by the spidered Arnold, and the two swords were staggered, falling into a wrestling state, she had to change the two-handed sword to fight Arnold. The tremendous pressure exerted on her sword bit her lower lip, insisting that she would not be overwhelmed by her opponent. The two giant swords cross each other, making a bitter metal friction. Arnold, the spider, pressed her sword and gritted her teeth. Her face was gritty, and her muscular muscles almost burst her sleeves. Compared with the tall and mighty spider elf, the female swordsman who is in the downwind is really poor and pitiful, but he gritted his teeth, and the frost giant sword pressed down by the horizontal sword supported his head. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 1049. Spidering Curse. Arnold and Hyla were spidered, and they held each other with swords. Sparks splashed, and they could not stand still. The long-lasting wrestling caused the spidered Arnold to lose patience, suddenly slammed, raised a spider leg, and kicked the petite and delicate female swordsman in front of him. Get away from me. The giant sword pressed down from the top of the block has exhausted Hyla's strength, and he has no energy to avoid the sudden attack of the spidered Arnold, and was kicked into the air by the thick spider feet and flew out. Fortunately, Hyla's skill was flexible, and he withdrew the wave-edged sword in time. He used his sword to support the ground in his backhand, barely supporting his body and stopping the momentum of falling. The left rib was kicked in the middle, and there was a bone-like tingling pain. Hyla took a deep breath, almost biting his lip, tolerating the pain, freeing his left hand, and pushing towards the spidered Arnold across the air. Alka. Hyla's left palm was filled with colorful brilliance. I guess you will use this trick already. Arnold, the spider, laughed loudly, raised his hand to counter the colorful jet, and hurled his sword at Hyla. Ha! You silly big guy. Turned into a spider spirit, and your brain is awakened. Hyla knew that the head-to-head confrontation won't take advantage, so he changed the countermeasures, took the fights and fled to eliminate Arnold's fierce offensive, and occasionally took the time to ridicule the other party, at least lose and not lose. Joan has been paying close attention to the situation on the battlefield. Arnold's strength, he somewhat understands, is indeed very strong, but not much better than Audrey or Hyla. However, after Arnold turned into a spider elf, he showed a significantly higher combat power than when he was in human form. Audrey and Hyla, who were only slightly inferior to him in the past, are now completely unable to stop the half-and-half spider monster. What made Arnold so powerful? Joan suspected that this was an additional effect of the transforming spell that Arnold suffered. This strange spell not only changed Arnold's body, controlled his thoughts, but also significantly strengthened his power. In order to verify his guess, Joan performed 2 rings of higher endoscopy to check the physical condition of Arnold. Scouting target: Arnold level large strange health condition, spidering curse mind dominated. Attributes: strength 27, dexterity 16, constitution 22, intelligence 13, wisdom 14. Charisma 16. The data in front of me is significantly different from Arnold's before it became a spider elf. The three spiritual attributes are the same as before, but physical attributes such as strength, agility, and physique have received 4 enhancements. No wonder Audrey and Hyla are not his opponents at all. At this time, Loris' low words came from the communication network composed of communication. You guys, this is not the time to watch the drama. Since Arnold has lost his humanity, we don't need to treat him with a chivalrous spirit. It is better for everyone to fight together and squash Arnold as soon as possible, so that he can stand up and go back and deal with those dark elves. In fact, it is not only Lowry who holds this idea, but just changing to others, it is somewhat difficult to tell, and feels that this is not very decent, so in the end it is up to the pastor to be the evil man. In the communication network, no one spoke for a while. If you don't speak, you are acquiescing. Wait first. Just as everyone was about to respond to Lowry's call and attack Arnold together, Joan suddenly broke the silence and raised an objection. There is no need to waste that much manpower. It is enough for me to stay and help Hyla against Arnold. Well, Joan, please. Lowry was simply, since Joan volunteered, he was not nonsense, and took Angel and Ryan to the Dark Elves to vent. Both Audrey and Holden knew that Joan had always done things securely, and with his mana, he and Hyla teamed up to create Arnold. It should not be a problem. After a few words, he turned to deal with the Drow warrior. Joan was already preparing for follow-up actions while communicating with his peers. Contrary to what Audrey and others had expected, Joan did not intend to cast a spell to help Hyla fight Arnold, but to intervene in the battle in a more direct and violent way. He touched the belt, pulled out the micrometal needle tube from the dissection, unscrewed the sealing nut, and exposed the needle less than half an inch long, stuck it into his wrist, and injected a wake agent stored in the needle tube into the vein. The slight chill from the blood vessels in the wrist made Joan couldn't help shuddering 2 times. After a little adaptation, he inspired a mythical power and photographed mythological transformation on himself. After a little thought, he took another Sid mana and converted it into a ring of magic spells. He performed the magic tooth deciphered from the blood of Mrs. Josephine during the spa treatments in Barden Spa, on his hands, also known as natural weapons enchanting, temporarily strengthened as a level 2 enchanting weapon. After the blessing of magic teeth, the young mage's fair and delicate hands seemed to be coated with a metallic luster, and there was no change. Joan himself was very satisfied with the strengthening effect, and he shook his fist. Through the telecommunication, he got in touch with Hyla, who was still fighting with Arnold, and asked her to lead Arnold to her side. Others don't worry about it. Joan, this guy is very powerful, don't be brave. Hyla felt a little worried. I know. Okay then. Hearing the strong confidence in Joan's plain words, Hyla thought of his variety of spells, and wanted to have full confidence to deal with Arnold the Spider, so he rushed towards Joan. Spider Arnold followed in a big stride, seeing Joan approaching facelessly from afar, and immediately remembered that he had just taken the hostage from himself, and his anger surged into his heart, and he temporarily gave up and hunted down Hyla, wielding his sword to Joan. Facing the frost giant sword that fell down in the head, Joan took a deep breath and burst out of the golden radiance, and the magic of the mythical transformation and awakening agent suppressed in his body was activated at the same time, by the weak and uncontrollable human youth, suddenly turned into a black-faced monster with a height of 18 feet, a weight of more than 3,000 pounds, and snow-white long-haired growth. Joan, in the mutated snow monster form, has a power attribute of up to 33, and his body is crushed and arbitrarily Arnold. With a giant claw, Arnold's sword is firmly held in his palm. Spidering Arnold never dreamed that Joan would suddenly become such a terrible beast, and he froze for a moment before recovering, pulling the giant sword with his arms, trying to regain his weapon, and by the way sharp sword blade, cut off the palm of the white-haired monster. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect, www.mentalnovel.com Master Mr. Jones Literature Update is the fastest. Chapter 1050 Brutal Behemoth. The giant sword named Shuang Ming in the hands of Arnold Laval was a weapon used by Baron Benedict Laval when he was young. After Sir Raval was promoted to colonial commander, he rarely had the opportunity to charge himself in battle, so he gave this love sword to his younger brother. This sword is not only heavy and sharp, but also enchanted the special effect of frozen cold. If cut by this sword, the blood and flesh near the wound will also be frozen by the cold. However, the mutated snow monster in Joan's incarnation is the coldest attack. After the injection of awakening agent, mythical transfiguration was promoted to perfect transfiguration. Joan's mutated snow monster at this moment not only possesses the strong body that this monster should have, but also obtains all three supernatural abilities of the mutated snow monster, the first of which is immunity to all cold damage. The cold magic power emitted by the Shuang Ming giant sword has no effect on Joan, and the sharp blade can't cut a pair of claws that have been blessed with magic teeth. Arnold, the spider, used all his strength to pull the sword, but the giant sword was still held firmly by Joan with one hand, immobile, and the dark and hideous face, showing a contempt. Facing this giant mountain-like beast standing in front of him, Arnold could not help but breed a near-desperate feeling of powerlessness. Damn monster! The variant snow monster was too powerful, and Arnold was unable to fight. He had to give up his sword and cursed and moved 8 spider legs while retreating, while making a casting gesture, trying to use magic to make up for the power gap. Joan's body turned into a mutated snow monster, and his mind did not degenerate to the level of mutated snow monster. It was still the genius mage with an intelligence of up to 29. Spider Arnold wanted to cast a spell in front of him, which is purely it's no fun to ask for it. Opening the transparent inner eyelid, Joan stared at the spider Arnold and gave him a fierce glance. At the moment when the eyes of the two sides contacted, Arnold Spider vaguely felt that the blue eyes of the giant animal opposite, like a deep ice cave, sucked his soul into it, and suddenly felt a trance. Arnold, the spider, turned her head hurriedly to avoid Joan's chilly eyes, but it was too late. The magic cold current that penetrated into his body through his eyes made him stiff and numb. The casting process was forced to stop, and a horrified expression solidified on his face, like a standing ice sculpture. Seeing that Arnold the spider had been frozen to numbness by the chilling gaze, Joan chuckled, strode forward, raised his giant palm, slapped him with a slap, picked it up and threw it to Hayala. Hayala took out a bundle of rope from the storage bag, tied the spider Arnold to a sturdy, and occasionally lifted his eyes to peek at Joan. Joan, is this the mutant snow monster you talked about before? Looks like a big fat white snowman, cute and fluffy. Hayala bundled up Arnold the spider, so he couldn't wait to pounce, hugging Joan's legs, and sighed while touching. It feels a bit like velvet, and it feels really good. It's more comfortable than the cat of the landlord's wife's house. Would you like to try it yourself? Joan actually likes to play cat, which is a great fun of his decompression and relaxation. However, it's one thing to poke a cat. It's not very pleasant to be treated as a cat by someone else. He bent down, reached out 2 fingers, gently pinched Hayala, and pulled her away from her leg, letting her open teeth and paws, and ignoring her carelessly, she laid her on the ground, turned and strode, and rushed in battlefield. Seeing the drow warrior who was fighting with other companions or giant worms along the way, Joan grabbed it in his hand and grasped it with strength. There was a crackling bone cracking in the palm of his hand. He was squeezed into a flesh, and he had no resistance at all. Joan threw away his inadequate body and rushed to another nearby drow warrior without stopping, slapping in the past without waiting for the other party's response. It was as easy as shooting a mosquito, hitting it on the spot. Joan morphed into a snow monster, rammed all the way, and slapped a child, shooting 6 drow samurai within 2 minutes. The dark elves who witnessed the massacre scene were all frightened by this brutal white-haired monster who didn't know where to fight. The spirits were scattered, the fighting spirit was disintegrated, and they struggled to escape into the darkness and hide far away. Joan didn't chase down the dark elves who had fled the wind, confirming that his own sight had prevailed, and turned back to Hyla, turned back into a human form, and took out a large syringe. "Joan, what are you trying to do with such a thick needle?" Hyla asked curiously. Joan was too lazy to explain, and directly replaced the answer with action. A needle was inserted into Arnold the spider, and a tube of plasma was drawn, almost 1 pint. Arnold, in a coma, seemed to feel a tingling sensation, and her body was trembling, and she was about to wake up. Joan pulled out the needle and shot a deep sleep on him, causing him to fall asleep. Under Hyla's stunned gaze, Joan put away the needle filled with blood samples and said to her casually, "Simply draw some blood and test it. Maybe you can analyze what curse Arnold has in the end, just routine operations. Don't make a fuss." Is that true?" "I see," he said. "Understood." But Hyla was still a little doubtful. She is more inclined to think that what Joan said was just a pretext, actually interested in the strangeness of spider elves, taking advantage of Arnold becoming a spider elf, and drawing his blood as a research sample. From spidering Arnold's blood sample, Joan thought of another valuable trophy that had not yet been recovered, so he could not explain to Hyla and turned away. Hyla looked at his busy running figure and scratched his head blankly. Joan followed the memory and ran back to the drow warlock he had killed before. On the chest of the corpse, the secret mark he laid by himself shone slightly in the night. Joan quickly searched the corpse and found a pack of casting materials, a delicate hand crossbow, a sword box, and a bottle of poison designed for arrow poison. In it is said that only dark elves know how to refine this highly toxic process, therefore, it is named Zol toxin. Drow toxin is not a kind of potent poison that sees the blood and seals the throat. Its main function is to make the poisoned person fall asleep. If you have not been properly treated, the poisoned person will die in a long period of lethargy and visceral failure. From poisoning to death, there is usually a sleepy period of more than 1 day, which can last a few days, depending on the strength of the poisoned person. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest.